We live? All right, we live.
No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big ol' booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedity, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimpin' when we in the city. Don't ask about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tinted. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. Seen some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. Y'all know what time it is, man. We in intro mode, baby.
I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spends the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spends the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean.
What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Drop them plugs in the comments. Hold on.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
That sound about right. Hold on.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. We got an action-packed episode. They saying the White House calls Trump king. Royal Trump, or is this rage bait? We got raids and indictments, and we got the California governor debate part 2. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. We have to get to 100 likes before we even get all the way into the video. So double tap that screen, go to the top, make sure the 3 dots is hit, and lock in for an action-packed episode. What's up, Laurie? What's up, H Buster and Jason? What's up, Purple Groovy and He Who's? What's up, Big Nisha and Marvin? What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What's up, AJ? Like I said, we got the California governor debate. It just finished not too long ago. We got King Charles addressing America. The video I got up there, Chink and Anna saying that their families are being targeted. So we're going to go over that and how we feel about Chink and Anna's families being targeted. Todd Blanche says that you cannot threaten to unalive the president. I believe James Comey was indicted again today. Piers Morgan did an episode about political violence. Professor Jang came with his game theory 22. If we have time, we'll get into that. Also, Unusual Wales is reporting that 35% of Gen Z respondents admitted to using substances such as cannabis, alcohol, or prescription medication before starting their workday, and that's according to Vice. Toyota is now selling the front seats of their cars as office and gaming chairs, Chad. How much do y'all think those Toyota gaming chairs cost, Chad? I'm gonna tell you it's a pretty penny, man. Drop the best, drop how much you think that gaming chair cost made by Toyota. It's like the front seat of their car. Also, an Israeli soldier released a video of Beit Hanun completely destroyed. And when I say I seen the video, chat, it's not a damn building in the video. I mean, it's completely obliterated. Like, they did a whole 360 and there's nothing but damn rubble everywhere. Rubble everywhere, chat. The White House did post a picture of Trump and King Charles with the caption, "Two Kings," chat. Two Kings. How do y'all feel about the White House posting that picture of Trump and King Charles with two kings? Lori, you said that it costs $200. H Buster said $1,000. The gaming chair is $3,100. If you want a gaming chair that is like the Toyota front seat of a car, it's gonna be $3,100, man. $3,100, man. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is being sued for failing to release the full Jeffrey Epstein files as required by law. Google drops out of the Pentagon contest to develop voice control autonomous drone swarms. Rubio came out and spoke today. We spoke about it yesterday. China's real estate market it has erased all the gains from the last 20 years. Housing prices are back below where they were in 2005, chat. 2005, man. They're reporting that the Secret Service agent that was shot during the assassination attempt was more than likely hit by a colleague. The Trump administration says 14,000 food stamp recipients were driving luxury cars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis. I don't know about the Ferraris and Lamborghinis. Maybe a luxury sedan, but a Ferrari and a Lambo, come on, man. The Atlantic is reporting that J.D. Vance fears the Pentagon may be providing President Trump with inaccurate information. Chad, do you think the Pentagon is providing Trump with inaccurate information? Yes or no? Kid Rock also addressed the Pentagon. I believe he was with Pete Hegseth. The UAE, that's the big announcement of the day. The UAE announced that it will be leaving OPEC effective on May 1st. This will officially end the UAE's 59-year membership in the organization. This war is redefining global energy forever. Iran has also transferred 15 unexploded U.S. missiles and bombs to technical and research units for reverse engineering, including a fully intact GBU-57 bunker buster that failed to detonate during the strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, Chad. Dang, man. I hate when my gimbal does this, Chad. I hate when it does this, bro. It always does it at the beginning of the episode too, Chad. I don't know why, but give me a second, chat. We're going to get into the episode. Everyone double tap the screen, shut a live out. We are 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Everybody, I need y'all to rank y'all's day today. How was your day today? Rank your day. Give it A, B, C, D, or F, chat. How was your day today, man? A, B, C, D, or F. And we're going to get straight into the episode, chat. Be sure to hit the like button, double tap the screen on your way in. Share the live out if at all possible. And damn. All right, let's get into this Chink and Anna. Let's get into this Chink and Anna.
There are 38 states that have anti-BDS laws. Are you kidding me? I thought this was the country of free speech. I thought this is the country of free association.
What do those laws do?
They make it so that if you work in the government, you cannot protest Israel. You can't boycott them.
If you work in the government?
That's correct. If you're like a government contractor.
You mean if you're a private company that does government contracting?
That's correct.
You can't boycott Israel.
That's correct. You can't boycott Israel.
You better be careful, baby girl, because pretty soon every single one of your family members is going to get doxxed by the Israel first terrorists within our own borders. But if you're wondering who that was comedian Leonardo Joni on Tim Pool's show, where Tim Pool was pretending to not know what's going on in this country at all when it comes to an issue that he purported to care so much about, censorship. But there's a lot of censorship happening right now as it pertains to criticism over Israel. And Cenk and I have gotten a little taste of what it's like if you dare to criticize Israel. We're gonna get to that in just a minute, but first your 2 cents, Cenk.
Yeah, so Laura Loomer doxed my wife over the weekend, and then she did it again to Anna's husband. That's the second go around. So there are.
So how do y'all feel about Laura Loomer doxing Chink's wife and Anna's husband? Is it fair game, chat? Is it fair game, or is that dirty macking, man? They're saying Laura Loomer doxed Chink's wife and Anna's husband. Now we know Chink and Anna are public figures, so they don't have as many protections. But I believe their spouses are not considered public figures. So maybe Laura Loomer might be in trouble. I don't know.
Israeli terrorists that are inside America, and their job is to terrorize innocent Americans who criticize Israel.
Pro-Israel terrorists.
Sorry, yes.
Because they're not all Israeli.
No, they're not Israeli. They're largely Americans who.
This is the thing though, he who you said, what's new? When was the last time we were able to speak about anything political at work without getting fired? That's not anything new, but it's a new face. See, before it was always the GOP and the Republicans championing free speech. All of that went out of the window when Charlie Kirk got unalived. When Charlie Kirk got unalived, the Republicans, the GOP, they didn't give a fuck about free speech anymore. The Democrats, they already, we seen them coming out not being able to say certain shit about the LGBTQ plus community. So we know that they were already, you can't say that kind of shit. You're gonna lose your job.
Value Israel 10 billion times more than America. And in fact, they have great disdain for.
I remember I had a job one time, chat. And this guy, he was, I guess, I don't know if you call him a cross-dresser or a trans. Some days he would be, when he wasn't at work, some days he would be a guy, and we'll just call this guy Adam. Other days he would be a girl, and when he was a girl, he wanted to be called Vicky, right? So I wasn't with that shit. The man got a job. He got a job at the company I worked for, right? So they told him like, hey, look, bro, you got to pick a side. You can't come to work half the week as Adam. You can't come half the other week as, the girl. You just can't do that. So he chose to come as the girl. Man, I'd be damned if I was going to call him Vicky, chat. I just couldn't do it, bro. I couldn't do it, bro. Call that nigga Adam.
Any Americans who object and try to literally ruin their lives and their families, and we're gonna prove it to you right here.
So it started with Laura Loomer over the weekend, where she got very touchy when Cenk wondered, who's paying Laura Loomer? Like, she spends all day on X. Like, you can't bankroll your lifestyle by making money off.
Chat, and when I'm telling y'all, I'm calling this man Adam, bro, like, he has his damn boobs stuffed and everything. Like, he's at work, wig on, boobs stuffed and shit like that. I'm not, everybody's calling him Vicky at work. I'm not calling this nigga. I'm calling you Adam, bro. What's up, Sean? I'm calling you Adam, bro. Fake boobs, tissue stuffed in there, whatever it's going, I'm calling you Adam, bro. Half the week you was coming up here as Adam, the other half you was coming as Vicky, man. You get a damn job, you think everybody finna call you. No, nigga, you're Adam.
Off X. Okay, like, who's paying you to live? Okay,
so by the way, that's not just conjecture. Wall Street Journal, I happened to read a story from a little while ago where Wall Street Journal confirmed that she has donors that finance what she does. And what she does is,
You said that they used the same last name. Yeah, he was married. That's the thing, Chad. He was married, had 2 kids, man. His wife and kids, you like bring them to the job. Like you would see his wife and kids. Like he would pull up at the job, man. Full blown Vicky mode, bro. Wig on, bra stuff, kids in the back seat, wife dropping them off, man. Shit's crazy.
spread hatred and bigotry. She's an avowed racist and bigot towards Arabs and Muslims. And so,
what's up, Top Cat?
Who's
What's up,
funding that
OG?
bigotry? I'll take a guess that those are the same people complaining about bigotry when it's anti-Semitism. The same people going, anti-Semitism is the worst thing in the world. And they're like, okay, now I'm gonna pay you a lot of money, Laura. Make sure everybody hates Muslims. We love bigotry when it comes to Muslims, and now soon Christians.
No, you said, cause if he used the last name, you could have used the last name and got over it. Why the fuck do I have to get over it? Why do I have to get over it? See, this is the thing. He didn't make a big deal about it. When I was calling him Adam and shit, you know what I'm saying? Hey, yo, Adam, hey, they need your ass over there, woo, woo, woo. He didn't make a big deal about it, you know what I'm saying? So I guess that was another reason it just wasn't, it didn't become a big deal or blow out of proportion at the job. He didn't make a big deal out of it. He knew I wasn't finna call his ass Vicky. Everybody knew, man, listen, I'm not finna call you Vicky, bro. He didn't blow it out of proportion.
Christians. So
because you gotta understand, Chad, he wasn't fully like trans all the way over. Like I'm telling y'all, half of the week he would be this guy, this man. The other half of the week he would be a woman. That's what I'm telling y'all, Chad. So it wasn't like he's like, oh, I identify as this, I'm this. I mean, for purposes of the job made him. The job was like, look, you can't come in here halfway. Your ass gotta pick a side. He chose to pick the woman's side.
who's financing her? And that was a very touchy thing for her.
Very touchy.
The people financing her are extremely wealthy, and they go around in polite society and they pretend that they're wonderful people who care about bigotry. If their friends and their polite social circles found out that they're financing bigotry and hatred in this country,
Laura Loomer,
and they're financing people like Laura Loomer, it might get uncomfortable in the cocktail parties. So that's why she goes into hyperdrive to attack me and Anna.
So she posted, and I only have a portion of her post, but she's like, let me tell you a secret about Cenk Uygur and the way he lies about Jews while financially benefiting from them.
Oh shit,
Number
Laura
one,
Loomer. Laura Loomer says Cenk is getting paid by the same people he's coming after. Oh shit, let's see what's going on.
Neither Cenk nor I attack Jews, okay? Jewish people or people.
So she didn't deny getting paid. Now I'm just gonna be honest, Chad. The first thing I thought she, like when they accused Tucker Carlson of being Qatari and getting paid and Candace, they come out, the first thing they say is, hey, look, I'm not paid by them. Anna's first thing is, hey, look, we not coming at just the Jews. So I want to know, is she going to say that, hey, we are getting paid, or is she just not going to talk about it?
People who believe in Judaism, practice Judaism, I've got no issue with Judaism. I have a problem with a political ideology, as Cenk does, that makes people think that it's okay to slaughter innocents to expand borders. And that's what's happening right now with Israel. That is not a commentary on the entire Jewish population. Now, if you happen to be a Jewish person who believes it's okay to slaughter people and steal land, yeah, I got a problem with you. Not because you're Jewish, I have a problem with you because of your ideology.
And because you're a deeply immoral person.
Exactly.
Okay.
As I would have the same problem with someone, let's say someone who's Christian and thinks the same thing, right? A Christian nation that wants to do the same thing. It's wrong, it is immoral, it is against all of my values. It's supposed to be against the values that we're all taught from a young age. But anyway, her post included menacing statements like,
yeah, Chad, what I'm gonna say is, when it comes to that, I feel like it's messed up. I'm like, dang, that's crazy. That's messed up. That's a bad situation. I hate it for them, but it's their fucking business, honestly, Chad. Like, it's their business. Am I gonna go over there and be a freedom fighter? Hell no. Hell no. I'm not going over there. I don't care if I ever see the Middle East. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's their business, man. Same thing, man. We hear about these things and these atrocities going on globally, and motherfuckers pick and choose what they want to be mad about. You know, they pick and choose. Like, oh my God.
Do all her Jewish clients in Beverly Hills know what a raging Jew hater and liar her Muslim pro-Hamas husband is? When has Jake ever said he's pro-Hamas?
It doesn't matter.
Totally.
What's up, Auto War?
She just lies about everything. So she's targeting.
Chat, I need everybody to hit the like button, man. We don't have enough likes in here. We got to get to 100 likes, man. We're 20 minutes in. We got to get to 100 likes off the rip. Double tap that screen, go to the top, hit the 3 dots, man.
My wife. So what happened next is people started talking about where she's doing, where she has her office. So now we've got to worry about safety. And then she put up her picture and she put up her name and the name of her business.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
inciting violence, let's be clear.
Yeah. And then
see, this is the difference, H Buster. It's like me as a black American, as an FBA, I don't have anywhere to say I can go back to. You know, it's like I have nowhere I can say I can go back to. That's why when I come on here and I tell y'all, like sometimes I feel damn near like a nationalist. It's like, hey, look, man, you saying all of this stuff affects us. It does affect us, but why? We in the motherfuckers' business, man. We ain't getting the motherfucker. Hey, listen, chat. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Ann says don't vote. I don't agree with that, Ann. I don't agree with that. Where is Dorsey? I don't see Dorsey. Dorsey, I was trying to call you the other day. Where is Dorsey?
they started saying, okay, we're gonna find her clients and we're gonna.
This is the thing. We talking about doing ancestry, but everybody's talking about they don't trust Israel. They don't trust it, all of that. Who's doing the fucking DNA test? The same people y'all are trying to say y'all don't trust and all that, those are the same people administering the damn DNA test. I seen a guy swab a damn gecko and they tried to tell him the gecko had some damn African European ancestry. It's a fucking gecko.
Tell them that she's a Jew hater, not remotely true. Wendy doesn't care, like doesn't touch these topics at all. Okay, let alone the fact that obviously we don't hate Jewish people. And it just.
Why do Zionists believe in collective punishment? I want to know. Why do they think it's okay to go after family members? I mean, in the case of Israel, they'll just slaughter entire families, right? No matter what. But in this case, what do our spouses have to do with our political opinions? Which, by the way, are totally fine. Our political opinions are based in morality.
And besides which, we're Americans. We're allowed to have any opinion we like, okay? I know Israelis hate that. They hate our rights. They hate our freedom of speech. And people who are pro-Israel in this country who hire these Gestapo, these terrorists to try to terrorize any American. I've got more on that in a second. Look, one of the biggest problems with political media.
All right, man, Chink, you got the ad in there. We're gonna have to slide around that ad, big dog.
Same story, 2 QR code, really telling. They're like, it doesn't matter, they're against Israel, so their whole lives should be ruined. We should ruin their family, we should try to drive a wedge between them, destroy everything he has, destroy everything she has. You know who talks like that? Terrorists talk like that.
See, this is the thing though, Charles. When we say we live on a globe is going to affect us, yes, we might get hit economically or something, but I'm talking about the energy. I'm talking about what's going on, like everybody directing their energies into these things and those things, and then not only directing their energy into it, getting mad at others that don't want to direct their energy to it. And then when I get on here and I say, y'all some picking and choosing motherfuckers. I'm wrong. It's like, okay, be a freedom fighter, but if you're for all good, be for all good. Don't sit here and focus everything on this and ignore this shit right here, man. It's like, well, damn.
Yeah.
And that is their job, is to terrorize all of us so that we kneel to Israel.
So look, I'm not whining about this as like, oh, I'm a victim. No. I just want the whole world to know who these people are and how they operate. Okay, because it is important for people.
I'm just saying, man, we talking about people's being oppressed and all of that shit, man. Like we got this shit going on right next door. Look at Mexico and look at the cartels and shit. Man, cartels got a chokehold on Mexico. Don't nobody give a fuck about that. Nobody cares about the chokehold that the cartel has on Mexico. Nobody cares about it. Nobody gives a fuck. Get down or lay down. It's either you gonna do this or you gonna fucking die, and nobody cares.
To know who the bad guys are. And these people are bad guys. I'll give you another example. So after Loomer posted that, the account Stop Anti-Semitism reposted it saying, did we just read this correctly? Anti-Semite Cenk Uyghur's wife. By the way, we should sue them. We should sue Leora Rez for calling you an anti-Semite because there's no evidence of that whatsoever. You have never even once attacked Jewish people. You have always been critical of the Israeli government. We should sue her. And we should also sue them for inciting violence against our spouses, but she posted that, right? And by the way, really, Beverly Hills has a Jewish population of 70%?
Not yet, Jason. I gotta get it to the team so they can get it shipped out to you. I got the bags right here. It's just, I really don't go in the post offices and handle all of that. I have someone who handles all of that for me, Jason, but I'm gonna get it out to you. I got your bag right here, chat. Matter of fact, we'll give away another bag so I can just send out 2 of them, chat. If y'all wanna do a giveaway, put giveaway in the chat. If y'all wanna do a giveaway, put giveaway in the chat. And when I send out Jason's bag, I'll send somebody else one out too. Thank you, Tony Toast. Tony Toast comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat, said, preach, church, tabernacle. Hit the like button, y'all. Everyone double tap their screen. Thank you, Tony Toast, for supporting the channel.
Bitch, are you high? What are you talking about? What is she even talking about? And okay, so would you prefer for Cenk's wife to put a notice up saying, I will not, because of my husband's political views on Israel, I will not take any Jewish clients? Is that what you're asking for? Like, what is this?
Yeah, that's a great point. Do they want her to actively discriminate against Jewish clients? It's so bizarre. And think about it, guys, none of this logic makes any sense. I mean, even calling it logic is absurd. So they said earlier, Laura Loomer did, Cenk took money from benefits from Jews and took money from Jewish investors. Well, that's true. Now, why do you think that happened? Because I'm an anti-Semite, or they thought I was an anti-Semite? Do you think that makes any sense at all? No, of course not. And look, this is not to say all my friends are Jewish, etc. And people hate it when you say, oh, well, if you have Jewish friends or family, shut up. You're not allowed to say it.
No,
I'm gonna be honest, chat. I don't think I have any Jewish friends. Like, I got some Black Hebrew Israelites that I know, some Israelites. But as far as having like just the Jewish friends like that, I don't think I know anybody. I'm telling y'all, chat. I'm from the country, man. I don't think I know anybody, man.
Another weird rule. It's a weird rule. Okay?
You should say it.
So I don't have Jewish friends for the last 50 years because it was a 50-year plot. At the end, I jump out of a birthday cake and go, ha ha, I was kidding, I'm just an anti-Semite. No, we grew up together, but that's not even what I'm driving at with this. So on top of all that, this is their weirdo logic. Did Robert Greenwald from Brave New Films save this company back in 2005?
Yeah, Chad, I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't think there's many Jewish people in Arkansas, bro. Like, I just don't. I just don't think it's many Jewish people in Arkansas, man.
He did, and I love the brother for that. And you know what Robert Greenwald's doing now? He's fighting as hard as he possibly can against Israel's war crimes and genocide and aggression.
Yes.
Okay, because
I am in the Bible Belt though, chat. So I got to take that into consideration. I am in the Bible Belt, so that's probably to be expected.
These guys who are Israel first assume that every Jewish person is as vicious as they are and is willing to do terrorism on behalf of Israel and to excuse Israel's terrorism. That's not remotely true. 63% of Jews in this country support Israel, but are against the current government of Israel. That's a very inconvenient fact for them because then they'd have to call the majority of Jews anti-Semites. So that's why they never mention that fact. And some of the best fighters like Robert Greenwald, Glenn Greenwald, and a million others, Dave Smith, I can go, Jeffrey Sachs, Gideon Levy, etc., are Jewish and they fight for peace. So, and we mentioned that.
You said having Jewish friends neither makes you pro-Zionist, not anti-Semitic, nor anti-Semitic. What I'm saying is this. I'm not saying pro-Zionist, anti-Semitic. I'm just speaking on my personal life. Like, shit, bro. Like, I don't know many of them. I don't know many Arab Muslims either. Like, shit. I might know 1, 2 Arab Muslims, man. Like, all the Muslims I know are black. All the Jews I know are black. I'm just being honest.
on almost every show, okay? Because, and that is why they hate people who are Jewish, who are decent and moral people, because it makes it harder to call everyone an anti-Semite. Last part of that for now is, yesterday I was at an event giving a speech. Bunch of Arab Christians and Muslims came up to me and said, oh, they do this to us all the time. I got fired from this place, I got fired from that place, because all I did was support Palestinians or Lebanese people on social media, and all of a sudden these thugs showed up out of nowhere.
All right, Chad, that's enough. We get the gist of what the hell Jink is talking about, man. Chink, I done called the man Jink. Chad. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. We're gonna get into some of the news about Comey being arrested. We're gonna get into some of the news about Comey being arrested. Chad, do y'all think Comey should have been arrested for that cryptic post he made about Trump?
The DOJ is giving an update on the second indictment of former FBI Director James Comey. Let's listen in.
Making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2, same day, May 15th, 2025.
You said, do I know anyone from the Nation of Islam, man? I know a lot of black Muslims. That's all I can tell you, man. I know niggas that went to jail and came home Muslim, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I know a few people from like the DMV area that were raised Muslim, like went to Muslim schools to learn the Quran and all of that. But those are all the people I know like that are from the DMV, and they're black Muslims as well. The ones that I know from the South, them niggas just went to jail and came out Muslim.
That the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President
of the
United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years. So I think it's fair to say that threatening the life of anybody is dangerous and potentially a crime. Threatening the life of the President of the United States will never be tolerated by the Department of Justice.
Chad,
Over
hit
the
the like
past
button.
year, this department has charged dozens of...
Chad, we had 60 likes. We got to get to 100 likes right quick, man. Do the chat a favor. Everybody say what's up in the chat. Everybody say what's up in the chat, and everybody hit the like button, man. Everybody say what's up. This Southern hospitality. We speak around here. We don't come in here looking eyeballing it. We speak. Say what's up.
...of cases involving threats against all sorts of individuals.
What's
we
up,
take
Eric and
these
Too Strong?
seriously, every single one of them. For example, just today in the Northern District of Florida,
What's up, Mike and Ryan?
there was a guilty plea from an individual who threatened multiple political leaders, including President Trump. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, where this case was indicted earlier today, there are multiple threats cases.
Welcome back, Pat. I ain't seen you in a minute, Pat. How you been, Pat? What's up, Clinton? What's up, Oh, Abba, you been in here. What's up, Abba? What's up, Clip, Clop, Flip, Flop? All right, chat, I'm glad that everybody said what's up. Well, welcome back, Mud Butters. But they're saying that this was in the Eastern District of North Carolina. It sounds kind of crazy that this was pushed through in the Eastern District of Carolina. When he was first indicted, where was it at? Was that in New York? Was that the Southern District of New York that indicted him the first time? Now we got the Eastern District of North Carolina, which is kind of odd. Maybe that's where he did it at.
Against all sorts of individuals. We take these seriously.
What's up, Southern?
Every single one of them. For example, just today in the Northern District of Florida, there was a guilty plea from an individual who threatened multiple political leaders, including President Trump. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, where this case was indicted earlier today, there are multiple threats cases very similar to this one, including one where the defendant pled guilty recently to threatening former President Biden, another one that's scheduled to go to trial.
That's what they have to be doing, Infinite. They're judge shopping on these charges. They have to be just seeing who will take what. But we do see the other side doing that as well. It's both sides doing a little bit of judge shopping. So when it comes to blocking Trump's, the things that he's trying to do, when it comes to the ballroom or tariffs or birthright citizenship, they're judge shopping to stop those things. And now we see the Republicans judge shopping to indict Comey and these other people. Somebody else got indicted today too. No, it was the Leering Centers. The Leering Centers got raided today.
This summer, another one indicted, an individual was indicted for threatening Tom Homan.
You said something is off with this tie and shirt. What it is the microphone. It's the microphone. The microphone make it look like his tie crooked, but it's not. And then his pen right there look a little bigger than the pen most people wear. Most people, when they wear the pen, it's not that damn bulky. And the microphone making his tie look crooked.
I say that to say that while this case is unique and this indictment stands out because of the name of the defendant, his alleged conduct is the same kind of conduct that we will never tolerate and that we will always investigate and regularly prosecute. I want to take a moment to thank the hardworking members of the FBI who investigated this case over the past 11 months or so, the United States Secret Service who also assisted in this investigation, and the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of North Carolina led.
Nah, Tony, his jacket's not too small. You want him to wear the damn suit like LeBron in 2003? His jacket's not too small. It's not the early 2000s, Tony. Man, ever since James Bond came through in that gray suit, man, y'all know which one I'm talking about, where he was in the McLaren. Was that a McLaren? I think so. James Bond, when he had the gray suit on, man. Ever since James Bond came through with the gray suit, man, all of that big bulky suit shit been out. That shit's been gone.
By United States Attorney Ellis Boyle, who's standing to my right. This was an investigation that remains ongoing. That's been ongoing for about a year. And that's all we're going to say about it today. I will let the U.S. Attorney Boyle speak now, and then after that, Director Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Earlier today, a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned a true bill indicting Mr. James Comey with committing 2 felonies. Count 1.
I don't know who this guy is, man, but I'm not gonna lie, Chad. He looks like a sinner, don't he? It look like he need to have a damn bar right here and 2 bars going across, man, hiking that football, Chad. He looks like a damn left guard, a center, maybe a nose tackle. I don't know, Chad.
1, he knowingly and willfully made a threat to kill and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States in violation of 18 U.S.C. 871A. Count 2, he knowingly and willfully transmitted in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill President Trump in violation of 18 U.S.
You said men shouldn't be playing fashion police, say that for the women. Swipe up on the live. Get your ass up out of here, man. We in here having a good time, man. Look at you, J.O. party pooper, man. J-O-C-J-D, CJ2DV, and Trump Bunny, I see you co-signing, man. Don't be a party pooper in this motherfucker now. Don't be a party pooper.
SC 875C. Mr. Comey will be given every form of due process all citizens are entitled to receive, to include a trial by a jury of his peers.
What's up, Jimmy?
In the Eastern District of North Carolina, it doesn't matter who you are. We take all threat cases seriously and prosecute anyone who violates federal law, regardless of title or status.
This is the thing, though. You saying, oh, so don't keep it real, you mean got it. You the same motherfucker that was mad at Zelensky for not wearing a suit to the White House. You didn't say none of that shit when J.D. Vance and Trump and all of them was on Zelensky ass for coming pitch black, murdered out, blacked out to the White House. You had a problem with it. You was one of those same people, oh, Zelensky didn't wear a suit to the White House, but now, when I say something, it's a problem. Crazy.
Thank you.
Thank you. As you heard from the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from that. Every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess.
CJO, you said, yes, it's a problem. And like Tony said, y'all had a problem with Obama wearing that tan suit. So come on now, Jay. Are you the pot calling the kettle black now? You saying it's a problem, so see, sometimes you gotta know what cards you hold, man. Yeah, you can't get mad at me for talking about these guys when you had a problem with Zelensky, when you had a problem with Obama. Hell, the last suit I got mad at was that big shit LeBron wore when he got drafted. Nobody should have had a suit on that damn big.
And tools and personnel in partnership with the Department of Justice is
Infinite. I cannot give you mod privileges, man. I haven't seen you in here enough, Infinite, man. You keep coming around, Infinite, putting in that work, dropping good comments. I got you. But listen, Infinite, I got people that's been watching me for 2 years ain't got a mod wrench, man. So you I see that you asked, but not yet.
Anyone else. As the U.S. Attorney indicated, James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months. These cases take time. Our investigators work methodically. They are career agents, career prosecutors who work these matters. They call the balls and strikes in the field as they see fit, pursuant to the facts.
Chat, double tap the screen, shut the live out. We're 13 likes away from 100. We're doing good on the likes. Let's hit 100 likes right quick. Double tap that screen. Chat, I want y'all to rank Kash Patel's first year and a half as FBI director. Rank it 1 through 10. Kash Patel's first year and a half as FBI director.
The case in the law, they took that information and made a presentment to a grand jury, a jury of peers in the district in which the alleged crime took place. And that grand jury spoke, and that grand jury returned a 2-count indictment against James Comey. James Comey allegedly threatened the life of the President of the United States.
Jimmy said Kash could impersonate a blind man. Wow. Jimmy, that's my kind of humor right there. Jimmy, you got the comment of the night so far. Hey, it's going to be hard to top that comment, y'all, chat. Jimmy said Kash could what? What? Kash could impersonate a blind man. Oh, my God. Jimmy, you cook with that one, Jimmy. You in your bag, bruh.
And as you all now know, shortly after posting that threat, he deleted that threat and then issued an apology. All of that information was presented to the grand jury, and Mr. Comey will have his day in court and his ability to speak to a jury of his peers. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just take a couple of questions.
See, I'm not feeling this guy right here, chat. This dude right here, man, like, we just let him slide in, man. Trump put him in as interim AG. We got like, when is he going home? When is he going home? He's already getting sued for not releasing the rest of the Epstein file. Remember, they was gonna sue Pam Bondi ass about the Epstein files. They got her the fuck up out of there. She has a new position. She's I guess avoiding testifying before Congress. Now we got this guy here, bro. He was Maxwell's lawyer. Yesterday, y'all tried to tell me he wasn't, which he was Maxwell's lawyer. He also went down there and conducted that interview with her and got her moved. And now he's telling us it's over with for the Epstein files, man. And we're just supposed to take, like, listen, chat, I'm just going to be honest with you, man. Like a lot of y'all Republicans, man, a lot of y'all Republicans came in here and y'all lied to me. That's what y'all did. Y'all lied to me. Y'all told me that the Epstein files was a hard line, man. Y'all was not going when it came to this Epstein file shit. Now we got the AG that was Maxwell's lawyer, interviewed her, got her moved to the damn facility where she's playing pickleball and eating Reese's cups and shit, telling us it's over. Nobody's going to jail. You're not getting any more files. Stop talking about it. This is crazy.
Mr. Attorney General, the Justice Department in this filing today also issued an arrest warrant for Mr. Comey. Is it your belief that he is a continued public threat And is there a request also for detention that you anticipate will be made in this case?
So the Department of Justice does not issue arrest warrants, grand juries do. And so the grand jury returned an indictment and arrest warrant. I expect that there will be communication with Mr. Comey's counsel, and we'll go from there. This case will proceed like hundreds of others do every year. There will be some sort of arraignment set by the judge or assigned to the magistrate judge, and when that happens, you'll know about it.
But in this is being handled differently from the last time.
See, this is the thing, Greg. It's not even about Kamala winning. It's about lies. It's about promises made, promises kept. It's about playing in our fucking face. If you don't feel like this administration is playing in your fucking face, I don't know what to tell you. Hope you don't have kids, because motherfuckers is playing in our face. Every time we turn around, they're playing in our fucking face.
He was indicted. That's my reference. In this case, the department requested an arrest warrant, right?
Well, I don't think that it's public or clear what the department requested. The grand jury issued an arrest warrant. Go ahead. Yes.
Sir, how will you prove intent when, as the director...
How is nobody playing in our face? They said it was, they were going to release the Epstein files. Then they said it was no credible evidence. Then they said, oh, we found some more files at the Southern District of New York. Then it was, oh, it was all a hoax and uncredible. Then it was a truckload on the way. Then it was, oh, we actually got 6 million files, but you're only getting half. They're playing in our fucking face. What do you mean? That's just one instance. That's how much they played in our face. No evidence? What do you mean no evidence? Greg, I don't want you around nobody kids, Greg. I hope you don't have kids, and I hope don't nobody let you babysit kids. I hope you don't coach no fucking T-ball, man. I don't trust you around kids.
Had acknowledged. Mr. Comey said he did not associate 86 with doing harm, and he took it down promptly, said it was political speech, not an intent to harm the president.
Well, it's not, this case was indicted today. This conduct occurred about a year ago, May 15th of last year. There's been a tremendous amount of investigation, and how do you prove intent in any case? You prove intent with witnesses, with documents, with the defendant himself to the extent it's appropriate, and that's how we'll improve intent in this case. And so I think that talking about what Mr. Comey will or will not do if there's a trial, when there's a trial, it's very premature for me to do that today.
It's like this. It's like this is the thing. A lot of the people that come in here and they give me this pushback, a lot of you guys were cute. A lot of you guys were running with the Q shit. Y'all were all with the Pizzagate and the damn Wayfair and the Deep State, and they're all cannibalistic shit. And now that it's actually coming out, y'all are just shutting the fuck up. What? This is, y'all built it from 2017 onwards. The whole foundation was this. Now y'all just fucking quiet.
General Blanch, I wanted to ask you a quick question about, there's a number of other different types of conduct Comey has been accused of over the past. One of them is abuse of FISA warrants. I wanted to ask if there's anything that we could talk about today in regards to that, but on a separate matter, if I may ask, any more updates about the ballistics forensic analysis with the shooting that happened over the weekend?
So on the first question, no, there's nothing else to report about any investigations or anything involving Mr. Comey except the indictment that was returned today by the grand jury. I don't have anything further to talk about with the ballistics that are still being analyzed. And I said it yesterday, and every law enforcement member who is speaking on this issue is saying this.
Chat, we're 1 like away from 100. Let's get that 1 like. We're also 6 subscribers away from 47,400. The next 6 people to subscribe, let me know, and my mod to give you a shout out. I'll try to give you a shout out if I see it, man. 6 subscribers away, 1 like away.
Same thing as they should, which is that this is an ongoing investigation with really, really smart experts trying to understand what happened in that shooting and where the bullets went and ended up and where the bullets came from. And once that is at a place where we can definitively say, to the extent we can definitively say, we will let you know.
Director Comey posted this almost a year ago. Why bring this case now? Did you always feel like this was a strong prosecution, or did something change?
What's up,
recently?
Keith?
This investigation just didn't come now. It's the result of a lot of work by law enforcement over the past year. We don't time when we bring cases around anything other than when the investigation is at a place where we should go to the grand jury, and that's exactly what we did in this case as well.
As a former FBI director.
Nah, Greg, you take it easy, boss. I know what that shit mean, Greg. You be trying to get them little jokes going over my head. Nah, you take it easy, boss. We'll see you on the next one. See, this is what, man, yeah, become a member of Plug Nation, chat. This is what I'm going to say before we move on, chat, about this. Do I think Comey should be arrested for posting that shit? Probably, man. He knew fucking better. I'm just gonna be honest. He put out those little things, posted it to his own damn page. I mean, hell, you're playing with fire, your ass gonna get burnt, Comey. It is what it is.
You may not agree with what he did. Should he be able to turn himself in as a former FBI director? He's not a flight risk.
I didn't say he can't turn himself in.
So he's not under arrest right now, and he may be able to work
I don't
out
know
something.
whether he's under arrest right now. I'm here talking to you.
Oh, that is right, chat. With the feds, a lot of times you can't turn yourself in. They'll tell you when to turn yourself in, or they'll come get you. Like, even if you try to turn yourself in with the feds, it doesn't work like that. They'll give you a time and a place, and that's how you turn yourself in, or they just gonna come snatch your ass up. So when he said he can't turn himself in, that's true.
Should he be able to turn himself in as a former FBI director? He's not a flight risk.
I didn't say he can't turn himself in.
So he's not under arrest right now.
Oh, he can turn
I don't know
himself
whether he's
in.
under arrest right now. I'm here talking to you. The grand jury issued.
He can turn himself in. I wonder, because he is. That's why they said. They said, can he turn himself in because he was the former FBI director? So I guess he gets to do that because of the position that he once held.
An arrest warrant. I think that the way that this happens is different in every case. It's fact intensive. It depends on you're right, who the defendant is. It depends on whether he has counsel. It depends on what the judge wants done. And so I don't know when the judge will schedule an initial arraignment. If that will be scheduled by the magistrate or the district court judge, I am sure. I don't know if you want to speak to that. Or if it's just something that will come up in the next coming days, you'll know when it happens. As far as what Mr. Comey does between.
How do y'all feel about Trump putting his face on the passports for the celebration of the 250th year of America? Trump's putting his face on limited edition passports. It's his face on top of the Constitution, like his face is covering up the Constitution a little bit. They're saying that I think they're only available in DC in person. I think if you go like online or the post office, you don't get it. But I think they're available limited time in DC in person with Trump's face on the passports.
Now and then, I'm going to leave that up to the line prosecutors in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the FBI agents, and the work that they're doing.
Why, Director Patel, maybe you said that it's a complicated thing. A lot of people might think it's an easy case. Why did it take so long? I know that you guys chose to go with this now, but to the layman just looking at this case, or layperson looking at the case, it was an Instagram post. He apologized.
See, this is the thing, though. The White House posted today a picture of Trump and King Charles together, and the caption said, "Two kings." Also, they're reporting that somebody went and done Trump's ancestry or bloodline and found out that him and King Charles are 15th cousins. So Trump is from the royal bloodline, I guess. So that's the big story of the day. We are going to talk about about the UAE leaving OPEC. But the big story of the day is the White House posted two kings, a picture of Trump and a picture of King Charles, coming off the back of them saying that they're 15th cousins. 15th cousins.
Why did it take so long?
Well, I'm not going to get into the details of the investigation itself, but a lot of these cases, you could look at when the threats were made and when charges are brought. They're not easy cases. And so we have to, there's a communication that's sent in allegedly in this case. And so that means that we have to look at devices. Mr. Comey is a lawyer. He has lawyers. So the extent that we're looking at materials that are potentially.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think Greg is a bot, y'all. I think Greg is a real bot because he's still talking about Kamala lost. Nobody in this motherfucking chat has said anything about Kamala. That's what I don't get about y'all. Like, y'all talk about Trump derangement syndrome. Y'all motherfuckers got Kamala and Biden derangement syndrome. Nobody in this motherfucker has mentioned Kamala all night but you. You're literally the only person talking about Kamala, Greg. I mean, do you beat off to her? Do you beat off to her?
Privileged. We have to get a wall, set up a wall, and let totally independent lawyers look at those. And so that doesn't happen overnight or quickly. And the statute of limitations of this is 5 years. We brought it in under 1 year. So that's really where we're at.
It's clear that you don't want to talk specifics today. But to the American public, can you at least give us a sense of whether you have hard evidence or evidence that shows that Mr. Comey intended for President Trump to be harmed, and then secondary?
You said Charles III would have been unalived if he ever set foot on U.S. port. Well, which Charles is this?
For critics who say, where does free speech...
Now I'm a loser. I'm in here, chat, hosting a live stream, hanging out with my chat. Everybody got their shoes off. I got snacks and shit coming. We got OG Yosemite on the grill. Lala got plain lays and shit. This guy, Greg, just waltzes his way into the fucking function talking about Kamala all drunk and shit. I check him on it, tell him he probably beats off to her, and now I'm a loser. This is why motherfuckers don't get invites. Nobody invited you over here, Greg. Nobody called for you. I don't know who brought Greg as a +1. Whoever brought Greg as a +1, your ass can't come back either.
Free speech end and an actual threat of violence begin.
I don't know what critics say that, especially today, but it's not a very difficult line to look at.
What's up,
and
dude?
It's not, in my mind, a difficult line for one to cross over one way or the other. We cannot, you are not allowed to threaten the President of the United States of America. That's not my decision. That's Congress's decision in a statute that they passed that we charge multiple times a year. And so whether there is a defense, as you just described, Maybe there is, but the government will have evidence. I am not going to talk about the evidence that we have. That's unfair to him.
Greg said, are you kicking me out? Nah, Greg, if I was kicking you out, you would have been blocked. But what I am going to do, Greg, is this. Your ass can't come back, so enjoy it. Soak it all up, get all in the moment. I'm not going to say you can't come back. I'm going to say next time you come back, you know how to fucking act, man. Act like you got some home training, Southern hospitality. Come in here, speak to me, speak to my chat. Leave all that Kamala shit at home. I didn't vote for Kamala. Just leave that shit at home, Greg. We're not kicking you out, but you are on restrictions. You have a strict 2-drink limit. 2-drink limit. When you go in the house and go to the bathroom and shit, don't be probing. I don't trust you, man. So we not gonna make you use the bathroom outside. You can use the bathroom in the house. Just don't be fucking probing in and out.
It's unfair to the prosecutors, but it's enough to say that the grand jury returned an indictment. I'm just take one more question.
Thank you, sir. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. Should we expect more indictments of this sort? For example, in 2020, Gretchen Whitmer did a TV hit with 8645 on her desk in the background. Is that the kind of thing you would pursue? And then just really quickly, should Comey expect to face more charges for his role in the Russia collusion investigations?
I'm not going to comment on other investigations involving Mr. Comey. He was indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia. That was dismissed on procedural grounds because of the judge's finding regarding the U.S. attorney. So that case is under appeal. As far as other investigations that are happening, it would not be appropriate or fair for me to comment on that time. As far as other incidents of threats against the President of the United States, those will be investigated. Every case is different. The facts are different. Who makes the threat matters.
That's what I'm saying, chat. All of these threats and shit, they're not playing with this shit no more, chat. They're not playing with this shit no more. I seen a clip of Hassan talking about he wants to see capitalist blood drenching the street. I'm like, bro, he's gonna get in fucking trouble. He keeps talking like that, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you. They're not playing that shit no more. He ass gonna get one of these. Knock on the damn door, man. Excuse me, sir, can you turn around? That's what, listen, chat, I'm from the South, man. All of that hoorah, rah, rah, what people gonna do and shit, hey, we respond to that shit like, see me when you see me, man. See me when you see me, chat. I'm talking about, I don't know, man. All of that rah, rah shit, man, that shit don't go on where I'm from. See me when you see me.
What the threat says matters. You're right. The question about intent matters, and we have to prove that. That's something that's our job, and that's something that prosecutors will have to do in front of a jury at the right time. But you cannot compare. It's not fair to the American people. It's not fair to the defendant. And it's certainly not fair to the prosecutors to compare, well, if you did it here, why didn't you do it there? Every case is different, but there's one thing that will never be different, which is that you cannot threaten to kill the President of the United States.
And that is kind of crazy that it even has to be said. It's like, we're in 2026, man. This shit is social media. This is not, I don't think people realize, chat, when they load up TikTok or Instagram or YouTube shorts and they just get to running off at the fucking mouth on what they're gonna do to who. I don't think they realize, like, you can get in fucking trouble for that. Whether it's the president or whether it's somebody, you can get in fucking trouble for that, chat. Like, I don't know, man. Some of these people just don't think this shit through, bro. Like, they do not think this shit through.
Full stop. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
President Trump's message.
First Amendment, man, this is a threat. You talking about what you're going to do to somebody? Man, we learned that shit way back in, listen, chat, I don't know what era y'all grew up in, but when I was coming into high school, junior high, Facebook was just now becoming a thing. It was MySpace before. Yo ass was threatening somebody on MySpace or Facebook and the school found out, your ass was in trouble. I learned that early. I don't know, maybe y'all missed it. I learned that shit. Threaten somebody ass on Facebook or MySpace back in school when I was in, your ass was in trouble. Your ass was in the office. The police was gonna be in there too.
Message to Pam Bondi saying that Comey was guilty as hell.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche giving a press conference today announcing a grand jury indictment of former FBI Director James Comey over his social media post of seashells on a beach, writing out 8647.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the...
I'm just saying, Chad, whether y'all think it was a threat or y'all don't think it was a threat, I'm not here to debate that about that the whatever numbers he posted. What I'm saying is, in general, I'm talking about these people that grab their cell phones, iPhone 17 Pro Max or whatever the fuck they got, load up TikTok or YouTube and talk about what they're about to do to who. Man, your ass in trouble. And then you just gave the ups to everybody. That shit's dumb as hell. I've never been one to put my business out there like that. I'm telling you, chat, when you see me, you better hope you're not pumping gas. Oh, you better hope you're not pumping gas, because I know you don't got it on you. You're not out there pumping gas with it on you. You got to get to the car. Don't let me catch you coming out the store. That's how it is where I'm from, chat. It's not a lot of hoorah. You're going to get into it one time, and it's going to be, when you see me, see me. Don't act like you didn't see me, see me. If you pumping gas, stop it. If you going in the store to get a drink, your ass better not be thirsty no more. Straight up.
Is entering the redistricting fight, with Republican Governor Ron DeSantis unveiling his plans for new state congressional maps that could be voted on as early as tomorrow. If adopted, the new map could net Republicans up to 4 new House seats. Fox News contributor Mark Thiessen is with us now. Good to have you with us, sir.
Good to be with you.
Let me just put the map up again, because it eliminates like a big district, although there's not many people in it, in the central part of Florida, some stuff on the West Coast, and then shrinks down one of the districts near Miami-Dade. Quite substantial. That's the wrong map. You know, I went over this with them before the segment, and it still didn't happen. There we go. So you can see there's a big blue blob there in the middle part up near Lake Okeechobee, and then western part of Dade County. Looks like a lot of Broward in there too. That's where we are now, and the proposed those districts shrink, as does one basically go away, and it's either Pinellas or the county where Tampa is, Hillsborough. But what do you think of this? Is this going to pass? Because there is a constitutional
All right, Chad, how do y'all feel about the Florida redistricting? Is it fair game? Did Texas open up Pandora's box? How do y'all feel about the redistricting in Florida? Well, I'm not finna watch this clip, though. We finna move on. But I do want to know how y'all feel about this redistricting in Florida. We got the governor debate to watch. I really don't want to listen to King Charles just run his mouth, bro. Like, I don't know what he said. They said he made a historic speech and shit, but I'm just going to be honest with y'all, chat. I don't give a fuck about King Charles. Is that bad to say? I don't fuck about King Charles, man.
We're not Nazis. We don't want blacks to die. We don't deny the Holocaust. Those are lunatics. Your guys are your friends. Cole Allen is your pal. You're in bed with your radicals. Our radicals, we don't even know them. They're freaks. Cole Allen's
so Gavin, quick
manifesto sounded like your show.
Why is it that all these MAGA Republicans in unison, an hour or two after this incident, were talking about building a ballroom?
All right, Chad. Hold on. Let me pull this back up. H. Buster, you said, why don't I care about King Charles? Why would I care about King Charles? Fuck King Charles done for me. Yeah, I'm just going to be honest.
We're not Nazis. We don't want blacks to die. We don't deny the Holocaust. Those are lunatics. Your guys are your friends. Cole Allen.
Shit. Hold on, Chad. My shit moving slow.
Is your pal. You're in bed with your radicals. Our radicals, we don't even know them. They're freaks. Cole Allen's
so Gavin, quick
manifesto sounded like your show.
Why is it that all these MAGA Republicans in unison?
All right, Chad. I'm trying to figure out why my screen is freezing a little bit. But yeah, why would I care about King Charles, Edge Buster? I'm just trying to see. Like I barely cared about what Obama did. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. And Obama was shit, man. Obama, let's be honest. Trump, barely care about what Trump's doing. Didn't really give a fuck about Biden either, man. Bill Clinton was from Arkansas, so hey, man, I gave Bill Clinton a little, hey, you're from Arkansas. You know, I cared about Bill Clinton shit a little more because he was from Arkansas. I'm just gonna be honest. Man, why is my video not playing? The hell is going on, Chad? I gotta update my OBS, bro. That's what it is. I gotta update the OBS. I keep skipping that update, bro. They gonna teach me about that bullshit.
We're not Nazis. We don't want
little benefit. Well, Maria Corina Machado is widely expected to lead a new Venezuela if the US ever went through with its intervention. But while Maduro awaits trial in a US prison, it's his own like-minded vice president who's now in charge. Well, Maria Machado won the Nobel Peace Prize for unifying the Venezuelan opposition. A month before the Iran war, she gave her medal to President Trump. So I now welcome her to
Chad, why am I here? Am I lagging, Chad? The fuck is going on? Why is it doing that? I guess they don't want us to watch this, Chad. We'll try. Let me try this other one. Let me try this other video. Chad, press 1 if I'm here, man.
Candidates vying for your vote.
At stake, the biggest prize in California, the office of governor.
Who needs to make a splash? Whose campaign is hanging by a thread? And the one group that could decide who wins.
That's all coming up as we count down to the governor's debate.
And many of our affiliates.
Hey, what's crazy is, Chad, it was just that video. It was just that video. You said, why the chat so spicy tonight? Malcolm, act like you been to the club before. You know this shit, the club. This the juke joint. This the hole in the wall. Malcolm, you feel at home when you're... Don't act like my chat just be dead, man. We do this shit every night. We've been doing this shit for 2 years, man. But yeah, I think that was just Pierce's video that was lagging.
And presented with our partners, Pomona College and Asian Pacific American Public Affairs. Welcome to the campus of Pomona College in Claremont, California. And the historic Bridges Auditorium. For tonight's CBS California Pomona College and Apapa Governor's Debate. But first, we do have a few rules. I know you heard them before, but we can't help but, address this again. Please hold your applause starting now until the end, and there will be no opening or closing statements tonight. Moderators will decide whether to give time for rebuttals. We will tell the candidates how much time they have for each round of questions, and when their time is up, everyone will hear a bell.
We also have several lightning rounds, as the name implies. We're going to ask for a yes or no answer.
Yeah, Frost, you said I watch Trump every day. Trump is the most famous motherfucker on the face of the earth right now, chat. Trump is the most famous. Listen, chat, I don't give a fuck about Trump. I'm just going to be honest with y'all, man. He's the president. He's the president of my country. But personally, a vendetta, like, nah, man, of course, he's the most famous motherfucker in the world. He's the one swaying narratives, pushing our country in either direction, man. What are we talking about? Of course we're going to watch Trump.
It may go against every core of your being as you give speeches out there, but a yes or no answer is what we're going for tonight, and we certainly appreciate that. A friendly reminder, there are 8 of you on stage, and a cozy bunch you are. So because of that, we're going to ask that you be succinct and specific as you can in the time allotted. Speaking of time, we got some themes.
Hey, chat, this black guy wasn't here at the last debate. Tony Thurman. Oh, he's black for real. He even has a black name, Tony Thurman. He wasn't at the last debate, Chad. I didn't see Tony Thurman at the last debate.
Tonight, we got some things to talk about. So we're going to break down each half hour with a theme that Californians told us they care the most about.
As you know, we do have 5 moderators tonight presenting all of the CBS-owned stations in California and Sarah Sadwani from Pomona College. Moderators will rotate every half hour, so you only get 30 minutes of us. I know that might be upsetting to you, but that's how it is.
All right. What do you say? Let's get this thing going. The theme this half hour, you won't be surprised by. It's affordability. The Golden State has turned into the I can't afford to live here anymore state. Golden State sounds so much better, doesn't it? So no surprise, people in California are fed up with the cost of...
This is what I'm saying, though, Chad. Like, I had a debate the other day about California, about 100K. I had a debate with a friend of mine, and they were talking about 100K is basically saying if the man didn't make 100K, he shouldn't even look her way. And because she grew up in California, she felt like 100K was nothing. And I'm telling her, like, well, it's some towns where... I said, first of all, about 62,000 is the average income. So only 12% of the population that are women make 100K, like 25% that are men make 100K. 100K in the South is a lot different than 100K in the city, whether it's the West Coast, East Coast, the city. 100K in the South is a lot different. So I'm telling her that, like, that 100K in Cali might not spend like 62K will in the South. So I just want to know, how do y'all feel about that, chat? Is affordability a problem in California?
Everything. We want to share with you a brand new poll. CBS News just released a new poll today. Again, no surprise, but the number is big. Showing 64% said they were not confident that the California dream is attainable.
And because of that, our first question tonight is...
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Location is important, but it's also comfortability. So for 100K in where I'm from, 100K, you can pretty much buy you 2 houses. If you really just stack, save 100K, man, you can find you a 60K house, a 40K house. So maybe you don't do it in 1 year, but you have a plan that's actually feasible. Like, damn, I can give me a couple properties. 100K in Cali, you might fucking have that. You might be renting a room. I'm just gonna be honest. You making 100K in Cali, you might still be renting out a fucking room.
What is the first thing you would do as governor to increase affordability and restore the California dream? You do have 30 seconds to respond, and I'm going to start with you, Mr. Hilton. I know that you stated government taxes and regulations have caused affordability problems in the state. So what would you do to restore them?
I seen all of those people that were working in Silicon Valley. I'm assuming that those people were making 100K and they were staying in campers like on the side of the road. They were paying $2,500 a month for a parking spot on the side of the road to park their camper. And they're working in Silicon Valley. No, they're making 100K.
For the California dream.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. What a great crowd. And it's really for you there. We want you to be able to make your life here in California. Young people setting out on that journey. And the first thing I do is send to the legislature my first budget with my plan to make our state Cal-affordable. $3 gas, cut your electric bills in.
That's what I'm saying, Chad. I don't give a fuck how good the beaches are, or how much it never rains and shit, and how much boba and green juice I can get. I'm not making $135K a year to live on the side of the fucking road, bro. I'm not. $135K, I damn near got a pool in Arkansas, man. I can go get me one of those above ground pool. I can get a 3-bedroom with an above ground pool for 100 bands in Arkansas. I'm not doing that shit, bro. That shit's crazy.
Half your first $100,000 tax-free, and especially for young people, a home you can afford to buy, so we can restore that California.
That's the thing, Fries. I don't even like people like that. You saying I miss the appeal of California? California is a good place to visit, but not a good place to live for me. For me, everybody's different, but for me, love to visit Cali. Don't want to live there. I don't like people that much, Chad. I'm just going to be honest with you. I get a little nervous, too many people, and I need to know somebody who knows somebody. See, if some shit go on where I'm from, it can be 3-4 counties away, 5 counties away. I know somebody who know your ass and know your family. In Cali, man, you mean all the motherfuckers, everybody's from everywhere and shit? Nah, man, I can't do it, bro.
Your dream.
All right,
of home
thank you.
ownership.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton. I'll go to you next, Mr. Bianco. And I know you agree with most of what your Republican colleague there said in terms of deregulations and cutting taxes. But how do you propose to get anything done in a state?
You said, do I fuck with the Razorbacks? Come on, boy. I got my hogs, man. I got my hogs when I was young. Who asked me that question? The Mac Diaz. I got my hogs when I was young.
With a supermajority Democratic legislature.
Well, the supermajority Democratic legislature is going to have to respond to California putting me into that office. And so it's not how I'm going to respond to them, it's how are they going to respond to me to make sure that we fix California. California is broken because of what has been happening in Sacramento because of an absolute failed Democrat progressive agenda that is destroying California. Everything that
Tony, I'm about to put you in timeout talking about horns up. Listen, it's Woo Pig over here, man. We not doing none of that Longhorn shit, man. It's no hook 'em horns. We throwing all the, don't do that shit in here, Tony. You asked to get a timeout about this Razorback shit, man. This shit is a rite of passage in Arkansas. You got to get you a Razorback tat, man. It's a rite of passage, man.
they are experiencing where they can't experience what I experienced when I came here is because of a failed agenda. The regulations and the taxes have to go.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Mahan, what would you do to...
But honestly, Chad, it is a rite of passage. But the reason that my friend group, we all got our Razorback tats around the same time was because a lot of people from Arkansas, they blow up, they get famous, and they stop claiming Arkansas. So this was a way that we all did it, and one of my friends is Twitch famous, another one of my friends, he YouTube famous, and we all got Razorbacks. And we did it because too many people from Arkansas blow up and they just shit on Arkansas. Like Billy Bob Thornton from Arkansas, Neo, the singer from Arkansas, and they don't claim that shit. They'll claim LA or whatever. Well, I mean, Billy Bob would claim Arkansas sometimes, but for a while he wouldn't. So that's why we got our hogs, man, straight up.
Restore the California dream.
Pat, thanks for the question. This topic is personal for me because I grew up in a working class family in a small farming town, paycheck to paycheck, and I know what it means when gas prices go up as fast as they have. I'm the only candidate on this stage who has pledged to suspend and then reform the gas tax. It is the most regressive tax in California. Working people, rural people are spending 3 times.
But this is the thing, Chad. A lot of people shit on Arkansas, but more people moved to Arkansas. Arkansas was the #1 inbound state, I believe, last year, and I believe it might be leading this year. More people are moving to Arkansas than any other state in the country right now. It's because property is cheap, property taxes are relatively cheap, and and it's a need for industry here. So it's wide open here. It's not a lot going on.
Times as much maintaining our roads as wealthier EV owners. We need to change that, but I won't stop there. We'll remove all of the barriers to building housing.
Thank you, Mr. Mahan. All right, you brought up the gas tax. Mr. Becerra, I know that you are not in favor of the gas tax. So I want you to tell me why.
Not in favor of...
Minimum wage in Arkansas, I believe it's like $11.25 the last time I looked. Texas minimum wage is still $7.25. Your Arkansas is like 11. It's 11 something. I think it was $11.25 last time I looked.
Cutting the gas.
Yes, you do not want to cut the gas tax.
Yeah. So don't answer the first question, answer this question.
You can just give me 5 seconds on why you do not support the gas tax, and you can answer the question.
Because I want everyone who's sitting here to be able to drive on our roads, cross our bridges, make sure transit is working, and you have to fund it somehow. Those who say they're going to cut the gas tax have to also say what they're going to replace it with. Otherwise, we're going to have potholes in every road, and we're going to have bridges that can collapse. We have to fund what it takes to have quality infrastructure in California. But I will tell you this, when it comes to affordability, I know a little bit about that because my parents came to this state with $12 in their pocket. Yet they did build the California dream for my sisters and me. And so what I'll do, if I can finish the thought, is we'll reduce prescription drug prices. CalRx is working well. And we'll start building the homes that we need. 40,000 units are shut.
All right, so this is what it is. Arkansas is the #1 state for is the top bound state. 68% of all moves being inbound and only 32% outbound. It's the state where more people are moving into rather than out of. So that's what it is.
Shovel ready, I'll get them going the first day I'm in office.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra.
Let's move on to the dream of owning a home in our state. It's really become a generational problem. California, only half of Californians own their own homes. One of the worst rates in the country. Children not able to live.
You said, here, look, here go fries. Minimum wage in Arkansas, California is $16.90. Yeah, that's cool. Look up the average home price, too. I think Arkansas average home price ranges around like 200 bands, like $200K. I wonder what Cali's is.
Live and afford to live where they grew up. Grandma and grandpa are grumpy. They have to hop on a plane to go visit their kids and grandkids. We all know the story. We all know people. So let's dive into housing. Governor Newsom proposed and promised 3 million new homes when reelected. The reality, only 500,000 were built. So obviously that goal was not reached. The question to each one of you candidates, or at least 4 of you, you have 45 seconds to answer. What would you do differently to meet those housing goals? We'll start with you, Mr. Thurman.
It is the American dream. My mother was an immigrant who came here from Panama, and she bought a home, and everyone should have the opportunity. It's slipping away. And as governor, the first thing I'll do is provide down payment assistance grants to those who want to own a home. And we will build 2 million housing units using the surplus property that school districts have in every single county in this state. And we'll build 2.3 million units by the year 2030. I know what it's like to grow up in a household without food and on public assistance. I grew up on government cheese. I worked $3 an hour. Even now, I work an overnight job to put my kids through college and pay for elderly family members. We can create a more affordable.
No, I like the way this guy's speaking. I haven't heard of him too much. This is Tony Thurman. But yeah, Friars, that's the thing, Friars. Like, not everybody wants to live around a whole lot of people. Like, I don't want to live in a city with 3.8 million people or 7 million people. Like, I'm not that friendly of a motherfucker. Like, I like Southern hospitality. I like when I hold the door open for somebody, them to say thank you, not look at me crazy and brush by me. Like, Chad, I'm not that guy that's around a lot of people. When I get around a lot of people, Chad, like, I turn back, I get in that mode, Chad, like I used to be when I was in the streets. Like, Chad, when I get around a lot of people, I don't smile. I don't do none of that shit. Like, I have a straight fucking face, like. And I don't like being like that, Chad. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't like being like that, but it's just how I am. When I get around a lot of people, I'm on 10. Like, I ain't got time to be bullshit.
Affordable California, let us do that together.
Mr. Thurman, thank you. Mr. Steyer, same question to you. There are environmental hurdles that raise the cost, obviously. I know you are big on the environment. Give us your take, 45 seconds, on housing and affordability.
So I was in Altadena yesterday talking to people who'd lost their houses. And I knew, listening to them, how central owning a house is to a California family. And the solution here is not a silver bullet. It's what I call silver buckshot. We need to work to shorten and reduce the cost of permitting. We need to redo zoning. There have been steps that I've supported in the last year on that way. We need to drop.
Okay, so what Tom Sawyer, he's the only billionaire in this debate, but what he's saying is right. They have to cut the tape. Trump made it a point to get those federal permits, whatever they needed after the Palisades fires. Newsom has been slow rolling it, and I believe local government has been slow rolling it on getting those permits. I've seen the people are actually getting billed for not cleaning up the damn rubbish. It's like, damn, they can't even get a permit to start rebuilding this house. Insurance is already not going to pay for the house. I believe they canceled it. But even if it was, it's not going to pay out enough to rebuild the same type of house in the same way. And on top of that, they don't have the permits and they're getting fined. Like, come on, bro. They got to do something about that shit.
The cost of construction by using industrial construction off-site.
Yes, Big Cat.
And we need to work with the cities and counties and bring the money to them so they can afford to do housing. There is a plan on my website that's very clear, but in every one of these, it's going to be absolutely important to do structural change. The idea that we're going to do the same thing better is insanity. We need to make structural change in every one of the places where Californians can't afford to live.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Mr. Villaraigosa, same question. He mentioned the
average home price is $800,000, bro. It's like, what do you mean where Californians can't afford to live, bro? The average home price is $800,000. The fuck are you talking about, man? Minimum wage is $16.90 and houses are $800,000. How the fuck does that work? Minimum wage is $16.90 and houses are $800,000.
The rebuilding during the firestorm and the aftermath, the hurdles were removed. Are you in favor of removing the hurdles, not just in times of emergencies, but with the housing emergency that we have right here and right now?
Yes. And let me just say that homeownership used to be part of the American dream. My mom struggled to make ends meet, and we rented for most of our life. I bought a home at 25 years old. Young people like the young people here at Pomona College can't do that anymore. And so I've argued that we need to have first-time buyer assistance, a $25 billion initiative at no cost to the taxpayer that will help them.
I'm going to say this, though. Even then, Houston is a city of 8 million people. And it's still not that crazy. Now, when you get to talking about Houston does have some expensive houses. You look at San Antonio, it's like 2 million people in San Antonio. San Antonio, you get a 4-bedroom with fucking high-ass ceilings, a damn triple garage for $300,000, $350,000, $400,000. I'm just saying. I get that you love California and some of y'all do. No harm, no foul, no shade. I'm just saying, to someone who's not from there or someone who doesn't just want to live the California dream, that shit's not appealing. Good weather's not that fucking appealing to me. Diversity's not that fucking appealing to me. You know what's appealing to me? Owning some shit. Being able to go put my pole in the water. That's what's appealing to me. I'm just gonna be honest.
Get into their first house and build up to 150,000 units. In addition, we need to fast track and streamline that housing building. I did that when I was mayor. I built more housing in 8 years than they did in the 12 years before that.
Mr. Villaraigosa, thank you. I was struck by your emphatic yes. And Ms. Porter, as I go to you, let me stay with that same theme in terms of removing the hurdles. Why wait for a natural disaster to do that? Why not just do that as a norm as we face the challenges that we face every day?
Yeah, you hear people on stage talking about their parents and they were able to buy houses, but I'm the single mom of 3 teenagers who believe they will not be able to buy houses here in California. We have to build much faster. California builds apartment housing and single family.
What I'm saying is, Steve, like, I've lived a few different places, Steve. I've been Chicago. I've lived in LA for 3-4 weeks at a time. I didn't live there long term, but shit, 3-4 weeks at a time. Phoenix, I just left Austin, was in Austin 2 years. Like, I've lived in the city. I've had my city experiences. It's just not appealing to me. It's just not. Motherfuckers are rude. Everybody's cliquey in. Like, shit, I can't remember the last time someone tried to open a fucking door for me in this city. It just doesn't happen. Motherfuckers be weird.
homes about 2 years slower than our competitor states. And in that 2 years, which is caused by permitting delays, it's caused by labor difficulties, it's caused by lack of innovation in building, everything becomes 10 or 20% more expensive. So yes, we need to reform permitting. Yes, we need to innovate in housing. We can bring down housing costs by 10 or 20%. That's not a few extra dollars. That is hundreds or thousands of dollars back in the pockets of families. And it's opening up homeownership to the next generation of Californians.
Thank you so much, Ms. Porter. Now, to another issue important to Californians. And Mr. Mahan, you brought this up. We're talking about gas prices. They're the highest in the nation here in California. And the gas tax is also the highest at around 61 cents per gallon. So this is that lightning round where you say yes or no, and then we'll get back to it later. But please give me a yes or no answer. Are you in favor of suspending the gas tax? We know that Mr. Mahan says yes. Javier Becerra says no. What do you say, Tony Thurmond?
Yes.
All right. Chad Bianco?
Yes.
Mr. Steyer?
I want a windfall profits tax on the oil companies who've raised the tax by $150
All right,
per
Mr.
gallon.
Steyer, that was a lot of no's there. Let's go to Mr. Hilton.
No.
Mr. Hilton?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Porter?
No.
All right.
All right, chat, we got to get to 200 likes, chat. Everyone hit the like button. Double tap the screen. Make sure that you have hit the like button. If you've ever visited California, what's the best part of California to you? If you've ever been to Cali, what was the best part of it to you? We got to get to 200 likes, though, chat.
Mr. Villaraigosa?
No.
All right. Now, as I've mentioned, my colleague Julie Watts will talk to each of you much more on gas coming up in our next half hour. But right now, let's talk about keeping Californians healthy. Because of federal subsidies ending, those enrolled in Covered California faced a 97% increase, with 6 in 10 people saying they have either skipped or delayed care altogether. What would you do on a state level to protect against future cuts? And where are you going to find the money to ease that pain? I think it's pretty obvious that we start with you, Mr. Becerra, because you worked on the Affordable Care Act.
I think Fresno was cool. LA is cool. SAC was cool. I think I like San Diego the best, though, Chad. I'm not going to lie. I think I like San Diego the best.
When you were AG. So how would you ask that question? And you have 45 seconds.
Pat, the first thing we do is stop Donald Trump from continuing to make the problem so bad. Had Donald Trump allowed the premium tax credits under the Affordable Care Act to continue forward, millions of Californians would be able to afford their health care insurance. Had Donald Trump not cut it $1 trillion out of the Medicaid program, which is called Medi-Cal here, we wouldn't be facing 3 million Californians losing their health insurance. The first thing we have to do is stop Steve Hilton's daddy, who has endorsed him and said that's what we got to do, from becoming the next governor of the state of California. We need someone who's going to fight Donald Trump, not agree with him.
Steve Hilton's daddy. All right. I believe you're talking about the president there, right? Because I haven't heard your actual father say anything about health care cuts here in California. But I'm going to let you answer that question and, of course, respond to Mr. Becerra.
It would be rather amazing, Javier. My dad was the goalie for the Hungarian national.
Yeah, I liked San Diego because, like, when I was in LA, you know, I kind of Airbnb'd it. I was staying in a penthouse in Hollywood. It was cool. It was what it was. When I was like in Fresno and shit, I was, you know, on a different type of time and I was on some other shit. And when I was in San Diego though, like I stayed in the Bay. Like, well, I ain't gonna say the Bay, but wherever they have like the boats parked, like the hotels that I used to get all the time, it's like where the boats were parked at. And the shit was like, the scene was just so, it was crazy, man, breathtaking. Seeing all those boats and yachts out there and then you in the hotel and, you know, it was just, I liked it.
Ice hockey team, and I don't think he weighed in on this issue at all. Look, I think what you just saw there is actually what's going wrong with our politics in California, which is all these big things that affect us on a daily basis. These are decisions made here in California by our politicians. And we've had the same people in charge for 16 years now. And because it's such a disaster and such a high cost of living for everyone and the highest poverty rate in the country and
Nah, I never seen the dunes in the desert. I never been to the desert. What's up, Just Talking? I never been to the desert. I've never been to like Washington or Oregon either, Chad. I've been to Vegas. Vegas was cool. Vegas is kind of like LA when it comes to the cliquey. You kind of got to know somebody who knows somebody to really move around in Vegas. I like Phoenix a lot too. I did like Phoenix and Scottsdale.
The highest unemployment rate in the country and the worst business climate, all these things going wrong, they can't do anything except blame Trump. Let's see how many times you hear that.
You say my thoughts on Nick Fuentes. I feel like Nick, I believe Nick has his place. He has his movement. You know, he has a really strong movement, and he's starting to ism. What Nick is doing, I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud. What Nick is doing is he has an ism right there. Like his ideologies and the way that he thinks, it's an ism, and it's the way that he portrays it isn't almost like an ism. It's kind of like, oh, just come over here, join. This is my ideologies. But when you really break it down, what Nick is doing is an ism. He tells you he wants 100,000 people to be quiet, learn a new skill so they can uprise in the next, in the future and take over. I think it's well thought out. I think it's well planned, but I think that they flipped the switch on Nick. Like Nick was doing his thing and he was there. He was consistent, and then when the need for him to turn up was there, they put the battery in his back. They turned the algorithm on him, man. They started running the numbers up. That's what I think. And then I feel like he capitalizes on moments good as well too. Like when the Charlie Kirk situation happened, of course, they were the rivals. He capitalized on that situation, but long story short, I see Nick for what it is, man. He's over there preaching an ism, a sort of ism I don't agree with.
That tonight. We need change in California.
He hasn't said he would oppose Donald Trump's cuts.
We need change in California, not more of the same of these Democrats.
But Steve, would you oppose Donald Trump's cuts?
The actual amount of money going into health care from the federal government is going up this year.
I think that's a no. He won't try to undo Donald Trump's cuts.
The amount of money.
All right, so y'all want to know the actual definition of an ism? All right, I'll pull it up. Ism definition. A distinctive, a distinctive practice, system, philosophy, ideology, or belief. So when I says that Nick has an ism, it's kind of like you hear what he's saying when you hear about the groypers, but what does it mean to be a groyper? That's the ism. His ideologies, his beliefs.
That's coming from the federal government into California's health system is actually increasing.
Well, right now, many people don't feel that. They haven't felt
exactly, and the reason
increase.
that it's so
They're
bad,
suffering.
that costs are so high, is something we can fix here. There's not enough competition in our health insurance system because rules made here in California prevent insurance companies actually competing. We all know in life.
Hey, shout out to you, Chiefy. When you get out that school, come holler at me, man. Chiefy says he's going to school to do some good things. Chiefy, come holler at me when you get out of school, man.
When you have more competition, you get lower prices and better
yes,
quality.
Trombone,
but
yes.
The policies that we got going on in California prevent.
All right, chat. I'm going to pull it back just a little bit because we didn't hear that last statement. But what I am going to ask is everyone hit the like button. We're 21 likes away from the next like goal. If you're enjoying the content, be sure to drop a like and a subscription. Did we hit the next sub goal, chat? Did we hit the sub goal? Okay, yeah, we hit the sub goal, chat. Thank you for 47,400 subscribers. We're also 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal.
Highest unemployment rate in the country and the worst business climate, all these things going wrong, they can't do anything except blame Trump. Let's see how many times you hear that tonight. We need change in California.
He hasn't said he would oppose Donald Trump's cuts.
We need change in California, not more of the same of these Democrats.
But Steve, would you oppose Donald Trump's cuts?
The actual amount of money going into health care from the federal government is going up this year.
I think that's a no. He won't try to undo Donald Trump's cuts.
The amount of money that's coming from the federal government into California's health system is actually increasing.
Well, you know, right now many people don't feel that. They haven't felt
exactly, and the reason
increase.
that it's so
They're
bad,
suffering.
that costs are so high, is something we can fix here. There's not enough competition in our health insurance system because rules made here in California prevent insurance companies actually competing. We all know in life when you have more competition, you get lower prices and better quality. But the policies that we got going on in California prevent that.
All right,
As
Mr.
governor, I
Hilton.
would change that. So
Now,
we
you
can
know,
lower costs.
when you give more time, I have to give more time to someone else. So we're going to move over to
I'm
Mr.
a very generous
Steyer.
guy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hilton. Mr. Steyer, how would you make California more affordable again as far as health care is concerned?
Health care is a right for every Californian, and long-term, the only way we can afford that is a single-payer health care system.
What up, Travis?
That will take at least 3 years to get if we start on day one. And in the interim, we're going to have a structural shortfall because of the fact that Donald Trump has kicked 3 million people off Medi-Cal. On day one, I will call a special election to close a corporate real estate tax loophole worth $22 billion to the state of California every year so that we can close that budget.
See, this is the thing. Amber, you are correct. I've spoken on this quite a few times. Amber says we need to realize that being radical is being normalized. Yes, but we have to break down why that is. I've broken it down a couple times. The OGs will remember this. But it's the same thing that happened with the social media era when it started with Boonk Gang. Remember Boonk Gang, whole lot of gang shit. He was running in there, running off on haircuts. What happened after that? People started taking it to the next level. They started going in there, destroying the fast food restaurants or stealing things from the fast food restaurants. And it just kept escalating. It's an escalation ladder because you have to top the next thing. Then you look at Mr. Beast videos. Mr. Beast started off doing the regular videos, then he would pour all of the money he made into one video into the next one. Now it's to the point to where he's probably spending $5 million a video because he has to keep topping the next one. We're seeing that right now when it comes to political commentators. We're seeing that right now when it comes to streamers and even mainstream media. They have to keep topping that ladder. It's an escalation ladder. So we're to the point to where even mainstream media is starting to sound fucking radical.
Shortfall. The truth is, no one else on this stage wants to talk about revenue because we're short of revenue as a result of that bill in the Congress last year. And it's absolutely critical. If we believe that health care is a right, that in fact we have the revenue to solve it,
Mr.
but
Steyer,
long-term,
thank you.
single payer is the only way we solve it.
I'm going to go to Ms. Porter because you also believe in single payer.
Yes, correct. I mean, look, single payer delivers the most health care at the lowest administrative costs. I was a champion for single payer at the federal level because Medicare spends about 2% of everything that we put into it on administrative costs, and private health insurance spends 17 or 18% on pushing paper and denying claims and telling you no and who you can and can't go see as a doctor. So that's the change we have to get. We have to get much more administratively efficient with our health care. With regard to Donald Trump's cuts, we have to make sure we're protecting our hospitals. 25% of our hospitals in California are projected to close because of those cuts, and those hospitals provide 60% of care for car accidents, heart attacks, strokes, and other trauma.
Mr. Bianco.
But those hospitals are going to close, and this is timely, chat. Y'all got to look like we talk about these things, and it's becoming to a point to where it's like almost like talking points. But we have to look at what's replacing the hospitals. The hospitals that are closing, yes, they're closing, but they're being replaced. What are they being replaced by, chat? Urgent cares. Why are they being replaced by urgent cares, chat? Because an urgent care doesn't have to treat you. A hospital emergency room has to treat you. So when they're telling and having these talking points, you got to realize that a lot of times they're only telling half of the story. Yes, hospitals are being closed. Why are hospitals being closed? Tax cuts. Okay, yeah, tax cuts. But are the hospitals being replaced? Nobody asked that question. And yes, they are being replaced with fucking urgent cares.
I feel like I'm in the twilight zone here. We need to start. We have a group of 20-year-old kids, 20-ish, and we're just sitting here lying to them about broken Democrat policies in California for the last 20 years, and we're going to sit here and blame a president who's been president for a year. This is absolutely ridiculous.
What would you do then, Mr. Bianco?
If we cared about California, we wouldn't worry about what the federal government is doing. California is the 4th largest economy in the entire world. What do we care about a cut to medical?
That's the thing, as far as you say, rural town, no urgent cares or hospitals. That's the market. That's going to create the market. They're going to end up doing these urgent cares damn near like, not like they're doing the Dollar Generals every 5 miles, but it's going to be similar. Like these urgent cares are not even necessarily urgent cares, maybe something similar. They're about to get ready to pop up because now the market is opening up. All of these hospitals are closing. Guess what? That's less competition. If you don't realize that the urgent care's direct competitor is the damn hospital, I don't know what to tell y'all. The urgent care's who is urgent care's competition? It's the hospital.
Does that mean you support single payer in California?
Absolutely not. If you want socialism, go somewhere else, because single payer people come to America for the best medical coverage and care in the entire world.
And what if you don't have any health care? What are you going to do for the people who need
I thought I got to answer, but apparently we're just going to do this all
night. But we only have so much time. But we still have 2 more half hours to go, Mr. Bianco.
So they're going to take it from me. Now I see where we're going to go when you attack the Democrat policies that have destroyed this state.
Yeah, chat, y'all got to chill out with those numbers in the chat, especially you, Fraud. Well, you're not a mod, you a member, but so but yeah, mods, I didn't see none of my mods doing that, but yeah, chill out with the numbers in the chat, man. We can't do all that.
If you elect a governor who cares about the state, it's not going to matter whether President Trump or President whoever takes something away from the state, because the waste, fraud, the abuse of our money in California by a government that we already know, hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're worried about President Trump taking away that.
Okay.
It's crazy that we're lying to these kids.
We're going to end on that, Mr. Bianco. We get your point there.
I thought we had rules here. I thought we had rules here. We're not supposed to go back and forth. I thought we had like 45 seconds apiece.
You do.
Hold on, Antonio. Pat, they're all wrong. They're all wrong. Let me explain why. Give me 1 second here. First of all.
Yeah, that's a lot better for us.
Steve, Chad, Trump's tax cuts are cruel. We see vulnerable people who are losing coverage who need it. So you're wrong to defend Trump's tax cuts. On the other hand, Tom, Katie, we don't know how to pay for single payer, and we see countries with single payer struggling with long lines and cuts to care. The last time the legislature looked at it, they abandoned it because it would double the state budget.
All right, Mr.
And Javier Becerra is defending the status quo and just blaming Trump. Here's the real answer. Incentivize actual health, not just fee for service. Make people healthier.
All right, boy, this is democracy at work.
But this is the thing, chat. It's like, it's such an oxymoron. It's such an oxymoron to say make people healthy when we know about the supply chain. We know about how they're picking the vegetables before they're even ripe. They're premature because they have to go through this however month, maybe 2 month long supply chain. They make it to the store, they wither away in 3 or 4 fucking. We know what's going on. We know about the pesticides that they're spraying. We know about the environmental protections that are being rolled back for the pesticides to be sprayed. Like, what are we talking about? Make them what?
That's for sure. Okay, Mr. Vieira goes up 10 seconds.
And Pat, 10 seconds?
10 seconds, because we're not over. The debate isn't over.
Hold it. Becerra's right. He cut billions of dollars from Medi-Cal for almost 3 million people and covered California the subsidies for it. That's true. But it's also true that we have too much waste and fraud in our system, and we need to attack that as well.
Okay, that's gonna come up in the next half hour. I promise. It is.
Mr. Mahan used my name.
It's going to come up in the next half hour. Okay? We have to hear from a student. Now, I know you're not against that, right? You have to hear from our students.
But Pat, at least
you're still going to be here.
But Pat, at least give those of us who had our name used, give at least a 10-second response.
Well, and since you've said my name several times, go ahead, Mr. Becerra. Okay. Really quickly,
just to respond to Mr. Mahan. The only person who's actually run a healthcare system, the largest system in the world, is me. I expanded healthcare beyond what we had ever seen.
Yeah, Chad, I forgot. I got a I got a hibachi plate in there, chat, with that medium well steak, man. I ain't even cracked that bad boy open, chat. I'm not gonna lie, I got a hibachi plate in there, chat. Everyone double tap the screen. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal, and we're 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal, chat. Do you like hibachi?
Seen in the country's history. So if you want to talk about what works, ask somebody who actually did it.
Thank you very much.
I'm the only person here who's going to get the money back that Donald Trump took away from us. I'm the only person who mentioned how to raise revenue so that we can pay for health care.
Thank you, Mr. Sire. And Mr. Thurman, really quickly, you know, it's interesting. Everybody wants to talk at this debate, so that means we're doing a good job.
I think so.
Right?
I think we're going to move on to a touchy-feely moment.
This is worse than my teenagers
every
at
candidate
dinner.
has spoken. If I could just answer your question. You asked the question about revenue. What none of the candidates have said is that the only way we get this is by taxing billionaires. We have the opportunity to vote for a billionaire tax right now that will keep our hospitals open and give us the revenue that we can use to have a real single-payer healthcare system. What Mr. Bianco and Mr. Hilton didn't tell you is that they follow Trump, who doesn't care that those who don't have insurance got kicked off of health insurance. I don't see how that's good leadership and how anyone should be governor who wants to get people off of our healthcare rolls.
Okay, we do want to hear from a student.
Okay? I'm not gonna lie, Chad. This black guy might be a sleeper, man. He's speaking well, Chad. He's not really saying any bullshit. His tone is there. The way he's, you know, the black guy might have some shit going on, Chad.
You got him going. So let's embrace the environment we're in, okay? First of all, before we get to a question from a student, let's get a round of applause for Pomona College and where we are in this beautiful venue. I mean, you drove up here.
Okay. All right, we're going to bring up our student, Mr. Ryan Kasarian. You have a question.
Good evening. Wow, that was a bit of a mess.
All right, yeah, I'm biased, Alba, but that's the thing, chat. I tell y'all I'm fucking biased, man. Some shit I just, you know what I mean? Some shit I don't care about. Some shit I do. That's the difference, chat. All right, we'll ask the chat. Chat, is Plug biased? You can be honest, I don't care. Some shit I'm very biased about, man. Now, hey, man, it is what it is, chat. I'm from the South, man. I'm a black man from the South. I have some fucking biases, man. I'm just gonna be honest, Chad. I'm a black man. I'm a Gen Z black from the South, man. I have some fucking biases, bro.
My name's Ryan Kasarian.
Right on.
Well, what can you do? My name's Ryan Kasarian. I'm a student of politics here at Pomona College and a Marine Corps officer candidate. California tells students that education is the path to opportunity. California itself was once the land of opportunity. Yet students are graduating with a tremendous amount of debt in a state with no hope. There are no jobs and people are leaving. As governor, what steps would you take to tackle the rising cost of education and bring jobs back to the state of California?
Mr. Villaraigosa, I'm going to let you answer that question because when you were mayor, of course, you were very concerned about the direction LAUSD was going.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your.
I mean, you said I didn't like what Obama did, correct? There's in every administration, there's things that I don't like. Like, I don't like how Obama left Libya. Like, Libya's fucked up right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, Libya's crazy. You know, like, if y'all just checked on Libya lately, man, we tried regime change. It's fucked up over there right now. The LGBTQ agenda that he pushed, you know, didn't do anything for black. Yeah, I have my grievances with Obama as well, you know. Same shit with Biden, you know, Biden was eating his fucking ice cream on the beach, stunning shaded out. Same thing with Trump. Same thing with Bush. Shit.
Service, by the way. Appreciate you.
I was too young to really judge Bill Clinton, you know. I just knew Bill Clinton was from Arkansas. I was kind of young when that shit was going on.
Be clear, I got a record. It was a Catholic school that gave me a foundation, but a public school that gave me a second chance. 1 out of 3 schools were failing when I was mayor, and by the time I was done, it was a 60% increase in the graduation rate. But college affordability is not affordable. It's just not. $85,000 for tuition at Stanford and USC. That's unacceptable. In fact, probably here as well.
Thank you. We're going to come back. Mr. Thurman, you're superintendent of education, please.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you for your service. I've introduced legislation already that would make college free in California. I call it Pay It Forward. You go to school for free for 4 years, and when you graduate and you get a job, you start to pay back what was provided for you for the next group of students who come after you. And as governor, I will implement this program so that we help to reduce the debt that California students experience so they can put that money towards buying a home or launching a business. You know, I lost both my parents by the time I was 6 years old. I was raised by my cousin who adopted me and worked at a university, and because she worked there, I got to go to college for free. I believe we should do the same for California students.
Thank you, Mr. Thurman.
Man, your ass was finna get to go to college for free for a lot of different reasons. You said both of your parents passed away at 6 and you was raised by your cousin. That's a rough upbringing. But yeah, you was gonna get free college, not just because she worked there. You would have got some free college anyway, probably.
Thurman, for your story. And thank you, all of you, for having coffee before you came out here tonight. This has been electric, but it's not over. Up next, Julie Watts with CBS News California Investigates will join us to discuss money and accountability in politics.
We're talking fraud, gas prices, the insurance crisis, education, a laundry list. I know you have thoughts. We will get those thoughts. So stay with us for the CBS California Governor's Debate.
Yeah, the reason I say he would have got free college anyway is because, like, damn, Chad, you had that hard of an upbringing. Your cousin raised you. Like, you're going to qualify for some scholarships, and then depending on what college he goes to, especially if it's like a community college, he gets some FAFSA and shit. The FAFSA will probably cover all of that. Man, listen, bro. Man, could have got free college, man.
Investigation recently revealed that state leaders who once accused oil companies of price gouging now admit they didn't find price gouging. Meanwhile, 2 refineries have shut down.
See, Sonny, you said who cares about Libya? You can't point it out on a map. It's about the justification. We went over there for regime change to make everything better, and it's fucked up. Like, they brought slavery back to Libya. Like, we talk about all of this ending slavery. Man, they got slavery back in Libya. What are we talking about? Libya is fucked up, bro.
Response to California policies, and roughly 20% of our special California gas is now being refined in China and then shipped back over here to us. Critics say that is leading to price spikes during this current war and more pollution. So, Mr. Steyer, I would like to start with you. During our interview, you argued that California should actually outsource all of our refining, whether it be overseas or to other states. Given that California refineries are among the cleanest in the world, can you explain why you don't think that will increase pollution and, frankly, why it won't increase prices for that matter?
What I said was that we should have the ability to outsource everything because we're under the thumb of the oil companies who have been jacking up prices. And if you look at the price of gasoline in the state of California, it is up because of the war in Iran. And that war has driven up prices for everybody in California by about $1.50. And the costs to the oil companies have not gone up a penny. That's $70 billion of profit to the oil companies because of a war started by Donald Trump.
So, Mr. Steyer, to be specific, the folks at home, you can go to cbsnews.com/CAGov and
you said you folks have to pay for children Medicare. Man, H-Buster, I'm gonna be honest with you. We gotta pay for every fucking thing, bro. We gotta pay for everything, bro. If you didn't know that, now you know, man. Yeah, step over here, in the great country of America, your ass paying for everything, nigga. Everything, nigga.
see what Mr. Steyer said, but you did in fact say that we should be outsourcing all refining.
We should be able to do that because if we're going to get held up by the few refineries left in California, it's going to be necessary for us to have an alternative.
Sir, I'm going to just go ahead and fact check a little bit here. So what happens is our gas supply is priced at the most expensive barrel. And right now, the most expensive barrel is coming in from overseas. And so gas prices in California are set at that level.
Man, I seen this lady whose insurance wouldn't cover. I think the daughter or son was like just born and had to have like brain surgery or something. Man, they billed this woman after insurance paid their part. After insurance paid their part, they billed this woman $500,000. They tried to set her up on a payment plan of $22,000 a month. $22,000 a month payment plan, bro, for a newborn. Crazy.
Yes, refineries, yes, the oil companies are profiting more right now, but they're not the ones specifically, at least they say, they are not the ones specifically setting the price of gas. I'm going to let some of your other colleagues chime in. And actually, I would love to go to Ms. Porter.
Well, can
Ms.
I
Porter,
finish
thank
my
you.
thought?
No,
because
sir, but
we
you can
should
come
take
back when it is
those
your
windfall
time.
profits.
Sir, we're going to have to cut the mic if you're not respectful. Ms. Porter, I would love to give you a chance. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. During our interview, you said that you do think we should be keeping refineries in state, at least for now. And so I would love to hear.
Yeah, chat, like in the country, they're real cognizant about that. Like when they put you on like long-term care, like in the South, like I don't know how it is there, but in the South, some of these hospitals will push you to like people will be in the hospital bed damn near can't even get up. And they'll come push these papers in your face and try to get you to sign over all your assets. Like, hey, look, it's either we're gonna send you home or you're gonna sign this paper that says we get to take over all your assets while we taking care of you. And a lot of people just choose to go home, Chad. A lot of people don't want to give up everything that they accumulated over their lives and legacy to stay alive, and they choose to go on hospice, go to home hospice and pass away.
Your thoughts on Mr. Steyer's answer?
Yeah, right now, we need to keep all of our energy sources online. That's just the reality that we're in. Electricity demand in California is projected to go up 50% in the next few years, and so we're going to need to be adding green energy rapidly. I think right now, those refineries, they're up, they're running, they're creating good jobs. Let's keep them there. But I want to be really clear, because I know you do care about accountability. Refineries, the people who work in Kern County at those refineries and the people who live in Kern County also face some of the worst pollution and lower life expectancies. Green energy gets us out of that.
Ms. Porter, I do want to ask you to respond specifically to the portion of the question about increased gas prices and increased pollution. Do you think that outsourcing all of our refining would increase pollution and ultimately gas prices?
As I just said, I think our refineries right now in California should stay open. We've always had a mix of refined here and brought in overseas.
So
it's
yes,
probably going to stay that way.
So yes, it would increase pollution and prices. So I would love to sort of.
I ain't gonna lie, Chad. I know Katie Porter probably got some heels on, but she's looking like kind of tall right now. Like she might just, 360 windmill that bad boy, man. Katie Porter's looking like she might go drop a triple-double out here tonight, Chad.
Switch gears a little bit. Mr. Hilton, you have a very different perspective, and I want to push back a little bit on your perspective. You've been arguing that we need to increase drilling in California. Now, realistically, and even the oil companies will tell you this, we will never be able to drill enough to replace the 60% of crude we now import into California. And even if we could, as we just mentioned, we've lost our refining capacity. We can't turn it into gasoline here anyway. So considering that we cannot drill our way to energy independence, can you tell us a bit about how you will support the transition to at least a hybrid electric future?
Like, I know that this is what America's about, Chad. I know that this is what America's about, man. It's just so crazy seeing this man with this American pin on his shirt and then knowing the accent that's about to come. That's a little crazy, Chad. Now, was this man born in the United States, Chad? H. Buster says he's from over there. Was he born over there, H. Buster, or what?
So we just need a bit of common sense in this whole area. First of all, Javier said earlier about the gas tax, which is a big part of the reason it's so expensive, that we need it for the roads, but we pay the highest gas tax and have the worst roads in America. I was speaking to a contractor the other day who builds roads, who said it's 4 times as expensive.
You said at least he speak English unlike you. I'm American, man. I'm from the South. I'm a little country. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little, it is what it is. If you don't like how I talk, get the fuck out. Nobody called for you anyway, man. That's what be wrong with y'all, man. You come over here listening to my opinion, want to give your opinion when nobody asked for that shit from you. We don't even know you over here. You didn't even say hi to me or my chat.
Expensive to do it in California.
Look, Jason got the right idea. What's up, Jason? What's up, Jason? Welcome in, Jason. Hope you're having a good night.
Compared to other states. We can change that. In terms of production, my conversations
What's
with
up, Ms.
the
Warren?
energy industry in Kern County, I spend a lot of time there, that actually, with the right policies, we can double production.
Can you ask, though, answer
every
the
2
question
years.
that I asked, sir, and that is, how are you going to support the transition to electric or alternative sources?
Well, first of
What's
all,
up, Richard?
as long as we are
What's up,
using
Jason?
oil and gas in California, it's just common sense that we use the abundant reserves we have here, rather than shipping it halfway around the world from Iran.
I'm not gonna lie, the local taxes and for California's gas is crazy. It's crazy. Does that go to rebuilding the roads and shit? Like, I know in Cali y'all got 8-9 lane highways and shit. Where does this gas tax go to? Where is this? That shit's high as fuck, bro. Like $8-9 a gallon. I'm gonna park that. I'm gonna park it, Chad. It's over with, man. It's over with, man.
Listen, understood. But are you saying you're not going to support at all any shift to electric?
Yes, but let's be sensible about electric. For example, right now we have a fleet of gas-fired power stations generating electricity that are running at 10 to 15% of their capacity.
Right.
Even though we have abundant natural gas in California that we could be using to generate affordable.
Right now, to me, Chad, you ask, do I have a favorite in the governor, Andrew? Right now, it's probably gonna be the black guy, Tony Thurman. He hasn't said much, but what he has said has been, pretty powerful. I like his message and the way he I guess his tone and delivery. Now, when it comes to Tom Stewyer's saying some good shit too right now, but he's a billionaire, and it's kind of like, can we really trust that? I mean, I have no horse in the race. I'm not from Cali, but Katie Porter, I don't know, man. Katie Porter kind of cussed out her staff. I don't know, man. I got to listen to what Katie Porter's saying. See, a lot of y'all are real big Katie Porter fans. The guy right here that we're looking at, man, I'm not even gonna cap to you, Chad. He's out of there, man. It's over with for him. He's out of there.
Reliable electricity that would lower the cost of electric
Thank you,
bills
Mr. Hillison.
for consumers and businesses.
Sir, Mr. Villaraigosa, you're next on my list because you very much are the all-of-the-above candidate, right? You said that many times. By the way, 252 times y'all said all of the above in our interview series. Very common phrase. But yes, you are the all-of-the-above candidate. Can you please explain...
I don't know who Mahan is. I have to see him. Is that the other white guy? It's one guy here. I think it's this guy that's about to speak. He said he was something in government and he managed a whole lot of money. He said however money he managed was more than California's entire budget. So it looked like he's taking a stance in the debate as he's the most qualified. So we'll see. We'll see. He's the one in the debate that's taking a stance as the most qualified.
To, frankly, all of the candidates, why you have concerns about one or the other.
Well, first of all, we have the highest gas prices in the United States, on average by $2 a gallon. With Trump's war, it's going up even further because we have closed down.
Chad, we got to get to 250 likes right quick. Yeah, this is the guy that I'm talking about. He's saying he's the most qualified. Chad, we got to get to 250. Double tap that screen. Go to the top, hit the 3 dots, man. If you're having a good time here tonight, put good time, Chad. Also, don't forget to subscribe.
So many refineries, and we have to rely so much.
Sir, I'm going to interrupt you just temporarily. Number one, you guys also said the word Donald Trump 1,000 times during our interview series. So if I hear it too many times, I am going to ban it for the rest of the segment.
Well, actually, if it's true, I'll say it.
Yes, sir. But what I'd like you to do is focus on your concerns that you shared with us about why the rush towards all electric is concerning. You talked about not having the infrastructure there.
Yes.
And how
Hey, CBS ain't trying to get sued, man. CBS like, hey, look, y'all over here on our fucking TV show talking all this Trump. Y'all didn't see how he just sued everybody else, man. Chill out, man. We gonna ban his name.
We should still continue to.
So we need an all of the above strategy that understands we got to transition from oil and gas to renewables. But here's an example, the 2035 mandate. We built 167,000 charging stations in the last 10 years. We need 2 million more to get to that mandate. And if we built them, we don't have a grid. So we ought to build the grid instead of arguing about whether or not we need an all of the above policy. Anybody with a brain and knows a little bit about climate change and what Norway does knows that that's what we have to do.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to put a pin in gas prices for a second, and we're going to move on to insurance. Californians who have...
Man, they said the insurance companies walking away from California, Chad. They saying insurance companies just telling people like, look, man, we're not going to cover you. We'll walk away.
Of insurance are often worried about the high cost. But our investigation found that an increasing number of homeowners simply cannot get insurance, even in low wildfire risk areas. And that is the concern, right? So insurers, they tell us, listen, we stopped writing new policies because California regulations won't let them charge enough to cover their risk. Mr. Becerra, you have promised to freeze insurance rates. And I want to push back a little bit because rate increases, as you know, they are approved by the insurance commissioner and they are mandated under state law. What authority do you think that the governor has to freeze insurance rates without going back to the voters to overturn Prop 103?
Julie, the governor can declare a state of emergency, and that's what I would do. This affordability crisis is hitting every family, and we have to act as if this were a break glass moment. And so I would declare that state of emergency. I would call in the insurance commissioner. I would call in those insurance companies.
What would be the cause of the state of emergency?
The high prices and the fact that people are losing their insurance coverage without any explanation.
So, sir, let me just follow up on that. Following Prop 103, the California Supreme Court ruled that temporary price freezes were unconstitutional. What would make your proposed state of emergency different than that?
I am calling for a freeze. I am calling for an opportunity to sit everyone down. I am calling for an opportunity to reveal behind the curtain what insurance companies are doing.
But if the court's already ruled that that was unconstitutional, how is your plan different?
Well, Julie, I'd like to go to court with you on that one. I was the Attorney General of the state of California, and I did defend our people.
Okay, so this is the guy that's saying he's the most qualified, not the other guy. This is the guy that's saying he's the most qualified because he was the Attorney General and he did deal with a very large budget. Chat, hit the like button. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. It's probably going to be for my pick, chat. I don't know so far, but for my pick, it's probably going to be this guy or the black guy for tonight. For purposes of this debate tonight, it's going to be this guy right here or the black guy for me.
To try to get the lowest cost, and I'd be willing to go to court to tell you that I could call that freeze, even though you're telling me we can't. I will try.
Well, I'm just asking you to tell us how.
Because how? I will call in the insurance commissioner, I will call in the industry, and I will say, I am going to call for a freeze. If you don't want to go there, then I will call for an investigation of the way you're conducting your business. My mom, who has had some homes for about 30 years, lost her insurance on one of her small houses, never made a claim on that home. She lost the insurance.
Y'all didn't like that I said that it was going to be either. Y'all didn't like that I said, see, y'all want me to say Katie Porter or that other guy. See, y'all don't like when I keep it real about my thoughts and opinions. When I said the Tony Thurman, the black guy, or this man right here, y'all got up out of here. That's crazy, man. Jamal comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat, said, what's up, plug? I appreciate you, gangster. You get me through late night drives as a black man from Baton Rouge. I appreciate what you doing here, fam. Thank you, Jamal, for showing up, man. Thank you, Jamal, for giving me that those words of encouragement. And thank you for the Super Chat, Jamal. You just don't know how much sometimes that I say, man, look, I'm not going loud tonight, man. I got to get a break. But I get on here every day, chat, every day because of shit like that, man. Thank you, Jamal. Real talk, man. You don't know how much that means, those words of encouragement, chat. I always said that most people don't commit to anything in life, and I made a commitment to doing this. I'm going to show up as many days and as many nights as I can, man. If I can't commit to anything, I'm going to commit to this.
Coverage she had. By the time she was able to find it again, she had to pay more than twice as much for that insurance coverage. Why, after so many decades of paying that insurance company,
thank you,
premium
Julie,
after premium after premium for month after month, year after year, can they just all of a sudden cancel you and say goodbye?
because they're a private company and they can do whatever
that's
they
not
want
good
right
enough.
now.
For me as governor, that's not good enough.
Understood. Yes, Mr. Mahan.
Yeah, thanks, Julie. Look, Javier's plan won't work. It's actually the reason we're in this mess in the first place. The government in County Sacramento created, just to finish the point, created so many restrictions, including taking over a year to approve any rate changes, prohibiting insurance companies from using climate data to project future costs, that
Fries comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat. Fries says, plug, I appreciate this debate. Katie Porter, but I appreciate your choices based off of this debate. Thank you, Fries, for supporting the channel via Super Chat. Yeah, like I said, man, I want to hear Tony talk a little more after this debate. I'm going to check out Tony and see what he has going, seeing his ideas and thoughts. The other guy, the reason I'm giving him the go-ahead is because he was Attorney General. He's kind of already filled a position, not the same role, but a very high level position. Tom Steyer, he says some good things, but I don't know. I don't know. Tom Steyer seems like a little paper thin, like I can damn near see through him, man. Tom Steyer is like, I think he might get in there and flip the script. Katie Porter, I think Katie Porter might get in there and just do too fucking much. That's what I think. I think Katie Porter is going to do too fucking much. She's not going to know what to do with the power. It's going to be too much. It's just going to be too much. She's going to let California do whatever the fuck they can think of. Anything that comes to mind, fuck it, let's try it.
They stopped writing new policies. The answer is bring them back, force them to compete, allow them to appropriately price risk, and then hold government accountable for maintaining our wildland, reducing all that vegetation and wildfire risks so we don't have these catastrophic fires.
Mr. Becerra, to Mr. Mahan's point, if you cap rates, if you freeze rates, what is to keep the insurers from leaving the state and then us essentially being left only with the FAIR plan?
The fact that we have 40 million people in this state and we pay our insurance premiums and they don't want to lose that business. If they
Jamal coming through, supporting the channel via Super Chat says, you're raising awareness, bro, to a lot of people who don't know what's going on while still being entertaining. Real spill, you're a real gem, fam. Thank you again, Jamal. Thank you again, Jamal. When I started this channel, man, I said that we're going to do this, and it's not going to be like C-SPAN. It's not going to be like that regular shit. I wanted to bring high energy, having fun, a community over here into this space, chat. I've been talking about this a long time. Y'all know what kind of communities I came from, the crypto community, even blogging community. So I just took that and we brought it over here, and it's different. We don't get in our feelings. We make jokes. We have fun, you know, but we do get to the real issues. We do get to the news. We do get thoughts and opinions, man. And we have a lot of different. What I like the most about this chat is that nobody, it's not an echo chamber. So many times I go into these spaces and they're complete echo chambers. And if you don't agree or if you're not on board, you're a bot or you get kicked out. I don't like that. You know, I don't like that. That's why I don't get on a lot of these panels, chat. I don't get on a lot of these panels for that very reason, man. Because it's like, yeah, this is an echo chamber. It's cool, but that's just not what I do.
They can show us that they're not making profit. I get it. We'll help you. But let's find out how much they're making in profit.
Policies.
Exactly. And they've left Dodge, but they've not told us that they're not making profits.
Mr. Villaraigosa, I'll let you chime in, but Mr. Hilton, please.
So just a quick fact check, if I may, on my friend Matt. The 2 points he makes absolutely right, that we need the industry needs to be able to take account of future risks, including climate and also the cost of reinsurance. That change, to be fair, has already been made by the current insurance commissioner. The point he makes about the speed of approval is exactly right. It does take over a year, but actually that's a question of really enforcing the law that's already there. In Proposition 103 that set up the whole architecture of this, there is a rule that rate changes should be approved in 60 days. We just need to enforce that rule instead of what we have now.
I will tell you, I've spoken at length with the Department of Insurance, and they say they are working towards that, and they are setting new policies. Yes, Mr. Villaraigosa.
But the question is how we got there.
How do we get there?
This was the only state that didn't do catastrophic modeling at a time of climate change.
And we are doing that now.
The only state that didn't do reinsurance, and the only state that took longer than a year to pass a rate hike.
Yes, but that's already happened.
Industry,
so
what would you do differently?
Excuse me. It's already happening.
Excuse me.
What you're asking for.
Well, I will say,
Excuse me.
listen,
So
Mr.
the
Virgosa,
entire
he does make a
industry
good point.
left.
If I can interrupt,
So-
please.
Yes.
Let's talk about, we know how we got here. What are we going to do different? Because those things are already in the works and those changes are already being made.
Well, we didn't know how we got here because some people said something else. Let's be clear about that.
So
But
what is your plan moving forward?
plan is to make sure that the fair plan, which is an unfair plan, not abiding by Prop 103, we got to make it work. Too many people in these fires, too many people in these fires.
Chat, do y'all think Greg Abbott is going to win again? They said if Greg Abbott wins this time, he's going to be 16 years in office. Because Texas has no term limit for governor. Abbott fuck around be king of Texas, man. If Abbott gets like a 20-year term, chat, that's going to be crazy, bro.
Weren't compensated enough for the
So real quick,
damage
just a
they
point of
received.
clarification. Do you think that we should be moving everybody onto the fair plan, or do you think we should be keeping private insurance
We should
companies
bring
here?
the insurance, like Matt said, bring the insurance company back by making the changes, but then we've got to fix the fair
Thank you,
plan.
sir. Yes, Mr.
Declaring a state of emergency. That's why you declare a state of emergency.
Mr. Becerra, Mr. Virgosa, I don't want to have to ask Ziggy, our producer, to start cutting
Excuse
mics.
me,
So,
Chet.
Mr. Steyer.
Look, I think we've got to accept the fact that insurance companies write insurance in order to make money. And because of climate change,
I'm just saying, Chad, I don't see Texas putting a Democrat in there, and Abbott's going to get the winning the Republican primary. Like, I mean, it's Abbott. So who replaces Abbott? Who replaces Abbott? I'm just going to be honest. Who's going to unseat Abbott in Texas?
risk to houses, the risk of catastrophic fires has gone up dramatically. The job of the governor of California is to protect Californians from that, both in terms of their houses burning down and these insurance premiums. So
now, his term is up in November. I mean, this is his last year. This is the last year of his term. 2026 Texas gubernatorial election. If Abbott were successful and finished out his fourth term in full, yup, he could seek a fourth term in 2026 as he leads in the Republican primary. So, yeah, they're going to have elections this year. And if he wins this year, then shit, he locked in.
So that means making sure on a macro basis we get rid of dry timber, that we do controlled burns, and also hardening the houses. We need to help people harden the houses, and then we need to go to the insurance companies. The governor needs to go and say, this is the risk. We're going to let you make money, but you have to take into account the reduced risk that the government and the people of California have caused to happen, and that's how you can make some money.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer. I do want to, just for our viewers' benefit who may not know, unlike gas prices, insurance rates in California are actually well below the national average. We have the most expensive gas, not the most expensive insurance.
So, yeah, if Abbott wins this time, he'll be the state's longest serving. If he wins this time and finishes the term, he'll be the state's longest serving governor with 16 years on January 21st, 2031. Primary parties were held on March 3rd, 2026. So, yeah, Abbott already won the primary.
Mr. Thurman, I do want to go to you. A major insurer is currently under investigation for not properly paying out claims after the LA fires.
Shit, didn't Talrico win the Democratic nomination for Senate? Yeah, Talrico won the Democratic nomination for Senate.
At the same time, that insurer just got a significant rate increase. Now, you've said that insurers under investigation should not be allowed to get rate increases. But again, I want to go back to the point that I made with Mr. Becerra. What authority do you think that the governor has for you to make that promise, since rates are regulated by and mandated, frankly, under the insurance commissioner?
Well, the governor can certainly work with the insurance commissioner to say there should be no rate increase unless the insurance industry is actually writing policies. They have failed California in our greatest need. They've taken the money from...
Y'all think Sarah gonna win too? I ain't gonna lie, Chad. I think Sarah Huckabee Sanders keeps Arkansas. I think Abbott keeps Texas. DeSantis' term, so Byron Donalds will probably win Florida.
from premiums, and then when people needed to have support to rebuild their homes, they said, whoops, we're not going to help you.
What's
then they
up,
got a rate
Teflon?
increase. I'm sorry, where I come from, when you do a bad job, you don't get a raise. And so as governor, I would withhold any dollars that would go to support.
Oh shit, chat. Isn't J.B. Pritzker term too? I think J.B. Pritzker's term, Newsom's term, DeSantis' term.
Any
You
business.
can't do that.
You, could,
You don't have that authority as a governor.
I'm withholding tax credits. I'm withholding benefits to businesses that want to do business with the fourth largest economy in the world. I have supported tax credits for those who are employers in our state. But for the insurance industry, if they will not write policies for Californians, they will not get any subsidy from the state of California.
And Ms. Porter, I'd love for you to chime in. Do you think that that would then force insurers or incentivize insurers to leave the state? I mean, where does that leave us? Will we have insurers left in the state if that happens?
No, y'all won't. I can answer that. The insurance companies don't have to fucking deal with you guys. Somebody will come in and it'll be a little shitty company, you know, trying to make do, and they'll make their way. But no. Why would they deal with that shit? $800,000 house, you just had the Palisades fire. They know what's going on, man. No. Hell no. He's coming in talking about putting a state of emergency on the insurance shit. Look, they're just not going to deal with that market. They're just not. Honestly, no. The fuck? Chat, hit the like button, man. We're 34 likes away from 300. Let's get the 300 likes right quick. Double tap that screen or go to the top and hit the 3 dots.
Yeah, just to summarize the squabbling for everybody, what he wants to do is unconstitutional. What he's proposing is a good idea, but was already done. We don't want more people on the FAIR plan because it's a huge financial liability for the state of California.
It's single payer. You want it somewhere else.
Excuse me.
It's single payer.
I'm speaking.
I know you are.
She's
talking.
Mr.
And
Bianco,
we're lying
we'll go
to
to
kids.
you. We'll go to you next.
Oh, I wasn't sure if I was even up here anymore. Neither were any
Give
of us.
me a minute, and then you will get your time.
May I finish?
This is the reason that I don't think that they're going to come back, Chad. This is a telltale sign. Now, we got to ask, yes, insurance, they're saying the companies are saying it isn't worth it. If it's not worth it now, what's it going to be when the chickens actually come home to roost? What's it going to be when the commercial real estate bubble pops? What's it going to be when these people realize how upside down they are in their fucking cribs, man? What is it going to be then? People are going to be trying to do what? Get back by any means necessary. Any means necessary. They're going to be trying to get back. Look at China as an example. Now, will it be as bad as China and America? Probably not. We have, some little safety nets around. But China has erased all of their gains from 2005 and beyond. Market went sky high. Sky high. The people that bought between 2020 and now, I say 2020 to 2023 in China, it's over with. It's over with, man. They're down fucking 80% on their homes, bro. They're down 80, 90% on their homes. And this is what these insurance companies don't want to take that risk because they know what's going to happen.
Reinsurance is a really important part of this, thinking about how to insure the insurers. There are ways that we could put California state dollars at play to bring down the cost of reinsurance, which would help more people come back into this market and write more affordable policies.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Now, to your point, Mr. Bianco, Ms. Porter has supported single-payer health care.
This is the thing, Friars. You could say China is doing well, but you got to look at the markets. I told you guys, I covered that. I've been doing this for a while. Evergrande collapsed during the pandemic. China's commercial real estate went to shit. They built all of those cities. Nobody's fucking living in them. Now we see their residential market crashing. Residential market went, I can pull up the chart right here. I'll pull this governor debate right back up. I'll show y'all the chart. This is what's going on, man. I got it right here. Hold on. Boom. I'll pull the debate right back up, Chad. This is what I'm saying, man. All right. residential property prices for China right here, man. This is from the Bank of International Settlements. Now, look, y'all see, 2022 it peaked. So everybody over there that bought 2022, from then on, is all the way down here. Damn near a 90% drop. So let's just say that they bought that house for $500K. That motherfucker's worth $50K right now. $500K, $50K. Let's just say it wasn't $500K. It was something else. $250K. It's $25K. It's over with. It's over with. Insurance companies don't want to put up with anything close to that. It's toast. It's toast. It'll take another 20 years to build that back up. It's toast.
Really important part of this, thinking about how to insure the insurers. There are ways that we could put California state dollars at play to bring down the cost of reinsurance, which would help more people come back into this market and write more affordable policies.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Now, to your point, Mr. Bianco, Ms. Porter has supported single-payer health care insurance, and you are saying that this is essentially the same thing. Can you elaborate on your concern and then, frankly, chime in on what you think these plans will do to the insurance market?
Yeah, I was walking in here tonight, and I was asked the most strange question ever by a CBS reporter that said, "Are you afraid of tonight?" And my answer was, I'm not afraid of anything. I'm truly not. But actually, I'm terrified that one of these people are going to be your next governor, and these kids are all going to have to move. This is absolutely ridiculous. We're lying to we're not taking responsibility for failed Democrat policies that have brought us here. The FAIR Plan is 100% a single payer, and it is a failure, absolute failure. So we're not going to medical because it's the same thing. The insurance companies left because the insurance companies can't be forced into bankruptcy by the state. They told the state it wasn't global warming. Stop believing that. It was a failed environmental policy that doesn't allow fire departments to prevent defensible space around our homes or clear out the brush for 30 years that are building in our mountains and in our hills.
Fries, I don't know why you do this with me every night. You always got to try to say what it is when I'm showing you. The chart says it on the damn chart. It says residential property prices for China. Now you talking about some home ownership. No, nigga, this is the residential property prices for China from the Bank of International Settlements. You always be trying to, like, when you don't like something, you just kick that shit all the way down. But when you want something to go, you try to sprinkle that little salt and pepper on it. No, nigga, it's not home ownership. It's residential property prices. The market is fucking toast.
That took out a city.
Okay,
they specifically said we were going to lose a city, and our governor said we don't care, and so the insurance companies left.
Mr. Bianco, do you
Julie, may I ask
Javier
a question?
Do you have any ideas for what you would do so far? All you've said is this group has failed.
The regulations.
What would you do?
Exactly. I will stop the 16 years of Democrat failure of regulations in this state that have destroyed their ability to live here. They are going to have to find a different state to live, not grow up in the California that I had the opportunity to grow up in, because regulation in this state is destroying our ability to live here.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. And I will say that.
Oh, my bad, Steve. You said you agreeing with me. Oh, my bad. You said, let the guy talk. You got to wait on that shit, man. You know how this shit go. This might be your first time in here, Chiefy, but listen. I get the pause and I get the react and I get the hanging out on my chat. We kicking it in here right now. Take your shoes off, man. Take your shoes off when you walk through the door. Sit back, man. You need a bottle of water or something, man. Get you a bottle of water in this motherfucker, man. Chill out.
Just to clarify for folks that the governor does.
And it is a failure. Sure, if I was even up here anymore.
Neither were any.
Give me a minute, and then you will get your time.
May I finish? The reinsurance is a really important part of this, thinking about how to insure the insurers. There are ways that we could put California state dollars at play to bring down the cost of reinsurance, which would help more people come back into this market and write more affordable policies.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Now, to your point, Mr. Bianco, Ms. Porter has supported single-payer health care insurance, and you are saying that this is essentially the same thing.
Nah, you ain't timed out, Lau. I see you in here. What's up, Lau? Nah, OG, what they caught Bulletproof saying on the high mic, OG? What did they say Bulletproof said on the high mic? Why is she looking at him so crazy? See, that's what I be telling y'all, man. Y'all gotta do, she can't even hide it, man. Why is she looking at that man so crazy, man? Why Katie Porter? Stop eyeballing him like that, Katie Porter. I don't think he's safe in there with you looking at him like that, Katie Porter. We know how you get down, lady. Chat, hit the like button, man. We're 18 likes away from 300. We're 18 likes away from 300, chat. Let's hit 300 likes right quick.
Can you elaborate on your concern and then, frankly, chime in on what you think these plans will do to the insurance market?
Yeah, I was walking in here tonight, and I was asked the most strange question ever by a CBS reporter.
He called her out? He called her out? Okay.
Reporter that said, "Are you afraid of tonight?" And my answer was, I'm not afraid of anything. I'm truly not. But actually, I'm terrified that one of these people are going to be your next governor, and these kids are all going to have to move. This is...
Man, the only thing I know about Riverside is they used to yell, "Riverside, mother..." You know, that's the only thing I know about Riverside, man. I'm from the South, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm from the South, man. I don't know shit about Riverside, man, other than that line right there. Riverside. That's all I know, man.
This is absolutely ridiculous. We're lying to we're not taking responsibility for failed Democrat policies that have brought us here. The FAIR plan is 100% a single payer, and it is a failure. Absolute failure. So we're not going to medical because it's the same thing. The insurance companies left because the insurance companies can't be forced into bankruptcy by the state. They told the state it wasn't global warming. Stop believing that. It was a failed environmental policy that doesn't allow fire departments to prevent defensible space around our homes or clear out the brush for 30 years that are building in our mountains and in our hills that took out a city.
Okay,
they specifically said we were going to lose a city, and our governor said we don't care, and so the insurance companies.
So why aren't they taking out the brush, chat? Like, is it so? Like in Arkansas, some of the lands in Arkansas are national parks, so they are federally protected. So you can't go in there and like cut that shit down. Like they have to bring the goats or some kind of animals in there to eat all the vegetation down. So is that what's going on with the brush?
He's left.
Mr. Bianco, do you have
May I ask Javier a question?
Do you have any ideas for what you would do so far? All you've said is this group has failed.
The regulations.
What would you do?
Exactly. I will stop the 16 years of Democrat failure of regulations in this state that have destroyed their ability to live here. They are going to have to find a different state to live, not grow up in the California that I had the opportunity to grow up in, because regulation in this state is destroying our ability to live here.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. And I will say this, just to clarify for folks.
Yeah, I still think they did that shit so they could have a reason to rebuild ahead of the Olympics. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I think they really wanted the high-speed railway. I think the insurance companies backed out right before it happened. This random guy from way over here on the East Coast just goes out to Cali and starts a random fire and it burns down half of the fucking whatever, man. Like, and then we got the Olympics coming. I think they just needed a reason, Chad, honestly.
That the governor does have the authority to appoint the heads of state agencies who then make regulations. So they can do that without going through the legislature, for those folks at home who may not understand that. Yes, Mr. Hilton, you wanted to ask Mr. Becerra.
If I may just ask Javier a question. Thank you. He said that he would declare a state of emergency on insurance. Have you read the statute that sets out the governor's emergency powers?
I've actually defended the governor in any number of forms when I was Attorney General for the state of California.
Have you read the emergency powers statute?
I have read the statutes before.
Well, then in that case, you would know that what you're proposing is not in there. You can't
That's not correct. That's not correct. When you declare a state of emergency, you have extraordinary powers. Now, that doesn't abridge
but they're
the Constitution,
very specifically described
but it does
in
give
the
you the
statute.
opportunity, if I could answer, it does give you the opportunity to do things with the insurance commissioner, with the industries that let you try to come to a negotiated solution. To just let the insurance companies run over us, To let them just tell my mom they're canceling her policy after 30 years.
I don't think he has read this.
Right, but I mean, it's kind of like outrageous. You got the average home price at $800,000 in Cali. Y'all don't want to clear the brush. You got random wildfires starting and shit. I mean, what do you think's gonna happen? The average price in San Francisco is $1.2 million. Think about that, chat. If you 1.2 to get in the door. Everyone hit the like button, chat. We're 10 likes away from 300. I need y'all to help support me. Y'all help support me. I come up, I show up every single night, man. Let's get the 300 likes. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Shit is crazy, man. 800,000, man. Think about that, chat. A neighborhood burned down. How much does insurance have to pay out? A neighborhood goes, insurance is paying out what?
State of
I
California.
am looking forward to seeing what happens when you do that, because I mean, I've been told that you can't do it, but you are the former AG. And I have to tell you all.
I'm the only candidate who's actually declared a state of emergency in this country and been able to deploy resources and personnel to respond.
We can't have a governor who doesn't understand how the government works.
And we don't need a talking head from Fox News to tell us how the government works.
Y'all are paying millions of dollars for attack ads, so let's keep those on the commercials. By the way, great new commercial today.
Think about it, chat. Think about how much these insurance companies are on the hook right now for the warehouse fires. Remember the guy that said pay us a livable wage, and he burnt down the whole warehouse of toilet paper. Then all of the other people started burning down their factories and shit. Man, how much do y'all think the insurance company on the hook for that shit? Whoo! Come on now, chat. They're not trying to.
Hey, sir.
Thank you. We've got lots of ideas for all your questions.
And we are live, so please, none of that language tonight, sir. All right, we're going to move on to education. And I have to tell you, one of the coolest things about our interview series is people tell me all the time, I learned so much, even from the candidates they don't agree with, they would never vote for. They learned a lot from your interviews. And so this is what I'm trying to get at here, is to have you guys debate your policies. Very different perspectives. Different people are going to agree with different things. But please be honest.
I'm going to tell you like this. A high-end home in Arkansas, they got some $1 million homes out here, but it come with a whole lot of fucking land, man. Y'all getting Craig house off Friday in Cali for $1 million. Yeah, you just gonna get the house off Friday for $1 million. Arkansas, you come to Arkansas with $1 million, bro, you gonna live like a fucking king. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You gonna live like a fucking king, bro. Lake views, fucking big ass yard, all the timber you want. Shit, 6 bedroom, $1 million, man. You damn near got a fucking plantation in Arkansas.
About what we can do. California schools. This is a really important one. Schools are the state's single largest budget item. The single largest budget item. Yet districts are facing a financial crisis right now, driven in part because of skyrocketing insurance costs and an influx of decades-old abuse lawsuits. Now, student test scores, as we all know, are still below pre-pandemic levels. Schools are cutting teachers and cutting programs at a time that we need those programs to get our students back on track. You all have thrown out these key words, equity, accountability. You want to give teachers grades. Right now, schools can't even hire teachers. They are firing teachers. My sister is a teacher. She's got more than 30 kids in her class because they're firing teachers in her district.
Yeah, Chad, I'm going to be honest with you. Another thing is, too, I'm allergic to seafood. So all of that ocean and shit, that shit doesn't appeal to me. I'm just going to be honest with you, Chad. I'm going to take the lake over the ocean any day, and I'm going to take the pond over the lake, Chad. I'm just going to be honest with you. If I could throw my pole in the water, man, private pond, stock that bad boy up, fuck y'all, that beach and that lake on my kids, man.
Who has a plan to raise academic achievement with quantifiable goals, and who can explain how you will actually accomplish that in your first term in the middle of a financial crisis? I saw your hand go up first. Mr. Mahan, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, Julie, education changed my life. I came back after college as a Teach for America teacher in Eastside San Jose to teach in one of our most underserved communities. I can tell you exactly what we need to do. We need to cut administrative overhead and get more money into the classroom. We need to reward teachers whose students show more learning growth. For those teachers whose students don't, we need to intervene and provide coaching and training and help them get up to speed. And we need to have high expectations, including teaching phonics in the early years. That's a fight we never should have had.
And we are doing that now, right? But let me ask you this. So you said cut.
We haven't done it yet.
Okay. Specifics, though.
No, it ain't no roll tide in here, man. It's Woo Pig, Stanley. It's Woo Pig, Stanley.
You said cut.
See, y'all SEC gonna quit coming in here, man, talking about hook 'em horns, roll tide, this SEC talk. Now, if y'all was from, USC or some West Pac-10, I wouldn't matter. But, hey, that roll tide, that hook 'em horns, shit, hey, listen, man, it's Woo Pig, man. This is a Woo Pig channel, man. What like it, love it, hate it. This channel is Woo Pig, man.
Overhead. What overhead do you, you've been a teacher. What overhead can we cut?
Yeah, if you look at spending over the years, we have seen the system's expenses go up as student enrollment has declined. More of that money needs to go to recruiting teachers at the beginning of their career.
I guess the question is, tell folks at home, what is that going to that you would cut? Is it going to janitorial staff?
It's going to the nearly 1,000 districts we have with all of the superintendents, all of the district staff, all of the staff that's not in the classroom. We need to reward teachers whose students grow faster. We need to have high expectations. It is a crime that with half of the spending per pupil, Mississippi is doing a better job of educating low-income students.
And Mr. Hilton, you have talked about looking to other states. I do want to give Mr. Steyer a chance.
No, Jason, this is not a BYOB situation because Diddy ruined all of that. We serving the drinks over here, man. Ain't no BYOB at the club, at the barbecue, man. We got bottles for sale. If not, we got a cooler full of beers and shit you can get for free. We got bottles for sale, man. And we just gonna do it like that. No, this is not BYOB, Jason. What did you think this was, man? Low budget, man? This shit is the hole in the wall, man. Thank you, Sonny, for supporting the channel through Super Chat. Thank you, Sonny, for always showing up for me. Yeah, this the hole in the wall, Jason. I wish you would try to step in my club with your own liquor.
Look, my mom was a teacher, and the teachers in this state have endorsed me. And let me say that on a cost-adjusted basis, we're the 31st out of 50 states in terms of spending per pupil. The truth is, the thing that makes kids succeed in classrooms is great teachers. And we need to be able to recruit teachers. And that means we need more money. And I've said on day one, I'll propose closing a corporate real estate tax loophole to bring in money.
See, you said if a 14-year-old left school and worked minimum wage in California, that's a 14-year-old, Patrick. Let's let kids be fucking kids, man. We gotta let kids be kids. But I get what you're saying. At 1690, stayed with their parents till 25 and saved every dollar. By 25, he or she will be worth $421K. So, Patrick, first of all, no 14-year-old is fucking leaving school to work minimum wage full time in California. You shot off with that one. Second of all, parents don't want their kids in the motherfucking house till 25. Parents are getting younger and younger. They're trying to be in the club. They trying to freaking ball. They need them kids up out the house, especially by 25. Third of all, you said saved every dollar. No way in the fuck anybody is finna let they 23, 24, 25-year-olds save every damn dollar in the crib. I'm not saying nobody will. Let me rephrase that. Not many people will. And not many people is gonna save every dollar. So $421K, that's a long shot, man. A lot of shit gotta go right. You gotta leave school at 14, work minimum wage full time, stay with your parents for the next 9 years, save every dollar. Yeah, I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening.
Money to pay teachers, to pay them, to recruit them, to train them, and to retain them, because a master teacher is an incredible value to the people of California.
I would like to just get to Mr. Thurman very quickly. And Ziggy, if you can give me time in my ear. But Mr. Thurman, you are the one who's been in charge since before the pandemic. The situation that we're in right now has happened, for lack of a better way to put it, under your watch. What can we...
Y'all saying lowest wage at Panda is 25 hour. Which Panda y'all know hiring 14-year-olds? Well, who the fuck is hiring 14-year-olds? Because we need to send some paperwork on their ass. Who the fuck out here hiring 14-year-olds, man? These kids, man. 14, full time. Somebody ass in trouble.
We do to increase student achievement in light of the financial crisis?
I mean, education is the greatest equalizer there is. It saved my life as somebody who lost both parents, and education gave me an opportunity to change my humble beginnings, and we have to provide that for all of our students. What folks aren't saying on this stage is the biggest challenge for our schools is declining enrollment. Schools get their revenue based on attendance, and we're one of only 6 states in the nation that still gives revenue based on average daily attendance. We have to move to an enrollment system as we recognize that schools are losing revenue, and we have to implement my 5-year plan to make sure every student reads by 3rd grade.
Speaking of students, we have to get to our student question, but you can watch in-depth interviews with all of our...
Like now, if it's like a family-owned business, like a grocery store or a like a food truck or something, I mean, all right, man. But we're talking about fucking Panda Express and In and Out today. They can't be doing that shit. They can't do that.
Our candidates on all these topics online. In the meantime, I would love to introduce Chloe Ogans, a Pomona College sophomore, with a question for you.
Hello, my name is Chloe Ogans. I study politics at Pomona, and when researching your platform, something that came up was that you talk about reconstructing or rebuilding California, and so if elected governor, I was wondering what your vision was for that.
Ms. Porter?
Rackster says he pays his workers $70 an hour. What the fuck do you do, Rackster? Hey, listen, man, your name is Rackster, and you paying your workers $70 an hour. I gotta know what you do. It sounds like y'all hustling. If that shit legal, Rackster, man, and y'all hiring, fuck with me, man. Fuck with me, Rackster. Get me in the door. But with a name like Rackster, man, I'm gonna look confused, man. It sounds like y'all might be hustling, man. What y'all doing over there?
It seems like you've had the least amount of stage time in this segment, so I am going to defer to you. Would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, we need to make California grow. We need more people in California, and we can't get there if we don't add housing. Yes, we need jobs, but right now one of the biggest reasons we're not growing jobs is we don't have anywhere for workers to live. I've also rolled out policies for free childcare. That is a game changer for California, bringing us something that other states don't offer, and 2 free years, tuition free at our UC, our CSUs, and our Cal Polys. Those are all real affordability solutions. They're taking us back in some ways to things we used to have, like free UCs, and forward in others, like free childcare.
And we'll talk more in the future about how we're going to fund those things. In the meantime, I want to thank you all. This has been a pleasure. Of course, our 30 minutes flew by. And remember, we cannot cover every issue tonight, but you can. You can head to cbsnews.com/CAGov for our side-by-side candidate guide. Pick your candidates, pick your issues, watch their in-depth interview.
All right, you said that you finally getting noticed. No, we see you, Rackster. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell y'all doing over there, man. 70 hours, shit. Might need to put my application in, man.
We will be right back.
Impacting California. Our first topic is homelessness. Our CBS News poll released today shows voters want the next governor to focus on housing along with mental health and addiction treatment. So for our first lightning round question, yes or no, would you as governor support a plan to mandate those who repeatedly refuse offers for a pathway out of
John Marr comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat and says Porter in all caps. John Marr, I want to hear more from Tony Thurman. And I also like what the former AG, the experience he brings. Now, Katie Porter, I'm still up in the air with Katie Porter. I'm not sold on Katie Porter yet.
Homelessness be forced
Thanks,
into
Ava.
a treatment facility. Mr. Villaraigosa, yes or no? Mr. Mahan.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Rent in Cali is like $2,500 to $5,000. Like $1,300, you in the fucking hood, man. It's crazy. Like,
Yes.
You got to think, man. That's $5,000, bro. $5,000. That's $60K a year. That's $60K a year. Then you got $2,500, man. That's $30K a year. Man, in the South, you can buy a crib, bro. You can buy a house for that shit, man. I'm just gonna be on a 60 ball chat. You might get a 3-bedroom, man. You fuck around and get you a little 3-bedroom, man. Decent. You can move right in that bad boy. Especially if you working remote. If you working remote, you assed out, man. You might well go ahead, take you a 5-year hiatus, man.
Safeguards
work your remote job, 5 years, buy you 2-3 properties in the South, rent those bad boys out, flip them, whatever, man, and then go back to where you want to live. Not say you got to stay in the South forever, but own some shit. Go grab you some shit.
Protections.
Yes. Mr. Becerra.
Yes.
Mr. Hilton.
Yes.
Mr. Steyer.
Yes.
Mr. Bianco.
Only mental.
And Mr. Thurman.
Yes.
So to follow up with that, so Ms. Porter, while it's true homelessness impacts a wide range of people, to those down on their luck, fleeing violence, or living paycheck to paycheck.
So what I'm saying, Friars, it doesn't have to be Arkansas. It can be Alabama, it can be Louisiana, it can be Oklahoma, it can be Mississippi, it can be Georgia. It doesn't have to be Arkansas. You just go grab you some shit. What do they say? People get uncomfortable for a minute to be comfortable for the rest of your life. If you're making $135K starting salary, you can work remote. These people are paying $2,500 for a damn parking spot to park an RV or an apartment. What I'm saying is, if you can work remote, shit, take you a 5-year hiatus. 5 years, $135K, man, you coming in at like damn near $700. $700. You can buy. You got a damn portfolio in the South for $700. Shit, let's just say that you put $350. You only spent half your money. $350. You still got a portfolio. You buy you two $50,000 cribs. Grab you another $100K crib, man, and then you still got some shit to play with, man. Looking around. Now you go back to Cali and they ask what you doing. You got your same job, working remote. Now you got 4 or 5 income producing properties. You winning. You get uncomfortable for a little minute, man, to be comfortable forever.
While the state can do better, there are services in place to help those individuals. So my question is, how do you help those who may be dealing with mental health and or drug addiction who repeatedly refuse service? You have 45 seconds.
So I worked on in Congress and passed a bill in the House called the Mental Health Justice Act. And one of the things it would do is create dedicated mental health responders in lieu of police. When someone has been unsheltered for a very long time and they have a serious mental illness or a serious substance use problem, it is very, very challenging to help them. What we've seen from the Care Court proposal that Governor Newsom rolled out is a big plan and very, very low take-up. So we need to have stronger provisions that let those who are on our streets helping be able to get those people the help that they need. There are people who are too ill and unable to make decisions for themselves, but we have to balance that against this state's long history and ugly history of incarcerating people for reasons that have nothing to do with either of those things, but track along race.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. So, Mr. Bianco, you have said in your interview with CBS that homelessness is a mental health and drug addiction issue. As governor, how would you help those people fleeing domestic violence, who lost their job, or dealing with
I never said I was voting blue.
Illnesses or
I never said I was voting blue, and I never said I was voting red. I never said that.
Injury who now no longer have a place to sleep. You have 45 seconds.
Yeah, here's the lie that all of these are trying to put onto all of these kids for them to believe. I'm the only one up here that has dealt with this for my entire career. 33 years of people living on the street, whether it's domestic violence, drugs, alcohol, or whatever the case may be. And I will tell you this, the amount of people that are on the street are completely opposite of what she wants to tell you. The ones that are there for how you describe students or kids that got kicked out of their house or domestic violence, we come across them all of the time, and we jump for joy because we can can actually help them. There are plenty of services for all of them, and we get them into the services when we find them.
Absolutely.
It's the drug and alcohol that we cannot get them into. Prop 36 has to be funded. We have to have mental health and drug and alcohol facilities to put them into. Now, the alcohol part, the drug
Man, I'm just going to be honest, Chad.
part, that's against the law. We can...
Ms. Porter, would you like to respond?
I hate to be like this, but a lot of people aren't going to want to hear this, but shit, bro, home prices have to come down, bro. There has to be a correction, bro. There has to be a correction. In order to solve this homelessness problem, in order to solve this crisis, in order for Gen Z and Gen Alpha, whatever comes after that, to be able to buy homes, bro, home prices have to come down. There has to be a serious correction, bro.
Yeah, I ran a statewide foreclosure and eviction prevention program and sat across from thousands of families who were struggling to hang on to their homes. It's true that some people have mental health issues and substance use issues, but he doesn't have any concrete plans to do more for those, including around building more housing.
I have the only concrete plan.
Excuse me. I was the first Democrat leading a large city to support Prop 36. So I understand the need to be able to get people indoors when they're refusing help and harming the broader community. But Chad is wrong. We don't have enough beds for people. As mayor of San Jose, the third largest city in the state, we have led the way in reducing the number of people living outside by 1/3 by building basic dignified shelter, interim housing, treatment capacity, and requiring that people come indoors when it's available.
Giving them a solid roof instead of a tent
We'll come back to you,
is
Mr.
not
Bianco.
compassion.
Thank you. Mr. Mahan, I want to follow up on that comment. As mayor of San Jose, you tout the accomplishments of reducing homelessness in your city, but in a recent clearing of an encampment called the Jungle, unhoused advocates in your city say you are not keeping promises of providing enough shelter to the more than 100 people in that specific camp. How do you answer critics who say you are forcing people to move without a viable place to go?
Well, Sarah, I've had to take on advocates and interests in my city who have...
That's what I'm saying. Like, housing prices have tripled, but was it warranted? That's the thing. Nobody asked that question. House prices and home values have appreciated. They have tripled and quadrupled, doubled. But was it warranted? That's what nobody asked. I know I say this a lot. The OGs of the channel remember this. I said there's a house I was renting in 2015 for $325 a month. That same house is $1,300 now. All they did was slap some fucking paint on it. They slapped some paint on the inside, paint on the outside. Was $325 when I was renting it in 2015. That same crib is $1,300 now. Is that warranted? Is it warranted?
Defended the status quo. The truth is we're closing the last large encampment in San Jose, formerly known as the Jungle. We did 50 days of outreach, offered every single person out there interim housing. That's a private room with a door that locks, and we have already moved over half of the people there indoors. We have offered folks a safe, dignified alternative to the streets. But when people repeatedly refuse to come indoors, that's a sign that their addiction, their mental health issue is a problem that they can't get a handle on, and the only compassionate thing to do is to intervene and get them into a safe space.
Could I offer another perspective? As a social worker, I've spent 20 years helping young adults leaving foster care get housing. You know, what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Bianco, is just horrendous. To blame the victims. We have 10,000 teenagers who are homeless in this state.
I actually blamed you and your policies,
well,
not
you
the
can,
victims.
but if you have any ideas, share them. Otherwise, stop wasting the public's dollars to steal ballots and to try and keep people from voting. And so, as I was saying...
Yes, that's in Arkansas for ours. That's the thing about Arkansas. Rent prices are kind of at a level. They're at a level, but you can buy for a lot cheaper. Like, you can buy like a house that you could probably purchase for like 65, 70,000. They're still gonna charge you $1,000 a month for rent. Like, even if you could buy the house for, let's say, a tiny home for 50, 60K, they're still gonna charge you $750 for rent. a nicer house, maybe $300-400K, yeah, they're gonna charge you about $1,400, $1,500 for rent.
Reclaiming my time, I'm working on a policy to provide subsidized housing and supports to.
But you could turn around and buy those same properties for the cheap. Like they'll get off of them for the low.
Our homeless teens and to pass a $10 billion bond to build affordable housing for those who are unhoused. That's the work that government's supposed to do.
So, Mr. Bianco, some people might say you're trying to arrest your way out of this problem.
You realize that we didn't have this problem before 2014 in Prop 47. When the government decided to lie to the people, call it safe schools and safe streets, and make drug use legal, make theft legal, and a whole mess of other crimes legal in California. That's why we're here from 2014. You just quick Google search about homeless, and it goes just like this from 2014 till now. That's why we're here, because of failed policies that every single one of them support. If we are not going to, before Prop 47 in 2014, the answer was not arrest. It was we took them to court. I was a drug cop. Take them to court and say, do you want to go to jail or do you want to go to rehab? And the vast majority of them picked rehab. That's what we want. Prop 47 and these failed policies have made my jails the hotbed for mental health and drug addiction care, and that's not what they're supposed to be for, and it's their policies.
The reason your jails are that way is because you shouldn't have to go to jail to get substance abuse treatment.
Don't break the law.
Criminalize the victims.
Don't break the law.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. So, Mr. Hilton, as the other Republican on stage, do you agree with your colleague, Mr. Bianco, or do you have a completely different approach to this?
You know, hearing this conversation, it just makes me heartbroken, really. We've got this situation in California that is completely unacceptable. This crisis that has gone on for so long, it shames our state. The fact that you've got people living in these conditions, we would never tolerate someone we love living in these conditions. And so we shouldn't accept it.
Man, come on, bro. That's the thing, Chad. He said we would never tolerate someone we love living in those conditions. He's a damn lie. Or he don't love, he just keeping it real. He don't love people. So for him to say that nobody, none of his family's fucked up, nobody. Everybody's just here. Now, Chad, I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. I got some family right now, man. They a little fucked up, bro. They can't come over here, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you. They can't. I'm gonna be the one to say it. Y'all might be our kumbaya, open y'all house up to everybody. Hey, listen, man, everybody can't come over here, man. It is what it is. I'm sorry.
At all for people that we don't know. And so we got to have a clear and strong plan. And here it is. Number one, we have to enforce the law. It is illegal to live and camp on the streets. Number two, we have to get people into drug and alcohol treatment. Last year, Governor Newsom vetoed a bill that the Democrats passed in the state legislature, the Sober Housing Act. That is ridiculous. And number three, we need to increase mental health provision so we can take care of people where they should be, in mental health facilities, not in jail.
Thank you. Mr. Becerra, you have said we need to focus on accountability when it comes to the billions of dollars that have been spent already to solve the homelessness crisis. But you also gave Governor Newsom...
Yeah, Chad, I got some people I know, man, some family, man, some people that I grew up with, man. They cannot come over here, man. You ass on that powder, you can't come over here, man. You ass on that meth, you can't come over here. You ass popping them perks, you can't come over here, man. You ass drink too much, you can't come. I really don't want you over here in the first place. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You got maybe 48 hours, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you. 48 hours, we gotta get this shit together, nigga. You gotta get up out of here.
Newsom an A for effort on this issue. So my question is, are those billions of dollars well spent or not? You have 45 seconds.
Yeah, and Sarah, let me clarify. I gave the governor an A for effort for his work as governor, not on this particular issue. And what I will tell you is this, that we will not cycle people through the streets and into jails and just see that constant recycling. What we will do is we will build up the treatment facilities that we need. On my watch as HHS Secretary, we launched 988, the program that now is used by millions of Americans throughout the country in the event that they have a suicide ideation, if they are suffering through mental health crises, they can now call and try to get the help that they need. But without a doubt, We have to demand accountability. When we put out a taxpayer dollar, we need to have accountability. And I would say the thing that's been missing in this conversation on homelessness is let's prevent people from losing their home. And I will act as governor to make sure that if you have suffered a loss of job, if you have a medical crisis, that we're not going to watch you lose your home.
Thank you,
we
Mr.
will fight to
Becerra.
help you keep it.
Mr. Villaraigosa, in our CBS California interview, you said we need to have, quote, locked institutions to deal with those on the streets who are dealing with mental health or drug issues. And under Ronald Reagan, many of those institutions were shut down, and you criticized your own party for not bringing them back. So as a former member of the State Assembly, including Speaker, do you bear some responsibility for not having those services in place?
I take responsibility. I was there 20-some-odd years ago, but let's be clear. We spent $24 billion and...
I'm trying to figure out where the fuck did the insane asylums go, man. Like, I think we still got that shit in Arkansas. I think they call that shit the state hospital. Like, what are they talking about? Like, I don't know, Chad. Maybe Arkansas is a little fucked up, or maybe I don't know, man. We got some shit called the state hospital, man. They'll lock your ass up, man. Get the pumping you full of them prescriptions and shit, man. I'm just gonna be honest.
Homelessness went up. And it's true that we need drug rehab. It's true that we need mental health services. And it's true we need housing. The fact is, many of these people are homeless because they can't afford rent. We have the highest rent in the United States of America. So we need an all-of-the-above approach. And what I said was, for those people who are a threat to themselves and others, who their families trying to commit them, and you can't, it's almost impossible to do that. So we need to make the care courts accountable and the counties accountable with them.
Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa. We have to hear from Mr. Steyer. You have said California's two solutions for homelessness of shelter and long-term housing does not work, and it's too expensive. But yet, you recently gave Governor Gavin Newsom a B- on how he has handled the crisis. If you were giving the governor a passing grade, would you make changes, or would you just follow the same policies? You have 45 seconds.
I absolutely would have new policies. Nobody gets well on the street. And the policies we have now to get people into permanent...
So what's the difference between them and the state hospital then? What's the difference between, because you get the tripping out here on the streets, man, they're going to send you to that state hospital, man. So what's the difference? I'm just trying to understand, chat. Like, I'm not trying to be funny or be witty. Like, I'm actually trying to understand. Hell, shit, we're from the country, so we use a lot of things. We'll use the same different terms for the same shit. So to us, when we be like, somebody carry their ass to the state hospital, it's shit. To us, that's the insane asylum. Damn.
Permanent housing takes 7 years and, as has been said, has cost $24 billion. The truth is, we need to keep people from getting onto the street by giving them rent assistance when it's close. We need to get people off the street as fast as possible. Only 1 of 7 people who go on the street have some form of mental health problem or drug addiction. Everybody is under amazing mental...
Okay, so that's the difference. Now you can get out before they held you for life. Privatized versus state. Okay. All right. So essentially they're the same thing. But one of them is indefinitely and private, and the other one is public and termed. Okay.
Mental stress and pressure while
it's like public versus private prisons.
They're on the street. That's why I am for emergency interim housing. Get people off the streets, keep them off the streets, and make sure that not only for their sake, because it's more compassionate, but also because we need livable, vibrant, urban neighborhoods where people are safe and like to live.
Thank you. We're going to move on and talk a little bit about wildfires and natural disasters, drought and extreme heat, which most scientists agree is made worse by climate change, have led to a surge in catastrophic wildfires across the state in the last 10 years alone. That includes 2 of the most destructive fires right here in Southern California. We also live in earthquake country. Mr. Becerra, you say you're running on experience. What are the first 3 things that you would do if you were governor and announced?
All right, this is the one of the 2 people that I picked. I picked this guy and Tony. We haven't heard much from Tony, but let's hear what he says, man. This is the former AG.
Natural disaster were to strike.
Sarah, we have to stop believing that we can get out of this mess unless we invest in prevention now so we can avoid paying for failure later. And I would say this, ratepayers have to understand what their risk is so they understand why they are going to pay for help, what they're going to pay for their home insurance. But an insurance company has to be open and transparent about how it's pricing its policies so people can afford it. If you're going to buy a home in a wildfire risky area, you should know what your insurance
Mr.
rates will
Becerra, what are
cost.
those first 3 things? If the fire's starting now, what are your immediate reactions?
Well, as I did when I was Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Man, they about to bust these insurance policies down like a 20-piece chicken wing, Chad. They're about to bust these insurance policies down like a 10-piece all flats, man. I mean, you're gonna be able to pick they're gonna have to. He's saying that he wants to see everything that you're charged for. They're about to let people put together their own policies, man. Watch, Chad. That's the only way they're going to be able to afford it, man. That's the only way they're going to be able to afford it.
Where I declared disasters, I will go in and we will deploy our personnel and our resources to help those counties and those cities address the needs of those families immediately. We will make sure that when they file their claims, the insurance companies are responsive immediately, and we will make sure that we have the first responders that are necessary
like button,
to make sure we deploy them where they're needed immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Bianco, the flames are rising and the winds are blowing. What are the first 3 things you would do as governor?
Well, that's too late by then. That's what we don't want. Why are we talking about after instead of the root causes? The root causes were not because of climate change. The root causes, ask anyone, ask the insurance.
What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he? Man, this woman just asked this man, what are the first 3 things you're going to do as governor? He gets to talking about some whole other shit. This is what pisses me off in these debates, chat. Like, sometimes they get so egotistical and wanting to go back and forth and shit that they miss the whole. This lady just asked you, what are the first 3 things you're going to do, man? The fuck is wrong with this, man?
Insurance companies, they told Newsom for 5 years that this was going to happen because of failed environmental activism policies that do not allow the clearing of brush and the fuel for these fires before they take over cities. This is
So lead with that shit. Be like, look, man, we're going to clear the brush, we're going to get the fuel together, and this is why. Damn. Like the voter doesn't want to hear this shit, man. They want to know what you're going to do. What are the first 3 things? We're going to clear the brush, number 1. We're going to get the fuel together, number 2. Come on, bro. Like, some of these people just don't got it, Chad. Some of these people just don't got it, Chad. Like, damn. Do I need to get a microphone, man, and a suit, man, Chad? Do I need to get a suit and a microphone and a damn retwist or something, man? Like, what are we talking about, bro?
not. This is 100% done by failed policies in California. The Palisades fire.
The question, sir, is what are you going to do today? We're sitting in Claremont on the base of the San Gabriel Mountains. If a fire breaks out tonight,
he doesn't have any ideas. He doesn't know what to do.
Sir, I'll answer the question. Actually, I've been protecting you for my entire career from policies that you have made, that every single one of you have made, that I have suffered the consequences while I've been trying to keep them safe, working hand in hand with the fire department for 33 years. And you know who's not being asked? The fire department, because the fire department will tell you, CAL FIRE and every city and state agency will tell you that it is government policies that do not allow them to fix both.
Chad, he just answered that whole question, bro. Like, this is what we call word salad, man. You just had a whole fucking block to answer the question of what are the first 3 things you're going to do if you become governor. And guess what? You spent your whole block, and I don't know one thing that you're going to do when you're governor, bro. I don't know in what order. I don't know the initiatives. I don't know what you're focused on. Like, you just wasting my fucking time, bro. Like, you just wasting my time, bro.
In the off-season, and
I can answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Mahan, what are your first actions as governor?
As a mayor of a big city, I've gone through emergencies. You declare a disaster. You set up an emergency operations center.
After.
You allow. Yes, that was the question, Chad.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't, Matt.
Just to finish the point.
Then let's go to that, because that was not the question. The question was, here comes the fire. What are you going to do?
Please, Mr. Bianco, you had your time, Mr. Mahan.
That wasn't the question.
I'd love to just answer the question, which is, you set up that emergency operations center. You let first responders and professionals lead, but you provide the communications backbone. You assure the public. You are out there every day backing up your public staff in the delivery of services. I also need to make another point, though, which is that Javier Becerra keeps touting his experience and then says he's going to study something. He'll figure it out once he's elected. The secretary has never met a crisis that he couldn't ignore, whether it was migrant children.
I forget this is California, Chad. I forget this is California. I forget this is it's just different, Chad. Like, I'm used to the new media. I'm used to the new politicians. I'm used to motherfuckers just getting up here telling me what it is, Chad. I thought this is where we were at with it. This is some C-SPAN bullshit, man. Tell us what the fuck it is, man, and what it's not, man. What you gonna do, man? Some fire, some natural disaster, earthquake, tornado happen. What's going on, man? We don't want to hear about you going at somebody else saying that they're experienced, man. Give us the damn rundown. Shit's gonna be going on, man. Kids still gotta be picked up from school and shit, man. What's going on?
85,000 who were lost, monkeypox, where we were slow to respond and then blamed the gay community for the crisis, or COVID, where the Biden administration had to sideline them. So I think we should be really clear about what kind of experience we need. It's experience that has delivered results for people.
Mr. Becerra, you'd like to respond?
Oh, absolutely. You're not wearing a mask, are you, Matt? You are not worrying about catching monkeypox, right? We were able to deal with these crises. And remember, what we did was we addressed them with the 50 states nationally, and we deployed the resources and the personnel that were needed. We got out of these crises. Today, the economy is not worried about COVID because we made sure that 700 million COVID vaccines went into the arms of Americans, and never once did anyone, whether you're insured or not, have to worry about whether or not you'd have to pay for them. And even those who provided deceptive information about the vaccines got the vaccines.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Villaraigosa, you wanted to get in on this one.
Yes, I also was a mayor during some big fires and big disasters. What would I do?
This is the California governor debate, Doom Shop. You know, Gavin Newsom is termed. DeSantis is termed. So this is the governor debate for California. I don't think Byron Donalds is gonna do a debate for Florida. I don't think he's gonna do a debate.
As governor, though, let me be clear. We got to expand CAL FIRE. We do have to do a lot more with prescribed burns. We got to fix the insurance crisis because the people that were affected by this fire, aren't able to replace their homes. We got to do an all of the above strategy that understands that climate change is here and it has exacerbated it, but we can mitigate those changes with the right decisions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steyer, since they brought up insurance, you had backed the Affordable Insurance and Climate Recovery Act, which authorized the state attorney general to sue fossil fuel companies for damages linked to climate disasters to help blunt rising insurance costs. But that initiative actually failed last week in the Senate Insurance Committee. So how would you as governor advance that? You have 45 seconds.
Advance what?
No, Jason, they not letting the black guy talk at all, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. They not hearing that shit. Whoever Tony is, man, Tony Thurman, man, they not letting this nigga say nothing, bro. Chat, we're 20 likes away from the next like goal, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. Please support the channel by hitting the like button. Let's get to 350 likes right quick, man. Let's get to 350 likes.
The Insurance and Climate Recovery Act that you backed.
Okay, so let's be clear. The oil companies have been polluting and knowingly polluting for 45 years. It has caused great damage to the people of California. In fact, it is a reason we're getting warm, and it is a reason we've had these fires that have dramatically hurt people
So
in
you were
Altadena
causing
and
great
Pacific
damage while you were
Palisades.
investing in them?
Excuse me?
So the fossil fuel companies were causing great damage while you were investing in them?
And so it is time that that act which I was pushing.
See, this is why I wish Tom Sawyer would just keep it real. This is what I'm saying. This is the new politics, man. Tom Sawyer is supposed to say, I was getting to the money, man. He was supposed to keep it real. Like, yes, I invested in them. I was getting to the money, man. I didn't know what the fuck they was doing, man. You talking about Katie?
Fires that have dramatically hurt people
So
in
you were
Altadena
causing
and
great
Pacific
damage while you were investing in them?
Excuse me?
So the fossil fuel companies were causing great damage while you were investing in them?
And so...
Yeah, Katie, shit didn't go how I planned, man. I thought I had a little influence. I didn't, man. We was getting to the money, man.
It is time that that act which I was pushing is the idea that they should pay back for polluting. In environmentalism, I have...
The like button, Sean, if you go to the top on your phone, it should be 3 dots. You can click that and it'll be a like button. Or if you updated it, it'll be at the bottom. I doubt it. Or you can just double tap your screen like this on the phone. If you just tap twice, that's how you hit the like button.
I have 3 real rules. Number 1 is polluter pays. It's absolutely critical that if people are going to pollute and damage the environment and cause harm to their neighbors, they pay. 2, we have to include environmental justice in every single environmental rule. And 3rd is we need to start to deploy all of the clean energy stuff that's cheaper now and get us back to the front of the world in leading it. It's true the fossil fuel companies are still providing gasoline to us at inflated prices. We need to make them pay for the costs that they have had, including all the houses that burned down.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Starr.
the insurance costs that people are paying to insure those houses.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Porter, you would like to react?
Yeah, in Congress, I had a track record of making polluters pay, raising the royalty rate for a rental rate and royalty rate for those who drilled, raising bonding requirements to make sure polluters clean up their mess. But you now want to talk about polluters pay, but really I think what we should be asking you is how about profiteers pay? You paid the lowest tax rate on this stage, and yet you made the billions that you're using to fund your campaign off fossil fuels.
So let me say this. In this campaign, there is one person that the corporations are going after, including big oil, who is spending millions of dollars to stop me. The electric monopolies, PG&E, millions of dollars to stop me. Because I'm the person on this stage who's the change agent. I'm the person who's going to drive down costs for the people of California by taking on the special interests. And they are spending tens of millions to stop me. That's how you know I'm for real. Because
Thank you, Mr.
they
Steyer.
think I'm for real, and they're spending tens of millions of dollars to stop me because they're scared of me.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer. Mr. Hilton, we didn't forget about you. In your 2002 book, Good Business, you argued for corporate responsibility, and with Prime Minister Cameron, whom you advised, he campaigned on a green...
Hey, Devon Tom, don't come in here yelling and shit, talking about please unplug from all this bullshit. It's the world's biggest joke and lie. Please wake up, humanity. They don't deserve 1 minute of our attention, period. You a little too loud in here, Devon Tom, and to not say what's up to me in my chat. You a little too rowdy, man. Pipe down a little bit, man.
Platform. Yet you have accused California officials of climate hypocrisy. What specifically would you do as governor to help reverse the trend of these increasing wildfires?
So Chad made some very good points on prevention, and I'd just like to build on that. If you look at one of the really bad years for wildfires in recent memory, 2019, the mega wildfires we saw then produced more carbon emissions than the previous 20 years of climate policy actually saved. So if we want to reduce carbon emissions and protect against wildfires, and by the way, revive our timber industry so we can produce timber for building the homes we need in California, there's a very simple common sense way to do it, which is to have modern forest management so we don't have the fuel load in our forests, we can create jobs and opportunity in rural California, and reduce carbon emissions in the process because we won't have the mega wildfires.
All right, chat. Everyone hit the like button, man. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. We're 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man. Who do y'all have in this debate so far, man? Who do y'all have in this debate?
Thank you, Mr. Hilton.
Okay, so now let's go to our student question. Joining us now is Dante Gilbert from Pomona College with a question, a lightning round question on immigration. Dante?
Here we
Hello,
go.
my name is Dante Gilbert. I'm an American Studies student from St. Paul, Minnesota.
All right, chat, another live poll, man. Do y'all think California has too many undocumented immigrants? Do y'all think California has too many undocumented immigrants?
So California is a sanctuary state, and yet states are limited in the way they can respond to federal ICE and customs and immigration. ICE forces. In Hennepin County, Minnesota, local law enforcement has begun to bring charges against ICE agents for assault. As governor, would you support district attorneys bringing such charges against federal agents?
Thank you, Dante. Yes. This is a yes or no question. We're going to go down the line. Mr. Thurmond?
Yes.
Mr. Bianco?
No.
Mr. Steyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hilton?
No.
Mr. Becerra?
Absolutely.
Ms. Porter?
Yes.
Mr. Mahan?
Yes, if they violate the law.
And Mr. Villaraigosa?
2 yeses.
Thank you, folks. And finally, people are looking for hope. Why should they trust that you will deliver that hope? You have 30 seconds, please. We'll begin with Mr. Villaraigosa.
When I became mayor, I said, dream with me. I'd improve our schools, and we had a 60% increase in the graduation rate. I said, dream with me, we'll make the city safer, and crime went down 48%. I said, dream with me, we'll build the subway to the sea, and that subway is getting built. Go with me, because I want to be transformational, because I understand that the crisis we face in this state is too great, and that we have to take on powerful interests to fix this crisis. I'd be honored to have your support.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thurmond.
A better California is possible. Tonight you've heard me be very specific about the policies that I would bring forward. My 18 years of
No, we haven't. Nigga, they didn't let you talk, man. What are we talking about? We didn't hear you say too much of nothing, man. It's a damn 2-hour debate. We didn't hear nothing from you, nigga. Hold on, how long was the debate, Chad? It wasn't 2 hours. It was like an hour and a half. Man, we didn't hear nothing from you, man. You wasn't clear on nothing. They didn't let you talk, nigga.
Of experience as an elected official, 20, running nonprofits. My vision for the state, we can build 2 million housing units. We will tax billionaires. We will provide a tax credit to working people to have more money in your pocket to pay for the rising cost of gas, groceries, and housing. We will have single payer, and we will fight back on Donald Trump's reckless immigration policy and elect someone with the lived experience who understands those who are struggling in our state. I fight for the working people, and that's what we'll do as governor.
Mr. Mahan.
Voters can trust me, and I will give them hope because I know what it looks like to achieve the American dream in California, and I know it's closed off to far too many. As mayor of the 3rd largest city in California, I've led us to build thousands of new homes, reduce crime by over 20%, gun violence by over 70%, and we have 1/3 fewer people living on our streets. And I've done that without raising taxes, with a balanced budget, and when necessary, by challenging the establishment within my own party. That's what leadership looks like.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Porter.
Californians can trust me because I'm the only candidate on this stage that refuses corporate donations. The only one. That's because I'm willing to take on the status quo. I'm willing to go against the grain and fight for a better California. I am not for sale, not at any price. I'm a single mom of 3 teenagers. I worry that that one kid is never going to get off my couch and get into a home. I'm somebody who's concerned about childcare because I've paid the bills and I've gassed up my minivan.
Thanks, Ms. Porter. Mr. Becerra.
I grew up in a home of working parents, and I saw what it was to struggle. I know what we need today. We need to fight for the hardest working and the lowest paid. We have to fight for the next generation so they can believe that they will have the opportunity to afford to buy a house.
Chad, I couldn't let it go, bro. I couldn't, Chad. I tried, Chad. It's just, I don't know, Chad. It's just, oh my God. Okay, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm letting this one slide, Chad. I let Katie Porter slide on that one. Just know I had it, man. I'm just gonna chill.
But here's what else I know. The governor's office is not a place with training wheels. You need people who have experienced those challenges, have dealt with national crises, who have taken on the biggest menace in Washington, D.C., sued him over 120 times, and defeated him. I'm going to fight for the hardest working and lowest paid and those young people who need.
Oh, Oh, you said when she said I'm not for sale, I was like, well, shit, Katie, who's buying? Like, let's be fucking honest, Katie, who's buying?
Need to buy that house.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bianco.
Yeah, every single person on this stage is either a career politician, a career strategist, or use the money to support them that brought us to this position today of the hour and a half that you're never going to get back. Everything in California is broken because of their policies, and I've spent 33 years of irrefutable service to the public with transparency, honesty, integrity, and most important, leadership. And that is what this state is desperately deserving. I'm sorry that you have been lied to for most of your life.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Steyer.
So the problem in California is people can't afford to live here anymore, can't afford to buy a house, and aren't getting the education they deserve. And in order to change that, we're going to have to take on the corporate special interests that are driving up your costs and profiting off you. I am the person who is willing to do that. I am the change agent, and you know it because they're spending money against me in the tens of millions of dollars. And the people who support me are progressives, environmentalists.
Didn't he say he was gonna give away all of his wealth, chat? Didn't he pledge to give away all of his wealth, this guy?
And unions, including teachers and nurses. If you want change, there's only one person on the stage they're scared of.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not gonna lie, chat. I think all of those billionaires and millionaires that pledge to give away all of their wealth is dumb as hell. I think they dumb as hell. Dumb as a motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie, chat. That shit's fucking crazy, bro. Like, give it all away. What? Motherfucker's crazy as hell.
Sir, Mr. Hilton.
So I'd like to go back to Chloe's question, which I'm afraid I didn't have the chance to answer. Chloe, you nailed it. We've got to be a state again where we build things, just as in the golden age of California, where we built the magnificent suburbs of Southern California, the UC campuses, incredible infrastructure. I've got the broad experience to get that done, most of my career in business, but also working in government, the deep policy expertise, detailed plans, and also building a team.
Look at this, man. This nigga gonna come in here. Who the fuck is that? Miscellaneous talking about go to bed, bro. Miscellaneous, you go to bed, man. You go to bed before we give you that melatonin, man. Put you in time out, man.
To get it done so we can make our state
Thank you so much. Thanks so much.
again.
Thanks again to all of the candidates for joining us for the CBS California Governor's Debate.
Have a great.
All right, chat. That's the end of that, man. I really don't have anything else to watch. I think Mom Dunny did a town hall. I really didn't want to watch Mom Dunny's town hall, but let me see if I can find it. Mom Dunny town hall. Excuse me. Mom Dunny make a budget announcement. The hell is the budget announcement? I'm trying to see where he sat down with, was it ABC or was it someone else? Who did Mom Dunny sit down with, chat? They're sending me these damn commercials. Nah, he did a damn press conference out there. I'm not trying to see the press conference, bro. All right, he sat down with MSNBC. All right, we'll go watch that. Then we'll watch the Professor Jane. All right, I got it right here.
We are coming to you tonight from my own hometown, the borough of the Bronx, New York, just down the street from Yankee.
You said what? You said plug. Did I see when they set that car on fire at the takeover? Hell no. What car on fire? Newsom gonna be supreme leader. Ain't no way in hell. Plug, do you think it would be a good idea if Republicans strategize with weapon contractors to be domestically to completely control wildfires? I don't know. I think that they can control the wildfires, Joe. I'm gonna be honest. I think that the wildfires are damn near purposeful, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's too many coincidences surrounding the wildfires.
Yankee Stadium. And for the next hour, some other folks who live here are going to talk to the man who just a little over 100 days ago stepped into what some have called the second toughest job in America.
Oh, let me get my food,
of New York City. New York City is so much bigger than you think. 8.5 million people, 100 different ethnicities, speaking 200 different languages, the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, the largest Muslim population in the hemisphere, the largest Chinese population of any city outside of Asia, more black residents than any city in the U.S., the most billionaires on planet Earth, with millions of others living below the poverty line. And believe it or not, more Trump voters than in any one of a dozen red states that elected him. This past November, this city, for its 112th mayor, chose this guy.
How's it going, guys? Do you have 60 seconds to talk to us about the election?
Zohran Mamdani came from near obscurity to change the way winning campaigns are run.
New York, will you accept this rose?
With a populist message to do something about the cost of living.
How about the cost of living?
Sucks.
We're going to make buses fast and...
His rise made him a rock star on the left and a boogeyman on the right.
We put in a communist.
No one is safe. I have friends of mine in New York. They are officially depressed and scared.
And even if he's managed to tame the man in the White House,
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
in the end, he's still got to run this city.
I've been watching you.
Tonight, All In comes to the Bronx for a special town hall with the mayor and the people. This is All In America with Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Good evening from the amazing Bronx Children's Museum. I'm Chris Hayes. This was the front page of the New York Post the day Zohran Mamdani was elected mayor of New York City. The red apple. Very good at that. It's the culmination of one of the most improbable political stories of the Trump age. A grassroots progressive campaign like no one had ever seen before, with more opposition from Republicans, from a Democratic political dynasty, from the president.
Chad, how do y'all feel about Mamdani, man? Do you support Mamdani, man? Do you think Mamdani's gonna be good or bad, Chad? Let's see. What do you feel about Mamdani? Good or bad, Chad? Good or bad in the chat about Mamdani. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Be sure to hit the like button on your way in. We're also 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Subscribe to the channel, man. How do y'all feel about Mamdani?
President from the media that we'd ever seen. And he won with a laser focus on a core message of making it more affordable for the people who live here. It's been a little over 100 days. The city has not fallen into communism just yet, but he does have a job to do. We've invited an audience of New Yorkers to join us here, some of whom voted for this mayor, some who didn't. Some are supportive of his policies and others are not. But this is New York, so no one is ever going to be shy about sharing an opinion, and the mayor isn't shy about hearing that. So let's welcome now Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Good to see you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for having me.
I wore a suit so I can match your energy.
Thank you.
You know, you were an assembly member just like maybe the last time I saw you, actually.
Hell nah, Jason. I went over there to sue them, man. I went over there to sue at the hibachi truck and got it together, man. I went over there to sue them at the hibachi truck, and they put that hibachi plate together for me. Vegetable, rice, medium well steak, man. Some yum sauce.
And just a few months ago, it's a very different job than this job. What's the biggest thing you've learned, the biggest realization you've had actually being in that position?
You know, I think the biggest thing, first and foremost, is that New Yorkers' trust for all of the big ideas that we have about delivering universal childcare, about making the most expensive city in America affordable for working class people who help keep it running. That trust starts when you fill in those potholes. Because you can't tell someone to trust city government in its ability to deliver free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in its history, if they can look out the window and see the same pothole unfilled as it was the day before, the week before, the month before, the year before. And so at the same time,
appreciate that, Cat Daddy. Welcome
this
in.
agenda that would transform the lives of New Yorkers, delivering a pathway to universal childcare on day 8. We've also filled in 102,000 potholes in that same 100-day period. We started to repave more than 1,000 miles of roadway. And all of this comes back from a belief that there's no problem.
See, this crazy, chat. Miscellaneous come here talking about, nah, we see the KFC logo. It ain't even no chicken on the plate, bro. That's steak. That's beef. I got beef, rice, and some damn mixed vegetable and yum sauce. You talking about KFC, bro. Like, the joke didn't even hit. Like, it didn't even hit, bro. Like, it ain't even no damn chicken on the plate, bro. Like, you're just racist, bro. You're a rage-baiting racist at this point.
Too big, no task too small, and we call this pothole politics.
Well, you know, there's this phrase called
What's up, TG?
It comes out of the Milwaukee particularly, right? There's a number.
No, I'm talking shit, bro. I know you just talking shit, miscellaneous. You know what I'm saying? Rage baiting racist was a little harsh, wasn't it? No. Hey, man. Once I said it, I was like, damn, that's a little harsh, ain't it? But I wasn't going to say nothing until you, if you didn't say nothing, I wasn't going to say nothing. I damn sure wasn't going to apologize.
Number of socialist mayors in Milwaukee, and the idea that, you know, the only way you deliver on your ideology, whatever it is, no matter, and particularly if it's a radical one, is that you have to give people clean water and things like that. Are you informed by that tradition? Is that something you're thinking about?
Very much so. I think oftentimes people think of politics as an intellectual debate. Working people want to know if you can actually deliver for them. And one of those mayors in Milwaukee, their phrase was, go after it and get it. We've talked about this for long enough. New Yorkers want to see, can you actually deliver on these things? And they want to measure it in the way that they experience government on a day-to-day basis. That's why we're focusing on the little things while also pursuing the big ones.
Do you think that you have, I mean, Mayor of New York is always somewhat of a national figure, kind of. They also never have a national career in politics. Those two things I think are related. It's a tough job to come out of everyone.
They said Mom Donnie been fixing potholes. He's made over 6,000 landlords do renovations to their units, man. I see y'all said the bus fare didn't go down. I don't know, man. I'm still up in the air with Mom Donnie, but I see him working. I'm still up in the air with Mom Donnie, but I see him working.
Being like, that guy's awesome. Do you feel like you're carrying an ideological burden for the flag of democratic socialism, which you proudly are, right? And you're the most powerful democratic socialist in the country. And people are going to point to whether things go well here or poorly here as...
You said he fixed potholes. Well, hey, I got a couple old schools. Them potholes kind of important, nigga. I'm trying to tell you, bro. Hey, a front end alignment ain't cheap, man. Hey, them potholes kind of important, bro. I don't know what you driving, man, but hey, man, them potholes a little, hey, that's priority, man.
Evidence of whether that's an ideology that is worth anything.
Well, I think it goes back to what you were saying earlier, which is that the worth of an ideology is judged in its delivery. And to me, this is an incredible opportunity. We've been told for so long, even over the course of the campaign, that things like universal child care could never be done. On day 8, I stood next to Governor Hochul. We announced $1.2 billion in funding that will now for the first...
You said that's all I see. I don't see the other. See other what? The other shit Mom Donnie's doing? Nah, I don't really, I'm not... in Mom Donnie's back pocket. I mean, I see what they putting out there, man. I see that he fixed them he getting them potholes put together. And he made them landlords fork over their rent. I heard about taxing the rich white folks. I'm neither rich nor white. I'm sorry.
Time in New York City history, deliver free childcare for 2-year-olds. And that is something that you don't have to explain to a parent.
But you got 2,000, just to be clear, you got 2,000 seats. Mm-hmm. It's a big city, 8 million people.
2,000 seats this year, right? 12,000 seats next year, and then every single 2-year-old by the end of year 4. And the importance of that.
By year 4, if it happens, right?
It will happen. This is not an inshallah promise.
Right, okay.
This is definitely happening. And I say that to you because, Senator Warren talks about child care as infrastructure. The way that you deliver this, it's not just a question of securing the funding. It's also working with the child care providers who have been at the heart of what's made it possible for so many families to be here and building out their capacity to deliver for more children than we've ever seen engaging in this kind of service in New York City.
Affordability, which we're going to talk through throughout the hour, was the sort of central...
I was thinking about it.
No, yes. Well, you're very on message, which, to your credit.
in the mayoral election before you were elected, and particularly coming out of 2020, 2021, there's a huge amount of attention on policing and crime, right? And we saw a big uptick in crime in New York City and nationally. We're seeing something pretty remarkable happening, which is basically the inverse. And, you know, you came out and celebrated the lowest homicide rate I think the city's recorded in many, many decades. But it's not just New York City. Mayor Lurie in San Francisco is going to take credit for it there, and Brandon Scott in Baltimore, Kash Patel at the FBI, and Donald Trump in the White House are going around saying, hey, we've got the lowest crime rate ever because of what?
And chat, we're like way past the White House correspondents' dinner. And nobody in this administration has even addressed the fact that Kash Patel was the only one that got a pass. Nobody. Not Caroline, not Kash Patel, not Trump, not Rubio. Nobody, not even the White House, nobody has addressed that Kash Patel was the only motherfucker that got a pass. Nobody. It's just like, well, damn, why the fuck you want to shoot everybody but Kash Patel? Nobody's talking about it. Crazy.
I did. What is your understanding or theory for what is happening with crime in your city?
Well, I think there's a few things. We're seeing that our approach to public safety is working, and not just in a sense of a general decline, but to actually correct you a little, it's not just the lowest number of murders in the last few decades, it's the lowest number of murders ever in recorded history. Yes. The joint lowest number of shootings. It's a decline of crime across major categories by more than 9%. It's also not enough. New Yorkers do not measure their lives by statistics.
That's what I'm saying, though, Chad. Everybody's saying that he's a drunken he's not warranted. Why? Why? Is it because he's a minority? Say that. Why now? Any other time it would be because of this and that, but because it's Kash Patel, is not because he's a minority and this guy's black or mixed, whatever he was, look to be black. Or is it because of the children that Kash Patel said has been rescued? Is it because of all of the victims that have been brought home? I just want to know why. Nobody's giving an explanation. They just saying, oh, he got a pass. For what, nigga? For what? What do you get a pass for?
Statistics. They want to know that you are doing everything in your power to deliver public safety. And the importance of public safety, it's not actually divorced from the conversation around affordability. It's the cornerstone. It's the platform that allows you to do that work of affordability. Because if someone is not safe in their city, then that is the first concern they have, even before the other ones that we speak about.
I mean, let me give an interpretation of what I've seen, and you could respond to it, which is that progressive governance is impossible if people are scared. And progressive politics essentially become choked off. And what I've seen is you're someone who has had these commitments to fast and free buses and universal childcare. When you look at policing, there's things you've said you want to do. You want to get rid of this gang database, which is you've been very critical of. There's a special unit that sort of polices protests you said you want to disband. The gang database is still there. The special unit that polices protests just arrested a bunch of people at a protest. From the outside, it looks like you basically said, look, I'm not going to touch the policing stuff. It's too dangerous, either substantively or politically. I'm going to focus on this other stuff, and I'm going to let the commissioner and sort of status quo policing continue. Is that a fair characterization?
I wouldn't say so. I'll push you on it a little bit for a few reasons. One of the reasons that I made the decision to retain our police commissioner was not just because of what she was delivering in terms of public safety, but also how she'd been able to uproot corruption from the upper echelons of the NYPD.
I haven't seen any kids be reunited either. Fries, I've been saying that for months now. Months I've been saying that. But maybe he believed that. Maybe he believed that, or maybe he had information that, okay, this is what's going on. I'm going to spare Kash Patel, because he was very vocal about the PDFs. He was very vocal about the victims in the manifesto. It's one of only three reasons I can rack my brain around why Kash Patel got a pass. It's either because he was a minority, because of the victims, and Kash Patel's saying that they recovered all of these victims, or it's to show like, hey, this is Kash Patel's job, this is the FBI, and I just got into the Hilton there, the whole administration, with a shotgun, a 38, and some knives. So because of me being able to do this, we're going to give Kash Patel a pass. I don't know.
We need a government that is not just efficient, but also excellent.
What's up,
one that can be
Sleepy?
trusted in the work that it does. Now, my belief in the importance of disbanding the Strategic Response Group, it continues just as strongly as it was during the campaign. The reason for that is I don't think we need to couple our response to protests with our response to counterterrorism threats. This is a modern conflation that has happened, and it's one that I'm committed to disbanding. The disbanding of it is one that we're going to do thoughtfully to ensure that we are also respecting the right to protest and keeping New Yorkers safe. But again, it's not an if for me, it's a when.
You've gotten a lot of attention for the relationship that you have cultivated with the president. You've been asked about this a lot. It is, I mean, I got to say, again, from the outside, it's an amusing thing to watch, particularly when you said...
All right, chat. I need everybody to hit the like button. We're 21 likes away from 400. Let's get the 400 likes right quick, chat. Double tap your screen, go to the top and hit the 3 dots. Make sure the like button is hit, man. I believe he's gonna ask Mom Dunny about him and Trump's relationship, chat. How do y'all think Mom Dunny and Trump's relationship is? Do you think it's good, bad, or ugly, man?
To the reporter in front of him, like, no, he is a fascist. And he said, no, it's okay, go ahead and answer, you know. What's going on there? Like, what is it? Explain it. Why? How did this happen?
You know, when you were introducing this and we were stepping out, you were saying, these are New Yorkers.
Right.
No one's going to be shy about their opinions. And in many ways, one of the few things the president and I have in common is that we are both New Yorkers. For all of our political disagreements, we have one agreement of chief importance, which is that we love this city. And with the president, I'm honest, I'm direct, and I try and always bring it back to what would actually benefit this city. So when I'm sitting there with the president and I'm talking about the opportunity to work together to deliver more housing than we've seen in a single housing development since the early 1970s, I'm also speaking about the fact that I think that ICE raids are cruel and inhumane, and that the fact that that morning they had detained a Columbia student is part and parcel of why this is not something that is actually serving the interests of public safety. And so I gave the president a list of 5 names of people who were detained in or around Columbia. He called me 30 minutes after the meeting and said, I've made the decision to release the student that you brought up.
He's not happy with the new tax plan on the basically second homes for very, very wealthy people. He said, you're destroying New York. It has no chance. The United States of America should not contribute to its failure. It'll only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. People are fleeing. This must change our ways and fast. History has proven this stuff just doesn't work. Thank you for attention to this matter. It did seem a little more in sorrow than in anger. He felt a little betrayed.
Well, I think the president knows exactly where I stand on these issues, and I know where the president stands on these issues. I ran a campaign speaking very plainly about the fact that in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the world, it's unacceptable that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And as we're facing a generational fiscal deficit, I believe it's only right to ask those who don't live in New York City, but who own a second home in New York City, and that second home is worth more than $5 million in New York City, to pay a little bit more so that everyone can afford to live here.
It did occur to me he might actually have to pay the tax.
We don't have exceptions in our taxes that we propose.
You mentioned ICE and you mentioned immigration. I mean, it has been notable that we've had this, trail of elevated ICE enforcement and CBP enforcement that we saw in Los Angeles, we saw it in Chicago, we of course very famously saw it in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities. There have been elevated ICE enforcement here in New York City. They've been at the courts and things like that, but we have not seen something like the operation in Minneapolis.
I don't know nothing about that case, Kat. I don't know anything about it.
Does that hang over you as a kind of sword of Damocles? Does it feel like it's something the president could threaten every moment? Do you feel like part of your relationship with him is staving that off, to be honest?
I mean, my relationship with the president is important to deliver for New Yorkers. And I've made it very clear to the president that increased ICE presence, it would just be an increase on what we've seen with ICE raids, which is just cruel and inhumane. I've also been honest about the fact that I think ICE is an agency that should be abolished. It's a modern creation. Our country has had answers to immigration long before we had ICE. And we also see that these kinds of raids, just a few nights ago, ICE detained a delivery worker.
So we know the Leering centers got raided today. I don't think it was ICE. I think it was the FBI that raided the Leering centers.
A man who came to this city with the dreams of building up a life for himself and his family. No active investigation, no warrant. He finished a Grubhub delivery and then was taken by armed, masked federal agents. That's what we're talking about here in New York City. It's the public school student, Dylan Contreras, whose family we worked with to ensure that he would come home. That's the kind of person that's getting detained in this city. And that's why New Yorkers are sick of this approach, one, frankly, of a complete absence of humanity.
Damn, that's all of the clip. What the rest of the interview? All right, chat. Damn. All right, chat. I'm gonna show y'all this video of a village that has been destroyed. All right, man. Damn. All right, chat. They're not gonna let me bring it up. We finna pull up something else. Y'all hit the like button, chat. Oh, we couldn't watch that Piers Morgan interview either. All right, let's see what Professor Jang talking about. Fuck it. We'll watch that.
There is a ceasefire now between Iran and the United States, but most analysts expect that this war will resume in a week, 2 weeks, a month, but it will resume because it is impossible for the United States and Iran to come to a mutually beneficial and satisfying arrangement. So today I want to look at how this war will evolve. And my argument to you today is that this US-Iran war, it's really the first war of the 21st century. And so I want to explain to you how warfare has evolved these past few hundred years.
So what the fuck is Ukraine and Russia? If this is the first real war of the 21st century, what the fuck is Ukraine and Russia?
So the simplest way to fight a war is you would destroy a state's capacity to fight by killing as many soldiers as possible, right? You would arrange to fight the enemy on a battlefield. Whoever wins this battle would win the war. And that was how traditionally wars were fought for hundreds of years. When in the 20th century, something happened, which is that the nation state developed the capacity to have a lot of people, millions of people. And so the state could always replenish its forces on the battlefield. And so now what you had to do was you had to destroy the state's capacity to produce, to manufacture. Okay? And this is really, and so the point is to kill as many civilians as possible before you want to kill as many soldiers as possible. But in the 20th century war, mainly World War II, you're trying to kill as many civilians as possible. But in the 21st century, it's different because we have nuclear weapons now, and there are too many people. So it is impossible for you to kill everyone. And if you use nuclear weapons, then others will use nuclear weapons on you, okay? So now, in the 21st century, our goal is to use the population against the state, to turn the civilians against the government by sowing as much discord and dissent as possible within society. And you do that through economic sabotage, through economic strangulation, okay? So that's the argument I will make to you today. The first thing I want to look at is, why is it that we have 8 billion people? 8 billion people are living on this planet. And for most of us, we think this is a tremendous achievement. But if you think about it, it's not that nice because there aren't that many resources to share. There's not that much space. In fact, if it were not for fertilizers, we would only be able to support 1 to 2 billion people. So how did we get to a stage where we have 8 billion people in this world, and most of us are not very happy with the state of affairs? Okay? And scientists will tell you it's because of the scientific revolution. It's because of this revolutionary technology and understanding that's allowed us to progress. That's not true, okay? The real reason is because of the nation state. And the nation state, it is a revolution in politics that came to us because of the French Revolution. All right, so the main architect of the French Revolution, his name is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He was not French, he was actually Swiss. But he's important because he developed the theory that underpinned the French Revolution called social contract theory. Before, we didn't really think about what the individual's relationship with the state was. Basically, you were born into community and you just did what tradition and custom and family asked you to do. But Jean-Jacques Rousseau was the first to say, no, we are born free because God gave us freedom. So why do we choose to surrender our freedom in order to join a community? Okay? And so his theory is that we join society to become more free. So by ourselves, we together, okay? All of us, together, we create something called a common will. And think of this as democracy. Democracy is basically the idea that to make a decision, we just vote. And then whatever comes, whichever is the majority wins. So for example, we might debate whether we're going to McDonald's or Pizza Hut, okay? There's three of us. If two of you say, let's go to Pizza Hut, we go to Pizza Hut. Okay, that's just democracy. For Jean-Jacques Rousseau, this is not a good system because we should strive to be higher than we are. We should strive for total freedom. And that's the idea of the general will, okay? The common will is who we are. The general will is who we could be if we came together as a people, okay? And the best way to understand the general will is through Kant's theory of the categorical imperative, okay? Which is for him the highest moral law. So as human beings, what makes us truly human? What allows us to achieve our ideal state are three principles, okay? The first principle is the principle of universality. So imagine that all your actions will be reflected throughout the universe. So if you smile, everyone smiles at once. If you get angry, everyone gets angry at once. And you ask yourself, what sort of society do I want to live in? Do I want to live in a society where everyone is smiling or angry, right? And then that's the way you should behave, the law of universality. Secondly, is the idea of free will. No one can compel you to smile. You must smile out of your own free choice. Even though smiling makes you feel happy, if I make you smile, that goes against the good of humanity, okay? The third is the idea of human as an end. Okay? So I can never sacrifice another human being in order to achieve a better society because we are the ultimate end. Okay? So these together, the categorical imperative is what gives us the theory of the general will. So even though we all vote to eat ice cream, we shouldn't eat ice cream because that's not how we achieve enlightenment. That's not how we achieve the ideal state. Okay? We should think about Kant's categorical imperative. Now what happens is this. From the general will, this is a sovereign, okay? This is the highest law. This is God, basically. And from the sovereign, we achieve the state, the government. And the state makes us into citizens. And then we have laws, culture, education. Okay? So for Jean-Jacques Rousseau, this is the social contract. This is the ideal state. And the French Revolution started because there were many intellectuals, revolutionaries, who wanted to achieve the social contract.
All right, Chad, we're 15 likes away from the next like goal. What's up, Muffa? What's up, someone? Ivan, I see you still in here rocking with me, man. Everybody hit the like button. Let's get the 400 likes. We're 15 away.
But as you can appreciate, there were many who disagreed with this theory, especially monarchs, right? Because the idea here is that the general will, the people, are the sovereign. But in a monarchy, the monarch is what's sovereign. So the sovereign so it's a debate over who's sovereign. And so at this time in history, most nations, most countries in Europe were monarchies. So they saw the French Revolution as a direct threat to them, and that's why they invaded France many, many times. But then something really weird happened. These professional armies who go into France and they're fighting against these citizens, okay? People with no military experience who are not professional soldiers. What's happening was that they were losing to these citizen armies. And the question is, why was this happening? And the reason why is that this theory is so powerful that it makes people willing to fight, to die for this, okay? Right? So what was happening during the French Revolution, these wars, was that you had the monarchies, and these were professional armies. And so these were basically mercenaries.
Chat, y'all don't think that's crazy that, like, how much we pay in taxes as Americans, and even when you go back, like, to the Bible, they was only giving the Pharaoh 20% of their harvest, man. They was giving the Pharaoh 20%, man. And now, shit, some of these places are taxing us out the ass. It's crazy.
Mercenaries. And the thing about mercenaries is they didn't want to die, right? They're collecting a paycheck. Their point is to intimidate. Their point is to scare. It's not to die. But then you have the French Revolution. And they were citizens. And they were willing to fight and die. Okay? And that's why France became the most powerful nation in Europe at this time. Because they could call on their citizens to fight and to die. And it was almost unlimited amount of soldiers. Whereas the other countries like Prussia, Russia, Austria, they had professional soldiers who were afraid to die. All they wanted was their paycheck. So over time, the French were overwhelming the Europeans, and this created the French Empire. All right? But once these places were conquered, they developed their own theory as to how to defeat the French. And they recognized that we also need a theory of nationalism. We also need a theory of the nation state. But they didn't like the social contract theory. Okay? So they came up with a new theory based on nation, which was basically language, culture, and race. And so this becomes Germany. Okay? Or what we call iron and blood. So now you have these theories of nationalism come out into Europe. And now they're invincible because they can call on their citizens to fight and to die. And this is why Europe became the most powerful region of the world starting in the 19th century. Okay? But of course, the problem with nationalism, the problem with populations that want to fight and die is that they keep on fighting wars. But it's not a real, and so what happens is that to solve this problem, all these nations focus on trying to grow their population as fast as possible, as much as possible. And this is what led to this massive population growth. But with more population, what was happening was that these wars were becoming deadlier and deadlier, culminating, of course, in World War II. And by World War II, Europe had exhausted itself. Too many people had died, their civilization was destroyed. And so this allowed America to come into power, okay? America. And America had a different theory of the nation state. So the French, their theory was the social contract. The Germans, their theory is iron and blood, okay, race. The Americans had a different theory because America was a multicultural nation of immigrants who are trying to colonize the Western Hemisphere, North America, right? So for them, their theory is to create a game. The nation state becomes a game. The Constitution and government are the game masters. And what they will allow is for anyone to come to America and get rich, as long as they work hard. And this will create the greatest nation in the world. Okay? So this becomes a game where anyone can play. In fact, the more players that you have, the wealthier America becomes, right? And then after World War II, what happened was that America spread this game throughout the world, as much as it could, right? To Europe and to Japan. But there are still communist countries like China and Soviet Union, which didn't want to participate in this game. They had their own game. And so what happened was that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, this game conquered the world, right? You had globalization. Okay? The problem is this. Once this game keeps on going, eventually what happens is that only a few players achieve all the wealth, right? You have massive inequality. And everyone else falls into debt. Okay? And that's the world that we live in today. America created this game. It was very successful in creating tremendous wealth, and they were trying to have as many players as possible. That's why you had the population boom. But now, only a few people have all the wealth, and everyone else is in debt. In other words, these people are useless. And therefore, we need to reset the game. And the way to reset the game, of course, is to destroy the game in the first place. Therefore, have World War III, burn everything down, and start the game over again. Okay? And that's why we are in the situation we are in today. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is go over some of the major ideas that allowed for this system to come into being, okay? So first, I want to look at the social contract by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. So, Ivory, could you?
He's not a college teacher. This is a high school class he's teaching somewhere inside of China. So this is not what college students are learning. This is a high school class he's presenting this to. Chat, we're 5 likes away from 400. Be sure to hit the like button on your way in by double tapping the screen or going to the top and hitting the 3 dots.
Do you me a favor and read the first passage? Okay. So let me provide some context. This is from his book called The Social Contract. And Jacques Rousseau.
Nah, this is a different one. This is, he dropped this one 21 hours ago. This is a new episode.
So it's arguing against slavery. And before, it was understood that slavery is a good system because the master is nice to the slave. As long as the master is nice to the slave should be happy. And Jean-Jacques Rousseau says, no, that cannot be true. Under no circumstance can a slave ever be happy, okay? And he explains why. So Ivory, can you read, please?
To renounce your liberty is to renounce your status as a man, your rights as a human being, and even your duties as a human being. There can't be any way of compensating someone who gives up everything. Such a renunciation is incompatible with a man's nature. To remove all freedom from his will is to remove all morality from his actions. Finally, an agreement to have absolute authority on one side and unlimited obedience on the other. What an empty and contradictory agreement that would have to
I know she reading that. John Moore says, John Moore comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat, says, here is where he goes too far. Here's where he goes too far. What are you talking about, John? We finna see, I guess.
Isn't it clear that if we are entitled to take anything and everything from a person, we can't be under any obligation to him? And isn't that fact alone, the fact that there is no equivalence, nothing to be exchanged, between the two sides, enough to nullify the agreement? What right can my slave have against me? Everything that he has is mine, his right is mine, and it doesn't make sense to speak my right against myself.
Okay, so the argument is this. Our freedom is given to us by God. Our freedom is what connects us to God. So our freedom cannot be surrendered. If we surrender our freedom, if someone takes our freedom away from us, that is surrendering our humanity. That is breaking our connection to God. Therefore, it is better to die than be a slave. And that was their thinking during the French Revolution, right? You had all these citizens. They have absolutely no experience with firearms. But they were running into cannon fire against professional soldiers because they were like, give me liberty or give me death. Because, well, my liberty, I am nothing. Okay, so this is a really important concept. And then, can you read this below?
I'm continually astonished that such a simple sign of good government isn't recognized, or perhaps men do recognize it but aren't honest enough to say so. What is the purpose of any political association? The preservation and prosperity of its members. And what is the surest sign of their preservation and prosperity? Their number and their population growth. That's the sign you're looking for. Other things being equal, the unquestionably best government is the one under which the population increases most, without external help from naturalizing foreigners or establishing colonies. The government under which the population shrinks is the worst. Over to you, calculators. Count, measure, compare.
Okay, this is a really important idea. Okay, so first is liberty is the most important value. And the second idea is a good government, a good society should focus on population growth, on having as many people as possible, because that's the best sign that you're thriving as a society, okay? So because of these two ideas, okay, population.
Come on, chat. Y'all can't do me like that, man. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, man. Why am I lagging? Bro, I hate lagging, bro. This shit's crazy. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, chat. We're 2 subscribers away from the next sub goal, and we're 1 like away from 400. Can we get 1 like, chat? 1. Just 1. Everybody hit the like button. 1 like.
Growth. And then liberty. The French will become the greatest empire in Europe at this time. So this is France in the dark green, and they will colonize and conquer everything in the green. And you can see how vast it is, right? So this shows you the power of the nation state based on 2 ideas. The first idea is liberty is all that matters. Second idea is grow the population as fast as possible. Okay? So of course, what happens, as I mentioned, is that the Germans who are being conquered by the French, they get upset, and their intellectuals come up with a new theory of nationalism. This is Johann Fichte, who is considered the father of German nationalism. And his argument is that it is language that binds us as humans. Okay? So for Jean-Jacques Rousseau, it's liberty that we should strive for. It's liberty that gives us value as human beings. But for Johann Fichte, it's language. It's language that binds us to the past. It's language that binds us together. It's language that's worth fighting for. It's race, nation, blood. Okay? And this becomes the philosophy of the German state. At this time in history, Germany was divided into many hundreds of different kingdoms. It is Bismarck, Otto von Bismarck of Prussia, who will unify the German people into one Germany, okay? Often called the Second Reich. And so, can you read, Ivory? This is a speech, or his famous Iron and Blood speech.
The position of Prussia in Germany will not be determined by its liberalism, but by its power. Prussia must concentrate its strength and hold it for the favorable moment, which has already come and gone several times. Since the treaties of Vienna, our frontiers have been ill-designed for a healthy body politic. Not through speeches and majority decisions will the great questions of the day be decided. That was the great mistake of 1848 and 1849, but by iron and blood.
Okay, all right. So the idea here is that, listen, we're a German nation, okay? And as a nation state, as a people, we must protect our freedom by going to war.
Chat, if you are OG to the channel, put OG in the chat. If you're a first timer, chat, put first timer in the chat, and I'll try to give you a shout out, man. If this is your first time in one of my live streams, put first timer. OGs, put OG.
Okay, it's only through war that we can survive and thrive as a people. But how do you fight wars? Well, you fight wars, and it's really important, by making sure your population is taken care of, okay? So can you read, Ivory?
The real grievance of the worker is the insecurity of his existence.
Ken? Welcome in.
He's not sure that he...
Thank you to all the OGs, man. Someone, Amber, John, Trump Bunny, Rackster, Michael, Dwayne. Thank y'all to all the OGs, Catwalk and Ivan. And to the first timer, Ken, welcome in, Ken. We do this every single night over here, man. We talk politics, current events, and entertainment. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, man. We have a good time here.
He will always have work. He's not sure that if he will always be healthy, and he foresees that he will one day be old and unfit to work. If he falls into poverty, even if only through a prolonged illness, he is then completely helpless, left to his own devices, and society does not currently recognize any real obligation toward him beyond their usual help for the poor, even if he has been working all the time ever so faithfully and diligently. The usual help for the poor, however, leaves a lot to be desired, especially in large cities where it is very much worse than in the country.
So Bismarck will turn Germany into the most powerful nation in the world by recognizing that it's not just soldiers who contribute to the war effort, it's also your people as well. Because it's your people who make the machines of war, the machine guns, the artillery, the munitions. And therefore, you have to make sure they are healthy. You don't want to send sick soldiers to the battlefield, right? You don't want sick workers as well. That's why he passed a lot of progressive worker reforms, including health insurance, accidental insurance, old age pension, workers' protection, children protection, okay? It is because he recognizes that a nation state is first and foremost about making warriors. And if you want to win, you have to make sure you have as many people as possible and everyone is contributing to the war effort. And to do that, you need to make sure that everyone is taken care of, including your soldiers, including your workers. Okay? And it was Mussolini who basically understood that the real purpose of a nation state is to fight wars. In fact, it is wars that give people meaning in their lives. If you have a war, if you create a nation state around war, if you create a mythology around the beauty of war, then people will happily fight and die. Okay? Can you read the speech?
We have created our myth. The myth is a faith, a passion. It is not necessary for it to be a reality. It is a reality in the sense that it is a stimulus, is hope, is faith, is courage. Our myth is the nation. Our myth is the greatness of the nation. And to this myth, this greatness, which we want to translate into a total reality, we subordinate everything else.
Okay, so this is the highlight or the peak of the nation state. And so during World War II, they had to fight a war to destroy the entire society because the soldiers were not a mercenary army like they were in the past before. The soldiers were coming from the population themselves. So in World War II, the Allies won not because they were democratic or morally superior or had better strategy. It was because they could destroy the productive capacity of their enemies, but their enemies could not destroy the productive capacity of their nation states. Does that make sense? So America, their factories were fine. Soviet Union, their factories were moved into Siberia, far away from the Germans. The Germans and the Japanese could be firebombed, okay? So look at this. So from 1940 to 1945, the British and Americans firebombed Germany, okay? This is Dresden. Dresden. You can see the entire city of Dresden was destroyed by the firebombing. So in World War II, what they recognize is there's no point in killing soldiers on the battlefield because they'll just send in more soldiers with more weapons. So we need to destroy.
John comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat and says, Jacob has earned this. I don't know who Jacob is, but thank you, Jacob. And Jacob's in the chat says the Chinese dude telling us we need to reset. We did a reset and America got on top. Okay, thank you for supporting the channel, John.
The civilian population. That's how you win the war. Okay, and that's how they defeated Germany. Japan was much worse. Look at this. At least half of Japan was destroyed by the American firebombing of Japan. That's why Japan lost the war. Otherwise, they would have kept on going, all right? And these are huge cities. So Nagoya is a city the size of Los Angeles. 40% of it was destroyed, okay? Tokyo is New York City. 40% of it was destroyed as well. Yokohama, 60% of it was destroyed. Okay, this is Tokyo. You can see the extent of the damage. The nation-state idea was so powerful that in order to win a war, you need to destroy the civilian population. Okay? So, as you can see, because of the rise of the nation-state, we have to kill more and more people in order to fight wars. So this is World War II, and at least 20 to 30 million people were killed. Okay? And depending on how you calculate, probably a lot more than that died. But what's interesting is that even though World War II was a calamity, even though tens of millions have died, look at the population growth. It never stopped. Okay? So for most of history of human history, population growth was steady. But then, starting around the year 1600, it boomed, okay? And again, scientists will tell you this coincided with the rise of science and technology. But we've always had science and technology. What made this different was the rise of the nation state and the recognition that to fight wars, you need more people who want to kill themselves for the nation. And to get them to do that, you have to treat them well as well, okay? And so the nation state wanted science and technology to grow the population. That's why we had medicine and sanitation, okay? These innovations happen because the nation state willed these things to happen.
Every time I think about sanitation, chat, I think about those countries that have the damn rivers of trash running through the city, bro. Like, that's crazy, bro. It's 2026 and we still got rivers of trash running through the city, bro. It's crazy.
All right.
Hit the like button, chat.
Now, as I mentioned, after World War II, and after all the travesty and destruction of World War II, the world got together and said, okay, America, you're in charge now, and let's build a world in which we don't have to fight and kill each other anymore. And so America created this game, right, called capitalism, consumer capitalism, in which we live in today. And this system is unique in human history, and for most of this history was extremely successful. It grew the population from about 2 billion to about 8 billion today. It made a lot of people more wealthy. Think of the tremendous wealth that China has generated in the past 30, 40 years because of its participation in consumer capitalism. But unfortunately, we've now reached a point where the system is off balance. It's unstable, it's unsustainable. So now we're going back to war. But unfortunately, because there's too many people, this means that when we go back to war, at least 50% of humanity will die off in World War III, okay? So this is the war in Ukraine. And already millions of people are dying in this war. But if you look at the war in Ukraine, it's essentially a 19th century war, okay? It's almost like World War I. I know World War I happened in the 20th century, but it's really a 19th century war where you are trying to kill as many soldiers as possible, okay? And that's what's happening in Ukraine. What I will show you is that Iran will be the first 21st century war. So America in round one tried to use shock and awe. Shock and awe is basically you decapitate the leadership, okay? You destroy the military, okay? And you destroy production. right? That's the idea of shock and awe. I come in, I kill your leadership, I kill your military, I kill your war factories. And you do it as soon as possible. But this is not working against Iran because they prepared this war for 20 years, so it's decentralized, okay? So you've killed their leaders, but they don't care because they don't have new leaders come into place. Their military is hidden, okay? They're hidden in mountains, and their factories also hidden in mountains as well. So even though the Americans have really destroyed much of Iran's war fighting capacity, Iran is still in this fight. So what's going to happen?
I see you in here still rocking with us, Trump Bunny. Everybody hit the like button, chat. We're 10 likes away from the next like goal, man. We're 10 subscribers away. They did say that Iran has 15 of our missiles, even one of the bunker busters, and they're reverse engineering them as we speak. They've sent them already off to test and research so they can reverse engineer those bunker busters and the other missiles.
What happening is that over the next few months, America is going to shift its strategy into a 21st century war strategy, okay? Which will have three components, okay? The first component is economic strangulation. I will destroy your economy, your entire economy. Second is ethnic tension. I will try to create as much conflict as possible between the different peoples in Iran, okay? And the third thing is destroy civilian infrastructure. Basically, I want to destroy people's capacity to access water, electricity, and food, the basic necessities of life. Why do I want to do that? Because if people cannot access these things, they get angry, right? Then if they get angry, I can channel this anger against the government. Because it's easier for them to attack the government than it is to attack the US military, which is the ones destroying all this infrastructure. So this is what a 21st century war strategy looks like. And this is what the Americans will deploy in Iran over the next few months. Now, why haven't they done this before? Well, because these are war crimes, okay? There are lots of treaties, the Geneva Convention, that prohibit you from fighting these wars. But as the Americans become much more desperate, as they continue to lose this war, they'll be like, screw this, I'm gonna win this war no matter what it takes, okay? So let me show you how this war will be fought. So right now, they're trying to target weapons. They're trying to target military bases. That doesn't get you anywhere, okay? You need to better use your weapon systems because you just don't have enough munitions to destroy the entire Iranian military, okay? So you have to be strategic now. And so you target things that have huge impact on the civilian population as well as the economy, right? So the most basic thing is water. Okay, look guys, these are all dams and reservoirs around Iran. Okay, I don't have to destroy all of them, but I strategically destroy some of them. This is going to create a lot of pressure on the civilian population. They'll be very angry, they might protest against the government. Okay? Also, transportation networks, right? These are roads and railways. This is important because Tehran is a city of 10 million people. And they do not grow their own food. They require food to come from the countryside, from elsewhere. So if I attack the roads leading to Tehran, if I attack strategic hubs, then it's very hard for food to move from place to place. Okay? I don't have to destroy the entire food supply. I can't do that. I don't have enough weapons, but I'm being strategic about it. I'm putting strain on Tehran's capacity to feed its own population. Power plants, okay? These are all power plants around Iran. And it's really easy to destroy these power plants, All right, so does that make sense? So the idea is, war, the rules of engagement require me to only attack soldiers and only attack weapons. But eventually I'm going to run out of munitions if I keep on doing that. And it's not going to destroy Iran's capacity to fight. They won't surrender. So now I need to be more strategic with how I use my munitions, how I use my bombs. And so I want to create as much damage as possible. And the best way to do that is by targeting key infrastructure, power plants, desalination plants, roads, railway networks. Okay? I can't destroy all of them, but I can create as much havoc as possible over time so the civilian population gets very angry. So my best weapon in this war are no longer my planes and my aircraft carriers. My best weapon is the Iranian people themselves. And this is what a 21st century war looks like. It's very slow, it's very methodical, it's pretty evil. Okay? All right, the other thing is economic strangulation. All right, so what am I trying to do here? Okay, so Iran, there are two ways for them to generate income to finance this war. The first is to sell oil, okay? And this is Karg Island, which is their main depot, okay? Oil depot. And 90% of Iranian oil goes from Karg Island elsewhere, okay? Primarily to China. 90% of Iran's oil exports goes to China, okay? So what Americans have done is they've imposed a blockade stopping oil exports, okay? That's one way you can stop Iran's economy. The other thing is that right now Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and they collect tolls on that, okay? So I basically need to destroy Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. And the way I do that is I use ground forces, okay? So what I can do is seize Qasem Island, seize Karg Island, seize the coastline, and force the Iranians to respond to my attacks, right? I can also position forces here and here. Why? Because these areas, okay, in the northwest of Iran are home to minorities, as well as the southeast. And when I put my soldiers here, this is going to encourage the local population to rise up against the Iranian state. And now what's going to happen is that Iran will now send forces to respond to all these ethnic insurgencies around Iran, okay? So before, Iran could just focus its resources on controlling the Strait of Hormuz. I'm like, screw that, I'm going to expand the battlefield so that Iran is forced to deal with multiple threats. At the same time, I'm going to collapse their economy. All right? Okay, so this is what a 21st century war looks like. It's slow, you focus on strangulation as opposed to a knockout punch. Rumors. But it does make sense where the Americans would use weather warfare against Iran, forcing Iran to come down in Dubai to deny rain to the Iranians. Okay? There's a conspiracy theory that these war governments are conducting weather warfare using something called HAARP. Okay? Now, HAARP was originally designed in order to study the ionosphere. But some conspiracy theorists claim that HAARP can be used to create extreme weathers, including hurricanes, cyclones, flooding, droughts. I don't know, okay? I'm just pointing this out there. What we do know is that in 1962, Lyndon Johnson, who became president of the United States, he had a very famous quote at a speech. And he basically said, "He who controls the weather will control the world." Okay? The future of warfare is not about weapons, it's about weather. So it's not about how many weapons you make, it's about how well you can control the weather. Because you think about it, if you can create a drought in a country, that country will be destroyed. Okay? And they put a lot of resources into developing weather warfare. And we know that from 1967 to 1972, the Americans created something called Operation Popeye. Okay, so this is during the Vietnam War, and what the Americans did was they see the clouds so that the monsoon season would be a lot longer in Vietnam. Well, why do that? Because then it's harder for the Vietnamese to resupply themselves. Okay? It makes it harder for them to fight because the Vietnamese are living in tunnels, right? Whereas Americans are attacking from the air. All right? So this is pretty well known. Operation Popeye is something that the Americans did do in Vietnam, and they do have weather manipulation technology. The question is, the debate is, how effective this technology is, and how powerful is it, and how...
Didn't they say it was snowing over there somewhere, chat? Didn't they say it started snowing over there in Iran out of nowhere when one of those radars got knocked out?
How scalable is it, okay? Okay, that's the debate. We're already seeing elements of 21st century warfare being implemented around the world, okay? So look at Cuba.
Yeah, and we seen the drones too. The ground drones in Ukraine, the sea drones. We're seeing all kind of drone warfare too.
There's now a oil embargo on Cuba, and so there are blackouts. All right? So again, the intention is not to kill civilians. The intention is not to fight a war. The intention is to economically strangle a nation so that eventually the population wants to overthrow the government. And already what we're seeing is these past few months, lots of accidents around the world that's destroying the world's oil supply. Okay? But there's one region of the world that doesn't really care about the loss of refined.
Yeah, we spoke about that on the channel chat. This all of this, man. I'm about to damn near clock out over here, go to sleep. But listen, we're gonna chat for a minute. But yeah, that they have been doing this for a while. The Weather Manipulation Act, what was that, a 1976? The Weather Manipulation Act, where you gotta put in a request 10 days before you plan on manipulating the weather. They said you gotta submit a request. So we know that that's been going on at least since 1976 when you go to the Weather Manipulation Act. That's here in the United States. Have I ever seen a baby pigeon? I haven't seen too many baby birds. I think the only baby birds I've seen is like mockingbirds and shit. Maybe a robin. I don't think I've ever seen a baby bird. I haven't seen too many pigeons. That's what I'm saying, Max. I'm from the South. Like, nigga, we ain't got pigeons over here. We got mockingbirds and fucking blue jays and robins and shit. Man, we ain't got no pigeons, man. It's the South, man. Motherfucker would have been got them pigeons up out of there. But to say, have I seen a bird's nest? I haven't seen a bird's nest since I was a little boy. Yeah, the pigeons only in the city, Top Cat. Like, you might go to Little Rock or somewhere and see some pigeons, man. But where I'm at, man, no damn pigeons. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a pigeon in the wild out here, man. You would damn near see a bald eagle before you see a pigeon where I'm at. I haven't seen too many baby birds, Max. Like, baby birds aren't something you just fucking see all the time. Like, how many baby birds have you seen in your life? I'm pretty sure it's less than a handful. You might have seen 2 or 3 of them, man. But you ain't been just ran up across a lot of baby birds, man. Not in the wild. B-Money, what did I tell you about that shit? Oh, you said go Steelers. B Money, what did I tell you about that shit? Didn't I tell you you gotta come in here and say what's up, B Money? Start putting your ass in the corner. Yeah, them baby birds. Yeah, you can hear them and shit, but you don't see them, man. You don't just run up on no damn baby bird, man. Them baby birds in the South, man, get scrambled, man. I'm trying to tell you, Chad. Before it's even hatched, man, that motherfucker is either boiled, scrambled, get chunks of bacon and sausage in it, man, an omelet, man. I'm telling you, Chad. Motherfuckers don't be playing in the South, bro. Chad, I'm trying to tell you, I ain't got no problem with it, man. Hey, man. Promise you, man. Knock one of them pigeons down and throw some matchlight in the grill, Chad. Throw a half a bag of matchlight in the grill, man. Take out 2-3 pigeons, man. I'm trying to tell you, Chad. Coming off the grill with them bad boys. On some light bread on me, little hot sauce on some light bread. Shh. Tell you, Chad. You said not some city pigeon. Listen, Ivan. Before I starve, man, that city pigeon gonna get deep fried, man. I'm talking about deep fried, Ivan. Shit. Before I go hungry, before I get the man, that pigeon is gonna be in the fucking pot, man. Talking about grease rolling. Shit, grease rolling. You said third world countries have no pets. That shit, they ass was hungry. I don't blame them. Shit. Fuck I look like having a pet for I'm hungry, man. Hey, listen, Chad. Little parakeet, man, get sold with. Before I starve, man, that shit over with, Chad. Y'all can, man, listen. Y'all can die with your animal, man. That shit be over with, Chad. I'm in the PetSmart looking around. Real talk. Rabbits and deer, yeah. I like deer sausage. Bambi can get it too. Bambi can get it too. I'm trying to tell you, Chad, man. I ain't no listen, Chad. I ain't sparing too much, man. Bambi ass can get it too. We'll turn Bambi into some jerky. Yeah, nah, we gonna pluck it. I ain't eating no damn feathers. We gonna pluck it. You see possum fat turns green. I ain't eating no damn possum. I eat a coon. I ain't eating no possum. I eat a raccoon, but I ain't eating no damn possum. Shit, I'm gonna eat that pigeon before I eat that possum. I ain't lying. Yeah, I eat some gator. I done had some gator. And some snake. You say Cleveland squirrels look so good? Yeah, them squirrels would have been in some dumplings. Been in some dumplings, Chad. I'm telling you, man. Squirrels would have been in some dumplings, man. I ain't eating too many different kind of fish either, chat. Like how they be over there in them third world countries, just putting that little bucket out there and just scooping up fish and eating it, man. Listen, chat. I get to having allergies and shit. I gotta know what kind of fish this is, man. I ain't just on a little sample platter with the fish, man. I gotta know what's going on. I gotta know what's going on, man. I can't be on the sample platter, man. I'm like, what is this, man? Is this some bluegill, some brim, little catfish, man? You talking about this is fish? I'm gonna need you to specify, nigga. I'm gonna need you to specify, nigga, before I get to looking like Miss Puff out here, man. Fuck around, look like Miss Puff. You said crappie's the best fish, man. I ain't gonna lie, Chad. That shit, man. Listen, Chad, I'm gonna take that panfish every time. I'm gonna take that brim, that bluegill over all that shit, man. If we having a fish fry, hey, I'm gonna put that catfish in the grease. But if you asking me, Chad, the way I like my fish is fried, pan fried, man. Keep the fins on that bad boy and everything. Cut the head off, gut it, man. Drop that bitch in some grease, man. Put some fried potatoes, a little scoop of rice on side it with some white bread and some hot sauce, man. Fucking, I don't give a damn what time of day it is. It could be morning, lunch, or dinner, man. I'm gonna eat that motherfucking fish, them fried potatoes, and that scoop of rice, big dog. I'm trying to tell you. Trying to tell you. Telling you, chat, you crack that bad boy open, lay him flat, get the pulling that bone out, man. Get the removing that bone, chat. Get the dabbing that hot sauce around and shit, man. Listen, Chad, I'm trying to tell you, man. Look ketchup on the fried potatoes, man. Yeah, talking about in my bag. I'm talking about in my bag. I'm telling you. You said leave the pets alone, man. Listen, Max. I'm trying to tell you, Chad. Like I was a little like I'm a little country for real, chat. You know how like when you go to like the zoo, like the zoo or a place where they got some animals, and they always had them little pools with them koi fish or whatever. They look like big ass goldfish and catfish, man. I always wonder like why nobody cooked them motherfuckers, man. Like they must be nasty or just too much meat or something. Cause I'm sitting here like, man, listen, Chad. I don't watch too many YouTube videos motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, hitting them fish with the damn spear, getting that big bowl like this, having that grease popping up, man. They cut that motherfucker, throw the whole fish on there. We getting trying to do shit like that, Chad. I ain't gonna lie, I be a little fucked up, man. That fish will get fried too. Trying to tell you. You know how you go there and they had the little machines, you put the quarter in, and they give you that little handful of dog food to feed the fish. It's like them little brown pellets, man, to feed the fish, man. Yeah, alright. Trying to tell y'all, Chad, I get you loading a 5-gallon bucket up, man, trying to see what it's hitting for. Get the loading that 5-gallon bucket up, Chad. Nah, I ain't eating no damn sardines. I've never had sardines. I've never tried sardines in my life, Chad. Never. And the only kind of mackerel I'm eating is Jack Mac, man. Them patties, man. That's the only kind of mackerel I'm eating. I'm not eating any tuna. Never tried sardines. Shit, I just haven't. That shit didn't look cooked, man. Them sardines don't be looking cooked. See, Chad, I'm one of those kind of people. Like that shit gotta be cooked, man. There gotta be some flour, some grease, some something. There's something going on, man. That shit looks raw, man, and slimy, bro. Like, nigga, nah, Chad, I'm cooking that shit. I want my stone, man. Listen, I'm not eating no raw ass, pink ass steak, man. That shit gotta be cooked, bro. Cooked, bro. I'm not eating no raw food, bro. I'm not eating no raw fish. I'm not eating nothing raw, bro. You gotta cook that shit, man. You gotta cook that shit. You put ranch on everything. I put ranch on a lot of shit too, but you gotta cook that shit. For real, bro. I'm not eating nothing raw, bro. Yeah, they look raw, bro. They look like, man, them little fish, man. Listen, Chad, you know what sardines remind me of minnows, man. If I open up a can of sardine, I'm gonna feel like I'm eating some damn minnows, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like they all shiny and silver and shit. Nah, them some damn minnows, Chad. I'm from the country, bro. Them some damn minnows, man. You know damn minnows. We'll put some grease on the motherfuckers, man. I might eat some sardines, and now if somebody wanna re-rock some sardines, if y'all wanna re-rock them hoes, man, like you know, throw a little fish fry, a little flour, a little fish fry on them bad boys, man. Season them up, man. Drop them in a little grease. We might can talk, man. I might get popping them little bad like some popcorn shrimp, Chad. Why nobody ever put that batter on the minnows like some little popcorn shrimp? I'm telling you, Chad. Man, but we gotta cook them, man. I ain't eating nothing raw, bro. I ain't eating no raw fish, man. You gotta fry them hoes. Have to fry them hoes, man. Shit, you got to fry them hoes, man. I ain't eating no raw fish, man. You won't never know if you don't like something till you try it. I do know AP because I'm big on texture. I can look at it and see that it's slimy. I know that it's cold because it's coming out the can and it got too much liquid and shit or nah, bro. Nah. I'm big on texture, chat. Like I don't know, man. You got to put a little golden crisp on them bad boys, man. Yeah, I'm not eating any sushi either. I don't want any tofu. I don't want a vegan burger. I don't want a veggie wrap. I don't none of that shit. I'm just gonna be honest with you, chat. Where I'm from, this is how I was raised, man. That raw food gonna make you sick. Your ass get the chicken ain't done, your ass sick. The beef ain't done, your ass sick. The fish ain't done, your ass sick. But now y'all want me to eat some uncooked sardines. Why the fuck that don't get you sick? It's just logical to me, chat. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's just, you know what I mean? We gotta cook everything else but this. Nah, I ain't eating that shit. Put that shit in some grease. Put that shit in some grease, man. It's certain shit that's supposed to be raw, like vegetables. There's certain shit that's supposed to be raw, like vegetables and shit like that, man. Like a salad, you know. Nah, man. I know people who eat sardines, man, but that shit's just not cooked, bro. I'm not eating nothing that's cooked that's not cooked, bro. Like Vienna sausages. Like I'm not eating no Vienna sausages, man, that ain't cooked, man. You gotta cook them hoes, man. If y'all think I'm finna eat some Viennas, some beanie weenie, man, that shit better be cooked, man. I'm not eating that shit raw, man. Man, cut them hoes down the middle and cook them like a little slab of spam, man, like a little sausage link, man. I'm not eating that shit raw. Mm-mm. You don't eat that canned sausage at all? I don't eat potted meat either, but I'm just saying, like if it got all bad and I had to eat a can of hyenas, chat, I'm finna cook them hoes some kind of way, bro. I'm finna, whether it's coming out the microwave, whether we gotta steam them, man, I'm finna cook them hoes. I'm not popping that can open, draining that water, and just eating them. No, bro. No, not I, bro. We gotta put a little spruce, a little Sprite, and something on them. I'm not coming out the can. Out the can is diabolical. Out the can is diabolical. I had a cousin one time, Chad. Man, I swear to you, I had a cousin, bro. Well, he is my cousin, but he used to do this shit when we was growing up, Chad. Like, we was like 17, 18 probably, man. The nigga used to go in the refrigerator and just eat raw hot dogs, bro. Like I'm talking about no water, no boiling them, no microwave, no grill, no nothing, bro. Just straight out the fucking pack out the refrigerator, raw hot dogs, man. Hell no, you crazy as a motherfucker. You crazy as a motherfucker in that bitch eating raw glizzies, man. Ain't no motherfucking way, man. Ain't no way you in here eating raw glizzies, bro. No sir. No sir. No, sir. You gotta put some heat on that motherfucker, man. There's certain shit, Jay, you gotta put some heat on, man. Nah, man, you talking about it's already cooked. This bologna, man. Hell, nah, man. Hell, nah, man. I can't do it either, Michael. I gotta cook that bad boy. Hell, nah. You like mackerel and rice? See, if I like the mackerel patties. Now, if you gon', you know what I'm saying, get the mackerel, make that bitch into a patty, fried up. Yeah, yeah, I like mackerel and rice like that now. You say your little bro ate the ramen uncooked and we used the seasoning like a sprinkling pack. Your little brother done been to the county then. If he was doing that, he done been to the county, or he would know somebody that been to the county. He ain't just doing that on the bowl, man. Somebody taught him that. You need to ask who your little brother been around, man. He out here eating raw ramen. See, H Buster, that's the thing, man. I know you from across the pond, but when you say gravy on beef, what the fuck is gravy on beef? See, chat, that's why, like me, you gotta be specific. What kind of beef? Gravy on beef. It's a lot of different kind of beef, man. What kind of beef? What do we mean gravy on beef? Chat, and I don't like when people say, oh, what are you eating? Meat? Like, that's why I have a problem with meatloaf. Like, I don't want no meat shit. What kind of meat is it? Like, when you say meat, a meat patty, what the fuck is a meat patty, man? What kind of meat? What the fuck is meatloaf? Like, I don't want a loaf. No, no. Tell me what this. If this is ground beef, man, tell me that shit, man. I'm not here for the guessing games, chat. I gotta know what the fuck I'm putting in my body, bro. I'm not here for the guessing games, bro. I gotta know what I'm eating, man. What's going down the pie hole, man. I gotta know what's going down the pie hole, bro. I'm not here for the meat patties and shit, bro. No. Hell no. I'm not here for the meat patties, bro. Sirloin beef. Oh, you talking about steak? Like steak and gravy? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, that is no Diddy, bro. I'm not here for that, bro. I gotta know what's going on, bro. Cause it's like somebody offer you a meat patty, Chad, right? And you assuming it's ground beef, right? But what if it's fucking not? Like, what if it's not? Now you like, oh, I didn't know it was this. They're like, I told you it was a meat patty. What kind of meat did you think it was? I didn't think it was kangaroo, nigga. I did not think it was kangaroo. Yeah, nah, I gotta know what's going on, chat. Y'all gotta tell me what kind of meat it is, bro. No Diddy, bro. You gotta tell me what's going on. I get to asking questions and shit. You know, motherfuckers always got their family recipe and this, and I don't give a damn if it's a secret. I gotta know what's going on in here, man. You ain't gotta tell me the sugar, spice, and everything nice, but I gotta know the product, man. I gotta know the base, man. What's the meat and potatoes of this bad boy, man? I don't want no mystery meat, bro. I'm not. Y'all some mystery meat eaters, bro. I'm not with the mystery meat shit, bro. I'm not with the mystery meat shit, bro. I'm not, bro. I gotta know what's going on, man. Nah, hell nah, bro. Yo, you talking about poverty, man. Mystery meat is poverty, bro. If you don't give a fuck what kind of meat you're eating, no Diddy, no Epstein, you just down for it, man. That's fuck, bro. I think I might go with the 32-cent pack of ramen noodles, bro, before the mystery meat. I might just take the 32-cent pack of ramen, bro. I'ma pass on the mystery meat. Y'all try it first. Y'all tell me what it is, man. What was it, man? I'ma pass on the mystery meat, bro. I'm just saying, Chad, like, before I eat the mystery meat, listen, Chad, I ain't too proud. We still on the grind. We on the come up right now. Y'all seen me eat a pack of creamy chicken noodles out of a damn Sonic cup the other night, bro. Y'all seen me eat a pack of creamy chicken noodles out of Sonic cup, bro. Like, I ain't better than nobody. But I'm not eating that mystery meat. That's for damn sure. I eat another pack of ramen out of Sonic cup before I eat that mystery meat. Fuck that. Nah, I'm not eating no mystery meat, bro. I damn near gotta be on Naked and Afraid, bro. Like, I gotta be on one of them survival shows, bro, to eat the mystery meat, man. No cap, bro. Like, I gotta be on one of them survival shows, bro. And found the damn care pack with some canned goods that said me. I gotta be on one of them survival shows, bro. I'm not eating no mystery meat in the free world, bro. And the reason is this, Chad. When I was in jail, right, I worked in the kitchen. And they used to cook, like, in jail, you can only have, like, you can't have, like, beef and shit. So, like, they had these big chunks of meat, like, big blocks of meat, Chad. I'm talking about, like, probably 3 feet by a foot and a half, maybe 3 feet by a foot and a half, man. Like, big ass blocks of meat. And when they used to have these bags of shit, I think they called it like TVP or something. TVP or something. And it was little pellets. It was little brown pellets, chat. It looked like dog food, like little pebbles. And it didn't smell like nothing. It didn't taste like nothing. And they used to pour that dog food shit into these vats with the damn meat. And they used to cut the meat. Like, the pellets would take on whatever flavor and shit as the meat. It was like an additive. So they would put this big ass bag of like dog food like shit on top of the block. I'm not eating no mystery meat, bro. I'm not eating no mystery meat, bro. I'm not eating that shit, bro. I didn't eat that shit in there. I'm not eating that shit in the free world, bro. I'm not eating that shit, bro. You said it's vinegar. Nah, that shit wasn't vinegar. This shit was like little dog food, man. They called that shit cut, man. They was stepping on it, man. They was stepping on the meat blocks, man, with this little dog food shit, man. Yeah. I'm telling you, Chad, there was big bags of this shit, bro. They used to have big bags of this little shit, man. Man, let me see if I can find what it is. All right, here you go. It's called textured vegetable protein, TVP, a plant-based protein made from defatted soy flour that when rehydrated and seasoned can closely mimic the taste and texture of ground beef. Often cheaper than ground beef per pound. Versatile, works in tacos, lasagna, bolognese, meatballs, and more. That's what I'm saying, Chad. They was putting that shit on the meat blocks, man. I'm not eating that shit, bro. I'm not eating that shit, bro. I'm not eating that shit, bro. A jailhouse burrito, you talking about with the ramen? Nah, when I was in jail, Chad, I was really making cakes and shit. Like, that was my specialty. Like, I would have, like, the Pop-Tarts, the chocolate candy and shit. I would take the cakes from the dinner tray and I would bust them all up. I would take the cakes from like the breakfast, dinner, and lunch. You get a cake with every tray. And I would get I would get like a food container and I would bust all the cake up and I would pat it down and I put just a little bit of water on it, pat it down, boom. Put that bitch in the microwave and I'll rebake it. It'll come out the microwave, boom. You put the honey buns on it, you melt your chocolate, drizzle the chocolate over it, you crush up your granola bars, not granola, but the little your Nutri-Grain fruit bars, crush them up, crush up whatever Pop-Tarts you got on it. You might have some peanut butter and jelly, put you a layer of peanut butter down, put the honey buns on that bitch, cut it up. Yeah. Now you got a cake. That cake might it's $1 to get in. Now I'm gonna tell you, man, to even get not fuck a piece, man. If you trying to even see what this cake talking about, that shit's $1, bro. Or me and my celly finna eat all this bitch. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad. I wasn't in all of that sharing and shit, man. I wasn't in all of that sharing and shit, bro. Like it was $1, bro. You want a slice of cake? Oh yeah, that's like $3, bro. But yeah, that's what I was making in jail. I was making the cake. I would make spreads, Chad, but I really didn't like making spreads, bro. I didn't really like making spreads like with people, like coming together on a spread and shit. I didn't like that in jail because they want to put pickles and all this other shit, mayonnaise and shit. I'm not with all of this shit, bro. Like, watch out, bro. Like, I just make my own spread, bro. Like, I ain't with all of this shit. Yeah, but when I went to jail, chat, I wasn't far from my hometown. So it's like I had certain amenities, you know what I'm saying? Like I was having my way in jail. I ain't gonna lie. I was really having my way in jail. As much as you could have your way. Like when I went to jail, chat, like I wasn't doing this streaming. Like I was rapping at the time. So like in my local area, like even in the state, like shit, I was one of the people that had motion rapping. So when I went to jail, it was different. Like they was already in there, had been playing my music videos. Cause like I said, it's the local area. Like so some of my partners might be in jail or people that I done music with or whatever before. So when I come through jail, they already know. Like soon as they see me on the damn inmate roster, they already know I'm coming through. Boom, pop through. And there was love. Like soon as I stepped into the pod, the two people that the person that was running the pod was my little partner. So it's like, oh yeah, it's over with. This the little homie. He running the pod. It's over with. So I immediately stepped into like shit. Running the pod. It was over with. But basically the way it was in our jail was it was segregated. So you had like it wasn't segregated to where like some jails can be segregated, but it was segregated to where like the whites had their TV and the blacks had their TV. But the Mexicans watched TV with the whites and the blacks had their own TV. So like the guard wouldn't even give nobody the remote but me for the blacks. When it came to who finna control the TV and shit, like the guard wouldn't even give nobody else the remote. It was over with. Cause they knew it was gonna be some shit in that bitch. And then when it came to like jailhouse politics, like I always had to speak for the blacks. And then it was this other tall white dude. He was kind of skinny. He had glasses. He was an older dude. It was him and then this other nigga named Conrad. Conrad, it was this one white dude. Then this other white dude named Red came in. When Red came in, he really got the whites in line when he came in, I ain't gonna lie. But and then Conrad, I ain't gonna lie, Conrad was cool as a motherfucker. Conrad was cool, but they was pretty much running the whites, whichever one you want to call. But like when some shit went down, you know what I'm saying? Like we had to talk that shit out because most of the time it'd be some shit like some YNs that ran and somebody stole some shit, or one of the older whites, you know what I'm saying, and stole from his celly. Shit be on, you know what I'm saying? Then it's like, well damn, you try to keep the racial tension down in there. But the pod was majority white though. It was probably like if it was 60 people in the pod, it was probably like 35 white people. Probably 35 white people, probably 17, 18 blacks, couple Mexicans, And then some, you know, mixed people that's like shit. Some of the mixed people would like identify as white, some of them would identify as black. Like one light skinned dude I was in there with, his pawpaw was like one of the heads of the KKK around here. And it's crazy. It's like, damn, nigga, you mixed and your pawpaw is really like, I don't know if they call it grandmaster or whatever, but his pawpaw is like over the fucking KKK around here. And he mixed. But he identified with the whites though. It's crazy. He identified with the whites. Like he had, I ain't gonna say he had rank with the whites, but shit, he was with the whites. Yeah. That was show. It was cool though. Like the jail that I was in was straight. It was really like a fucking daycare. I ain't gonna lie. We had a basketball court. Commissary was pretty straight. I was on the video calls every day because it was the pandemic, right? So during the pandemic, the jails kind of was functioning a little differently. So like the people that was indigent, like if you didn't have money on your books and you was indigent, since they didn't have in-person visitation was cut off, right? You couldn't have no in-person visitation during the pandemic. So all of the indigent people would get free video calls. So they would get like a little code every week for a free video call because they indigent, so they probably couldn't pay for the call, and then they people couldn't come visit them because it was shut down the pandemic. So yeah, I was buying all the video calls, chat. I was buying all them bitches for a soup, two soups, gambling, shooting, and man, chat. I was on so many video calls, bro. I was on the video calls all damn day. Every day I was on at least two, probably one, two, three video calls, bro. Every day. Yeah, I was buying the fuck out them video calls. And I will always schedule my video call. I will always schedule my video call during lockdown because that's when it's quiet. Because if you do a video call like when the pod open and shit, it be kind of loud in there. Motherfuckers be trying to get in your business, be all in the camera and shit. So I would always schedule my video call during lockdown. So now everybody locked down and shit. I get to get out, take my video call. It's quiet. I ain't got to worry about that shit. Yeah, we gonna make it out the hood. We gonna make it out the hood. Yeah, like I said, Chad, I was incarcerated that whole time. Like I didn't see January 6th. I was locked up. Most of the pandemic when everything was shut down and everybody was saying it was zombie land, like I was locked up for all of that. When I got out, shit was shit damn near wide open. Yeah, so I missed that whole shit. I missed it. You say 10 cent a minute? Nah, it wasn't 10 cent a minute when I was in jail. It was like 23 cent to connect. I think it was 23 cent to connect, and then I think 20 cent, 21 cent a minute. I don't know. Basically, for $2, I got like almost a 10-minute phone call. So however much that is, $2, I got like almost a 10-minute phone call, maybe like 7, 8 minutes for $2. Through Securus, that was Securus. But it costs more if you call local. It was cheaper to call. It costs more to call local. Yeah, it was cheaper to call out of town. Goodbye, Callum. Good night, H Buster. I hope you have a good day today, bro. I hope you have a good day today, H Buster. Yeah, chat. This shit crazy, man. You said, damn, we high? Yeah. You said you never seen canned meat. You ain't never seen Vienna sausages? Vienna sausages is canned meat. Spam is canned meat. Y'all gotta learn how to cook beans. I know how to cook beans, Leo. I was with a Latino for a few years, man. I know you gotta soak them beans overnight. Put them in the crock pot, let them cook on low overnight. I know you gotta drop a little bit of bacon in them beans, man. Come on, Leo. I know what's going on. Nah, Leo, not mason jars of meat. We mean like a canned goods. Like you know how you would get Campbell's soup, you know how your vegetables, your green beans or your mixed vegetables or carrots, they come in a can. They got meat like that in a can. Sometimes it's called potted meat. Sometimes it could be viennas. Sometimes it could be spam, but it's all in that can. It's not in a mason jar, it's in a can. Oh, you talking about mason jars of meat. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. I ain't never ate no meat out of mason jar. I ain't never ate no meat out of damn mason jar. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I'm eating no meat out of mason jar, bro. I'm not really with that pickled shit. I don't really eat too much pickled shit either, man. Only thing that's coming out the mason jar is some medicinal or some boot, some moonshine. That's the only thing coming out the mason jar where I'm from, man. It's either gonna be some good herb or some good moonshine. It's about the only thing coming out the mason jar around here, man. You said your brother didn't even want to get out of prison his last stretch. I got a cousin like that, Sonny. And what's so crazy is my cousin was like, when he was free, he was like a cool kid. You know what I'm saying? He was a couple years older than me. Like, the nigga was just, he was a cool nigga. You know what I'm saying? He ended up crashing out, getting 15 on a Y. So he had to pull like 12, I think. Shit, it's coming up on his flat day. He finna go flat. But yeah, he got in jail and he became a punk. Like, I'm talking about it's bad to the point to where like he got a long-term boyfriend in there. Dude trying to get back to him, calling him his little light skin thing. And I think he don't want to come home either. I think he don't know how to come home as like a punk. Shit, just to say it how it is. I don't think he know how to come home as a punk. Shit crazy. Yeah, shit crazy, man. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He went to jail and got turned to the girl, man. He went to jail and got turned to the girl, man. That shit crazy, bro. That shit crazy. Nigga went to jail, got turned to the girl, bro. Now he done like, he been in jail since like 2015, 2014. So shit, he coming up on his flat date. Yeah, he finna go flat. Damn, bro. Yeah, that's crazy, Chad, because it's kind of like, it's my family, bro, and I don't want to be like that, but it's like, shit, this nigga gonna be different, bro. Like, this ain't, you know what I'm saying? This ain't the same person that left. You know, of course, everybody that leaves for a long time and come back is gonna be different, but it's just like, I don't know, bro. Like, that's my family. I don't know. I'm gonna handle this shit, bro. Like, I don't know, bro. Shit's different, bro. Like, damn, nigga, I kind of looked up to you at one point in time, bro. Like, I kind of looked up to you, family, and now it's shit. Damn. Am I wrong for that, chat? Am I wrong for that, chat? I know y'all some kumbaya motherfuckers. Y'all gonna be like, oh, it's your family. You're supposed to accept him no matter what. And this, and that. And like, nah, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, I can't be smoking with this nigga. I can't smoke with this nigga. It's like I'm gonna have to keep it real with him. Like, bro, shit's not the same, bro. Like, you was in jail giving, you know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Like, God, I already don't. Come on, bro. And then it's like, what if he come home and try to hide it? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know like what if he come home and he's just like full on, you know, flamboyant. And then what if he come home and try to hide it? Yeah, I never thought about that one, Chad. But yeah, you gotta think, Chad, when I was young, I was probably like, that nigga left, I was probably like maybe 20. I was probably 8, I was probably 19, 20. He was probably like 21, 22. Yeah, I was probably about 19, 20, I was probably about 20, 21. He was probably like 22. And shit, that's been like 10, like 11, 12 years ago. Some of y'all behind in the chat. Some of y'all behind. Oh. All right, Chad, we finna get up out of here, man. We finna get up out of here. I had a good time, man. We hit the 5-hour mark. I'm finna eat the rest of my food, and call it a night, Chad. And I'll see y'all on the next one. Good night.